Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry Potter rewrote the wizarding world's future? Harry x Daphne. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Chose His Own Path. The Hogwarts Express cut through the Scottish countryside like a scarlet blade, its steam trailing across green hills that rolled beneath a grey September sky. Inside one of the compartments near the middle of the train, Harry Potter sat alone, staring at the window without seeing the landscape rushing past. His reflection stared back at him, a pale face, that familiar lightning bolt scar just visible beneath the fringe of his unruly black hair, and green eyes that had seen too much too young. But there was something different in those eyes now. Something that hadn't been there when he'd boarded the train for his first year. Harry remembered that day vividly. The nervous excitement, the wonder of discovering he was a wizard, the overwhelming feeling of finally belonging somewhere. He'd been so eager, so trusting, so desperate to believe that everything would be different now. He was 11 then, a boy who'd been raised in a cupboard under the stairs, who'd never known love, who'd accepted kindness like a starving man accepts bread, gratefully, unquestioningly, afraid it might be taken away. Now he was 15, and he knew better. The war was raging. Voldemort had returned, just as Harry had told everyone he would. Cedric Diggory was dead, murdered on the orders of the Dark Lord, his body cold and still in the graveyard while Harry had been forced to watch, forced to witness the ritual that brought Voldemort back to full power. And Dumbledore had known. That was the thought that wouldn't leave Harry's mind. He'd spent the entire summer replaying every conversation, every careful smile, every cryptic remark from the headmaster. The pieces fit together like a terrible puzzle. Dumbledore had known that Voldemort would return. He had known about the blood ritual, at least suspected it, based on how quickly he'd moved after Harry returned from the graveyard with Cedric's body. He had known about the prophecy too, the one that had cost Harry his parents and condemned him to a lifetime of struggle. Harry had been a pawn. A chess piece on a board he hadn't even known existed. The boy who lived. The chosen one. Titles that sounded like honors but were really chains. A part of him still wanted to believe he was wrong. Dumbledore had given him a home at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had protected him, guided him, made him feel like someone believed in him. How could that be manipulation? Because he's been doing it for 15 years, a voice whispered in Harry's mind. Because he raised you like a pig for slaughter, and you were too grateful to notice. No. That was too harsh. Dumbledore wasn't evil. He was complicated. A man who'd made terrible choices in his youth and spent the rest of his life trying to atone for them. But had he learned the right lessons? Or had he simply exchanged one form of control for another? Harry's hand drifted unconsciously to his scar. It throbbed sometimes, a dull ache that had become part of his daily existence. A connection to Voldemort that he'd never asked for, never wanted. Another thing he hadn't been given a choice about. This year, Harry decided, was going to be different. He was done being led. Done following someone else's script. The magical world had failed him, failed his parents, failed everyone who'd died in the war. The ministry was corrupt, more concerned with its own survival than with protecting its citizens. Dumbledore had his own agenda, however noble it might seem. And Voldemort was building power while everyone argued about whether he was really back. Harry couldn't fix all of that. He was 15, just a student, just a boy trying to survive. But he could make his own choices now. He could learn, grow, prepare. He could stop being a passive participant in his own life. The train whistle shrieked, and Harry blinked, realizing they were approaching Hogsmeade Station. He gathered his trunk and Hedwig's cage, checking that his wand was secure in his pocket. The familiar weight of it was comforting, a reminder that he had power, real power, that belonged to no one but himself. He'd spent the summer training. Not just Quidditch, not just the defensive spells he'd learned in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had studied. Properly studied. He'd read books on dueling, on combat magic, on the deeper principles of spellcasting. He'd practiced until his fingers blistered, until his wand arm ached, until the movements became instinct. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was a start. The train slowed, and Harry joined the flood of students pouring onto the platform. He saw Hermione immediately, her bushy brown hair unmistakable among the crowd, and Ron just behind her, his red hair a beacon of familiarity. Harry! Hermione rushed toward him, her face a mixture of relief and concern. We were so worried. You didn't answer any of our letters. I needed some time, Harry said, and the words came out more bluntly than he'd intended. Sorry. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Mate, you should have seen Hermione. She nearly sent an owl every day. Drove the postman mad. I did not. Hermione protested, but her cheeks flushed. We wanted to make sure you were all right. Harry forced a smile. I'm fine. Really. I just had some thinking to do. They walked together toward the horseless carriages, and Harry noticed the Thestrals for the first time. He could see them clearly now, the skeletal creatures with their leathery wings and luminous eyes. Another change. Another sign that he'd crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. You can see them too? Ron asked, his voice lower. Yeah, Harry said. Since the graveyard. No one said anything after that. The summer had been different for all of them. Ron's family had been under constant pressure, his father was still with the ministry, still fighting against the corruption that was spreading like a disease. Hermione had been isolated, unable to really explain to her parents what was happening in the magical world, the danger that was growing closer every day. But Harry knew that for him, it was worse. He carried a piece of Voldemort inside him, a connection that made him a target and a tool. He'd always accepted that, always tried to make the best of it. But now he had to wonder, had Dumbledore encouraged that acceptance? Had he needed Harry to be willing, even eager, to sacrifice himself for the greater good? The Great Hall was as magnificent as ever, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the twilight sky, thousands of candles floating above the 4 long house tables. Harry found his seat at the Gryffindor table, between Ron and Hermione, and looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore was there, of course, his silver beard and half-moon spectacles catching the candlelight. He seemed older somehow, more tired than Harry remembered. His eyes found Harry across the room, and he smiled, that warm, grandfatherly smile that had always made Harry feel safe. Now it made him feel something else entirely. What are you planning, Professor? What do you want from me that you haven't already taken, ? The sorting hat was brought out, and the first years began their procession. Harry watched them with a strange sense of detachment, remembering his own sorting as if it had happened to someone else. The hat's voice in his head, telling him he could be great in Slytherin. His desperate plea, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, . Why had he been so sure? Because Hagrid had told him all dark wizards came from Slytherin. Because he'd already met Draco Malfoy and decided he hated everything the house stood for. Because Dumbledore had looked at him with those twinkling eyes and Harry had wanted so desperately to be what the old man expected. What would have happened if he'd chosen differently? If he'd let the hat place him where it thought he belonged? He'd never know. But the question was there now, a splinter in his mind that he couldn't quite remove. The sorting continued, names called, houses assigned, cheers erupting from one table or another. Harry watched a small blonde girl go to Hufflepuff, a dark-haired boy to Slytherin, a nervous girl with glasses to Ravenclaw. And then, Greengrass, Daphne. A girl rose from the cluster of first years and walked toward the stool. She moved with a quiet confidence that seemed unusual for her age, her blonde hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail, her grey-blue eyes fixed straight ahead. There was something almost regal about her bearing, as if she'd already decided exactly who she was and nothing would change that. The hat descended over her head, and Harry found himself watching her more closely than he'd watched any of the others. There was a stillness to her, a centeredness that felt almost like a challenge. The hat seemed to take a long time deciding. Harry could see its brim twitching, could see the girl's lips moving slightly as if she were arguing with it. The hall grew quiet, students exchanging curious glances. Finally, after what felt like several minutes, the hat shouted, "Slytherin." The green and silver table erupted in applause, not as enthusiastic as some other houses would have been, but polite and welcoming. Daphne Greengrass rose, removed the hat, and walked to her new house with the same quiet composure she'd shown when she entered. Harry found himself still watching her even after she sat down. Something about her lingered in his mind, a sense that he'd just witnessed something important. "Harry?" Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. "Are you all right? You were staring." "Just thinking," Harry said, shaking his head. "First years. They always look so young." Ron snorted. "They are young. We were that young once." "Were we?" Harry asked, and the question hung in the air between them. The feast began, and Harry forced himself to eat, to participate in the conversations around him, to pretend that everything was normal. But his mind was elsewhere, turning over the same questions he'd been wrestling with all summer. How did you find your own path when the people you trusted had been the ones drawing the map? The first week of term passed in a blur of classes and familiar routines. Harry threw himself into his studies with an intensity that surprised even Hermione, spending hours in the library reading everything he could find on defensive magic, magical theory, and the history of the wizarding world. It was during one of these library sessions that he had his first real conversation with Daphne Greengrass. He was in the restricted section. He'd managed to get a note from Professor McGonagall by explaining he needed to research advanced dueling techniques for the DA, a lie that had come more easily than it should have. Harry hated lying to McGonagall, but he couldn't tell her the truth, that he was looking for anything that might help him understand the magic that bound him to Voldemort. The book he was reading was dry and academic, centuries old, written in a style that made his eyes cross. He was about to give up and try something else when a voice spoke from behind him. "That's not going to help you." Harry spun, his wand halfway out of his pocket before he registered who it was. Daphne Greengrass stood there, her arms crossed, a single book tucked under her arm. Her expression was neutral, almost bored, but there was a sharpness in her eyes that he hadn't seen before. "I'm sorry," Harry said. She nodded at the book in his hands. "Advanced Magical Theory and its Practical Applications. It's a useful text, but it won't help with whatever you're actually looking for." Harry frowned. "How do you know what I'm looking for?" "Because you're in the restricted section," she said flatly. "And because that book is about the theoretical underpinnings of combat magic. Very dry. Very dense. Very specific. A student looking for general knowledge would start with something easier." "And what makes you think I'm not just an overachiever?" Daphne's lips curved slightly, not quite a smile, but close. "I've been watching you, Potter. You're in the library every night. You read like someone who's running out of time. There's a difference between wanting to learn and needing to know." Harry didn't know what to say to that. She'd read him more accurately in 30 seconds than most people managed in years. "I'm Daphne Greengrass," she offered, as if he might not know. "We've never really talked, but I've noticed, well, everything, really. It's hard not to, when you're the famous Harry Potter." "Please don't call me that," Harry said, and the words came out sharper than he intended. "The famous Harry Potter. I hate that." Daphne tilted her head, studying him. "Fair enough. What should I call you, then?" "Just Harry. It's not complicated. And yet the magical world seems determined to make it complicated." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Look, I know we don't know each other. I'm a Slytherin, you're a Gryffindor. We're not supposed to be allies. But I'm also someone who pays attention, and I've noticed something about you that most people miss. Which is? You're angry, Daphne said simply. Not the righteous anger of a hero, not the defensive anger of a victim. Real anger. The kind that comes from realizing you've been lied to. Harry's heart stopped. For a moment he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at this strange girl who just ripped open his chest and examined the wounds inside. I don't, he started, but the words wouldn't come. It's okay, Daphne said. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm not going to use it against you. I understand, that's all. The Greengrass family has secrets too. We're purebloods, which means we're expected to support certain things, believe certain things. But we've always kept our distance from the Dark Lord, from Dumbledore, from all of it. My parents taught me to question everything, even the things that seem obvious. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. We've never spoken before. For all you know, I could be. Could you? Daphne interrupted. Could you be the person everyone thinks you are? The perfect Gryffindor, the chosen one, the boy who lived who'll save us all? Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. No, Daphne said, answering for him. I don't think you can. And I think you know that too. I think you're starting to realize that the story you were told isn't the real story, and you're trying to figure out what the truth is before it's too late. She pulled a book from her own stack and held it out to him. This might help. It's a history of the old magical families, the ones who came before the Ministry, before the Dark Lord, before all of this. My family's been around for centuries, and we've been keeping records the whole time. There's information in there that isn't in any official library. Harry took the book slowly, turning it over in his hands. It was old, leather-bound, with no title on the cover. Why would you give this to me? He asked. You don't know me. You don't know what I'll do with it. I know you're looking for answers, Daphne said. I know you're willing to question the things you've been told. That's enough for now. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Potter, Harry, I should warn you. The Ministry has been watching you more closely than you realize. They're nervous. A boy who survived the Dark Lord, who's become the symbol of resistance, they see you as a threat. A threat, Harry repeated. I'm 15. I know, Daphne said. That's what scares them. You're 15, and you've already done more than most adults have. What happens when you're 20? 30? When you've learned everything you need to know? She walked away before he could answer, her footsteps silent on the ancient stone floor. Harry stood there for a long moment, the book heavy in his hands, Daphne's words echoing in his mind. Asterisk a threat. A symbol. Someone who's been lied to, asterisk. He looked down at the book she'd given him. The leather was soft, worn smooth by generations of hands. When he opened it, he found dense handwriting in old-fashioned script, along with diagrams and symbols he didn't recognize. This wasn't just a history book. It was something else, a chronicle of things the wizarding world had chosen to forget. Harry closed the book and tucked it into his bag. He had reading to do. And for the first time in months, he felt like he was actually making progress. The weeks passed, and Harry threw himself into his research with a focus that bordered on obsession. Daphne Greengrass became a regular presence in his life, not exactly a friend, not yet, but something like an ally. They would meet in the library late at night, exchanging information, discussing theories, slowly building a picture of the magical world that neither of them had been taught. Daphne was remarkably well informed for a first year. Her family had been preparing her for this since childhood, teaching her the secrets and politics of pureblood society. But unlike many of her housemates, she didn't seem to believe in the superiority of purebloods. She saw the system for what it was, a structure designed to maintain power in the hands of a few. It's not about blood, she told Harry one night, her voice barely above a whisper. It's about control. The old families have been accumulating knowledge and influence for centuries. They don't want that to change. So they tell everyone that blood matters, that magic is something you're born with, that muggleborns are stealing something that belongs to purebloods by right. And the ministry goes along with it, Harry said. The ministry is controlled by the same families, Daphne said. Or it was, until the Dark Lord started making things complicated. Now they're caught between two factions, those who want to keep things the way they've always been, and those who want to destroy everything and rebuild from the ashes. Harry shook his head. I never thought about it that way. I always saw it as good versus evil, Dumbledore versus Voldemort. That's what everyone wants you to see, Daphne said. But the truth is more complicated than that. Dumbledore isn't a saint, and the Dark Lord isn't the only one with a plan for the future. Harry thought about that for a long time. About Dumbledore's careful manipulations, the way he'd been guided and shaped and prepared. About the prophecy that had marked him for death. About the fact that he'd been given no choice in any of it. What if I don't want to be part of anyone's plan, he asked. What if I just want to live my own life, make my own choices? Daphne looked at him with something like respect in her eyes. Then you're going to have to be stronger than anyone expects. Stronger than you think you can be. Because once you start down that path, the people who had plans for you aren't going to just let you walk away. Harry nodded. He understood that better than she knew. The DA started up again, a secret organization of students learning defensive magic. Harry threw himself into it, feeling more at home teaching than he'd ever felt as a student. He was good at it, he realized, better than he'd ever been at anything except Quidditch. The feeling of passing on knowledge, of watching his classmates grow stronger and more confident, gave him a sense of purpose he hadn't found elsewhere. But even in the DA, Harry was holding something back. He taught them defensive spells, protective charms, ways to fight and escape. But he didn't teach them the deeper truth he was learning, that the whole system was broken, that the war they were preparing for wasn't just about Voldemort's return. The ministry was still refusing to believe that Voldemort was back. Cornelius Fudge was more concerned with political survival than with protecting his citizens. Dumbledore was playing a long game that Harry didn't fully understand, one that might eventually require Harry's sacrifice. All of it was a trap, Harry realized. A maze designed to keep him running in circles while the real decisions were made by others. He refused to run anymore. One evening in late October, Harry found himself in the Slytherin common room. It was the last place anyone would expect to find him, which was exactly why he was there. He'd gotten the password from Daphne, a surprising sign of trust, given how closely Slytherins guarded their secrets. The room was surprisingly comfortable, though very different from Gryffindor's cozy warmth. Green and silver dominated the decor, and the windows looked out into the dark waters of the lake. Harry could see the shadowy shapes of creatures swimming past, their forms distorted by the water's movement. "You look like you're waiting for an attack," Daphne said, emerging from a door at the back of the room. "Relax. I've made sure no one will bother us." "I'm surprised you trust me enough to bring me here," Harry said. "I don't trust you," Daphne said honestly. "I trust that you're motivated by the same thing I am, survival. We both know something's coming, and neither of us wants to be caught unprepared." She sat down in one of the plush armchairs, gesturing for Harry to do the same. "I've been thinking about what you said. About wanting to make your own choices. And I think you're going to need help," Daphne said. "More help than I can give you alone. But there are people, students, mostly, who feel the same way you do. They're tired of being pawns. They want to be something more." Harry frowned. "You're talking about forming a group." "I'm talking about building a network," Daphne corrected. "A network of people who see the truth and are willing to do something about it. Not just fighting the Dark Lord, that's important, but it's not enough. We need to be ready for what comes after." Harry thought about it. It was a dangerous idea. The Ministry was already watching him, and Dumbledore's eyes were everywhere. A group of students openly defying authority would be noticed, maybe crushed. But Daphne was right. He couldn't do this alone. "All right," he said slowly. "I'll help you. But we have to be careful. And we have to be smart. This can't become just another resistance movement that gets crushed before it can do anything." Daphne smiled, a real smile, not the careful, measured expression she usually wore. "I wouldn't have expected anything less." The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry and Daphne met in secret, identifying students who might be sympathetic to their cause. Not everyone they approached was interested, some were too frightened, too loyal to their families, too comfortable with the way things were. But enough said yes. The group was small at first: Harry, Daphne, a Ravenclaw named Cho Chang who was more politically aware than Harry had expected, a Hufflepuff named Ernie Macmillan who'd been questioning the establishment since his first year, and a few others. They met in abandoned classrooms, in the room of requirement, in corners of the grounds where no one would hear them. Their discussions were wide-ranging. They talked about the war, about the Ministry's corruption, about the deeper problems facing the magical world. They talked about the future, about what they wanted to build after Voldemort was finally defeated. "The war isn't just about the Dark Lord," Daphne told the group one night. "It's about everything he represents, the desire for power, the obsession with blood purity, the willingness to destroy anyone who stands in your way. But there were problems long before he came along, and if we don't fix them, there will be problems long after he's gone. So what do we do?" Cho asked. "We're just students. We can't change the whole world." "Not yet," Harry said. "But we can learn. We can prepare. We can start building the connections we'll need when we're old enough to make a difference." Ernie nodded thoughtfully. "My father's always saying that the Ministry's full of old men who've been in power too long. Maybe when we're older, we can." "Exactly," Harry said. "But we can't wait until we're older to start. We have to learn now, build now, be ready." The conversations went on late into the night, fueled by determination and the sense that they were doing something important. Harry felt more alive than he had in months, his despair slowly giving way to purpose. He wasn't just reacting anymore. He was acting. December brought snow to Hogwarts, blanketing the grounds in white and turning the castle into a winter wonderland. Harry had almost managed to forget the war, the prophecies, the weight of his destiny. Almost. He was sitting by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, reading one of the books Daphne had loaned him, when Ron flopped into the chair opposite him. "Mate, you've been weird all term," Ron said. "You're always in the library, always reading, always, I don't know, thinking. What's going on?" Harry closed the book reluctantly. "It's complicated." "It's always complicated with you," Ron said, but there was no malice in his voice. "Look, I'm not going to pretend I understand everything you're going through. But you're my best friend, and I want to help. You just have to let me." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Ron was loyal, brave, a good friend. But he was also a product of the world they lived in, a world that had told Harry from the beginning that he was special, that he was the chosen one. Would Ron understand what Harry was beginning to realize? That being chosen might not be a gift, but a curse. That the people who'd chosen him might have their own reasons, reasons that had nothing to do with what was best for Harry himself. "I don't know how to explain it," Harry finally said. "I feel like I've been sleepwalking, and I'm finally waking up. But waking up means seeing all the things I didn't notice before. The way the world really works. The way people really are." Ron frowned. "You mean the war?" "Because we all know about that, Harry. It's not like we're—" "No," Harry interrupted. "I mean everything. The Ministry, Dumbledore, the whole—" He stopped himself, realizing he was saying too much. "Never mind. Just, trust me, okay? I'm figuring things out." I'll tell you when I can. Ron looked hurt, but he nodded. All right, mate. Whatever you say. But you know you can talk to me. Whenever you're ready. Harry nodded, grateful for his friend's patience. He'd tell Ron eventually. Hermione too. But not yet. Not until he had a better understanding of what he was dealing with. The night before winter break, Harry found himself walking the castle's corridors, unable to sleep. The Christmas decorations were everywhere, enchanted trees, floating candles, garlands of holly and ivy. It should have been beautiful. It should have made him feel better. Instead, it made him feel more alone than ever. He found himself in front of the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. The password this time was "Chocolate Frog," and the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the staircase behind it. Harry climbed slowly, his heart pounding. He wasn't sure what he was going to say to the headmaster. He wasn't sure he was ready for this conversation. But something had been building in him all term, a question that refused to be silenced. Why, Professor? Why did you keep so many secrets? Why did you let me go into the Triwizard Tournament knowing it was a trap? Why have you been preparing me for death without ever telling me? Harry reached the top of the stairs and knocked on the door. There was a pause, then Dumbledore's voice, "Come in." The office was warm, filled with the familiar silver instruments that spun and puffed on the tables. Fawkes was perched on his stand, watching Harry with his bright black eyes. Dumbledore himself sat behind the desk, a half-eaten box of lemon drops at his elbow. "Harry," Dumbledore said, smiling. "What brings you here at this hour?" "I thought you'd be." "I need to ask you something," Harry interrupted. "And I need you to tell me the truth. All of it." Dumbledore's smile faded slightly. "That's a serious request, my boy. What is it you wish to know?" Harry took a deep breath. "The prophecy. The one about me and Voldemort. You've known about it since I was a baby, haven't you? You knew what it meant. You knew what it would cost me." Dumbledore started. "Don't lie to me," Harry said, and his voice shook with anger. "Please. I've been lied to enough. I need to know the truth." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Yes, Harry. I knew. I have known for a very long time." "Everything," Harry pressed. "Tell me everything." And Dumbledore did. He told Harry about the prophecy, about the night it was made, about how Voldemort had heard it and decided to act. He told Harry about his parents, about the Fidelius charm and Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. He told Harry about the night he'd been left on the Dursleys' doorstep, and the blood magic that had protected him all these years. But most importantly, he told Harry about the connection, the scar, the link between Harry and Voldemort. And about the possibility that this link would be the key to defeating the Dark Lord once and for all. "A sacrifice," Harry said, his voice hollow. "That's what you're talking about, isn't it? A sacrifice I'm supposed to make." Dumbledore looked pained. "Harry, I'm not going to do it," Harry said, and his voice was steady now, stronger than he'd felt in months. "I'm not going to sacrifice myself for the plan someone else made. I'm going to find my own way. My own path. And I'm going to survive." Dumbledore stared at him. For the first time, the old wizard seemed uncertain. "Harry, you don't understand." "I understand enough," Harry said. "I understand that you've been directing my life for 15 years. That you've made choices for me that I never got to make. That you're so focused on defeating Voldemort that you forgot I was a person, not just a weapon." Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, but Harry held up a hand. "I'm not saying you're evil, Professor. I know you're trying to do what's right. But I need to do this my way. I need to make my own mistakes, my own choices. I can't be your chosen one anymore." He turned and walked toward the door. "Harry," Dumbledore called after him. Please, think about this. There are things you don't. Tell me, Harry said, turning back. Tell me everything. If there's something I need to know, tell me now. Dumbledore hesitated. And in that hesitation, Harry saw everything he needed to see. There's more, Harry said. There's always more. And you're never going to tell me all of it, are you? Because you think you know what's best for me. You think you have to protect me from the truth. Dumbledore's face was unreadable. Harry, some knowledge is a heavy burden. There are things I don't tell you because I care about you, not because I'm trying to deceive you. Maybe, Harry said. But I'm old enough to decide what I can handle. And I've decided I don't want to be part of your plan anymore. He left the office without looking back. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, his mind racing. Everything Dumbledore had told him confirmed what he'd already suspected: he was a pawn in a game he didn't fully understand. But he wasn't going to be a pawn anymore. He found Daphne waiting for him in the library, the one place he knew she'd be at this hour. She looked up when he entered, her expression shifting from surprise to concern when she saw his face. "What happened?" she asked. "I talked to Dumbledore," Harry said. "I told him I'm not going to follow his plan anymore. I'm going to find my own way." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. "Good," she said. "That's good. But you know this makes things harder, right? You've just declared war on the most powerful wizard in the world." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I need your help." Daphne smiled, a fierce, determined smile. "You've had it all along, Potter. You just didn't realize it." This is where it ends, Harry thought as he walked back to his dormitory that night. This is where I stop being the boy who lived and start being my own person. He didn't know what the future held. He didn't know if he could truly forge his own path, or if destiny would drag him back to the role Dumbledore had planned for him. But he knew one thing for certain: he was done letting others decide his fate. From now on, Harry Potter would make his own choices. His own mistakes. His own destiny. And no one, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not the entire wizarding world, was going to stop him. Chapter 2, A Different Kind of Harry. The winter sun hung low over the Hogwarts grounds, casting long shadows across the snow-covered lawns. Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air, his wand held loosely in his hand. Around him, the trees creaked and groaned under the weight of ice, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out to the fading light. He'd been coming here for weeks now, to this secluded spot where no one would find him. It was dangerous, he knew, the forest was forbidden for a reason, but Harry had stopped caring about rules that seemed designed to keep him safe while leaving him ignorant. Besides, he needed the space. The castle was suffocating these days, filled with whispers and stares and the constant weight of expectations. Every time he walked through the corridors, he felt eyes on him, heard the murmurs that followed in his wake. Asterisk, that's him. Harry Potter. The one who survived. Asterisk. He'd been surviving his whole life, Harry realized. Surviving the Dursleys, surviving Voldemort, surviving the Triwizard Tournament, surviving the war that was slowly consuming the magical world. But surviving wasn't the same as living, and Harry was tired of merely existing. He raised his wand and focused, drawing on the techniques he'd been practicing for months. The spell he was attempting was advanced, far beyond what any fifth year should be capable of, but Harry had learned that his abilities were only limited by what he believed he could do. Asterisk expecto patronum asterisk, he whispered, and a silvery mist began to form at the tip of his wand. But it was weak, diffuse, unable to take shape. Harry frowned, trying to concentrate on the memory he'd been using for years, the moment he'd learned he was a wizard, the first time he'd felt truly free. But the memory felt distant now, tainted by everything that had come after. How could he feel free when he'd never actually been free? When every choice he'd made had been guided by forces he didn't understand. Harry lowered his wand, frustrated. The Patronus charm was supposed to be his specialty, the one spell he'd mastered beyond his years. But even that was failing him now, another sign that something fundamental had shifted inside him. He was about to try again when he heard footsteps in the snow behind him. "You're getting better." Harry spun around, wand raised, ready to defend himself. But it was only Daphne, wrapped in a thick slithering green cloak, her hair escaping from its usual neat ponytail. "How did you find me?" Harry demanded. Daphne shrugged. "You're not as hard to track as you think you are. The house elves talk, you know. They told me you'd been sneaking food from the kitchens, and I figured you must be spending a lot of time outdoors. Then I just followed the footprints." Harry glanced down at the snow. His tracks were clearly visible, a trail leading straight to his hiding spot. "Right. I'll have to be more careful." "The Patronus charm," Daphne said, ignoring his comment. "You're struggling with it." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. "You're not fine," Daphne said flatly. "You're trying to summon a Patronus using old memories, but those memories aren't working anymore, are they? Because you've realized they were built on lies." Harry stared at her. "How do you know that?" "Because I've been reading," Daphne said. "The Patronus charm is powered by happiness, true happiness. But that happiness has to be authentic. If you're using a memory that's been tainted by doubt or disillusionment, it won't work properly." Harry turned away, staring into the dark trees. "So what am I supposed to do? Find new memories? Everything I thought I knew is falling apart. I don't even know what's real anymore." Daphne was silent for a moment. Then she stepped closer, her voice softer than he'd ever heard it. "You don't have to know what's real yet," she said. "You just have to know what you want. What you're fighting for. That's what powers the Patronus, in the end. Not memories of the past, but hope for the future." Harry looked at her. In the fading light, her eyes seemed almost silver, reflecting the snow around them. "What do I want?" he repeated. He stopped, trying to find the words. "I want to be free. I want to make my own choices. I want to stop being someone else's weapon." "Then use that," Daphne said. "Focus on it. Imagine what freedom would feel like. What it would mean to finally be your own person." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the Dursleys, about the years of being treated like garbage, about the small joy of Hogwarts that had turned out to be another cage. He thought about Dumbledore's manipulations, Voldemort's obsession, the Ministry's corruption. And then he thought about something else. A future where none of that mattered. Where he could walk through the wizarding world without being stared at, without being defined by a scar on his forehead. Where he could choose his own path, make his own mistakes, fall in love with whoever he wanted. It was a small hope, almost fragile. But it was real. Asterisk expecto patronum, asterisk. This time, the spell was different. The silvery mist exploded from his wand, coalescing into a shape Harry had never seen before. It wasn't a stag, not quite. It was something larger, more powerful, with antlers that branched like the trees around him. The Patronus galloped through the snow, its hooves leaving no marks, its presence filling the clearing with warmth and light. Harry watched it with wonder, feeling the spell hum through him like a second heartbeat. "A stag," Daphne said, her voice surprised. "I thought your Patronus was a stag." "It was," Harry said slowly. "But this isn't a stag. He paused, trying to identify the creature. "I think it's an elk. Or maybe a moose. Something bigger." "It's impressive," Daphne said. "And it's proof that you can do this. You can change. You can become something new." The Patronus faded, and Harry lowered his wand, suddenly exhausted. But there was a lightness in his chest that hadn't been there before. "Thank you," he said to Daphne. "For helping me." "I didn't do anything," Daphne said. You found the answer yourself. The next morning, Harry woke early and headed to the library. The book Daphne had given him weeks ago was still sitting in his bag, waiting to be fully explored. He'd read parts of it, but there was so much information, so many secrets hidden in its ancient pages. He found a secluded corner and opened the book, immersing himself in the history of the old magical families. The Greengrasses, it turned out, had been chronicling the magical world for over a millennium, documenting everything from the founding of Hogwarts to the rise of the modern ministry. Harry read about the early days of wizarding society, when magic was wild and untamed, when the laws that governed its use were still being written. He read about the witch hunts, the persecution, the desperate need for secrecy that had led to the creation of the International Statute of Secrecy. And he read about the families who'd made themselves powerful by controlling access to knowledge, to magic itself. The purebloods didn't start out as the ruling class, Harry murmured to himself. They made themselves that way. By hoarding knowledge and power, by building alliances and eliminating rivals. It was a pattern he'd seen before, in the Muggle world. The wealthy and powerful always found ways to stay that way, passing their advantages on to their children while ensuring that others were kept at a disadvantage. The difference in the magical world was that the advantage was literal magic, the spells, potions, and artifacts that had been accumulated over generations, carefully guarded secrets that could make or break a family's fortunes. Hermione found him an hour later, her arms full of books. Harry. I've been looking everywhere for you. Harry closed the book quickly, not wanting to share its contents yet. What's up? Professor Flitwick wants to see you, Hermione said. Something about your charms practical. He says you've been submitting work that's, she paused, clearly having trouble with the concept, too advanced for your year level. Harry sighed. I'm just trying to keep up. Keep up? Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, you wrote a dissertation on the theoretical application of non-verbal spellcasting that Professor McGonagall said was at least Newt level. Most 7th years can't manage that. Harry shrugged. It's not that difficult if you actually understand the theory behind it. Hermione stared at him as if he'd suddenly grown a second head. Harry, I've been studying that subject for months, and I don't understand it half as well as you seem to. Maybe I just learned differently, Harry said carefully. I've had to figure things out on my own for a long time. I don't always rely on the books. It was true, though not in the way Hermione understood. Harry had been learning to survive on instinct for as long as he could remember, reading people, reading situations, finding ways to adapt when the odds were against him. The Dursleys had taught him that. So had Voldemort. The difference now was that he was applying those instincts to magic instead of just survival. And the results were surprising even to him. Harry, are you all right? Hermione asked, her voice dropping to a concerned whisper. You've been so different this year. Distracted. Secretive. And you're spending all your time with that Slytherin girl. Daphne's not just any Slytherin, Harry said. She's different. She's a Greengrass, Hermione said. Her family has been connected to the Death Eaters for years. Her father is a political moderate who's been trying to keep his family neutral, Harry interrupted. I've done my research, Hermione. Not everyone in Slytherin is a Death Eater. Hermione looked taken aback. I didn't say they were. I'm just worried about you. You've been pulling away from everyone, Ron, me, everyone. Harry felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't meant to hurt his friends. But how could he explain what he was going through when he barely understood it himself? I'm not pulling away, he said gently. I'm figuring some things out. And I need to do it my own way. Why can't you talk to us about it? Hermione asked, her eyes bright with unshed tears. We're your friends, Harry. We want to help. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and squeezed her hand. I know you want to help, he said. And I appreciate it, I really do. But some of it I have to do alone. It's not about trust, Hermione. It's about, he searched for the right words. It's about becoming the person I need to be. And that's something no one else can do for me. Hermione nodded slowly, though she didn't look entirely convinced. Just promise me you'll be careful. And that you'll come to us if you need help. Ron and I will always be there for you. I promise, Harry said. And for the first time in months, he meant it. The days passed, and Harry continued his training with renewed focus. He worked on his dueling, his spellcasting, his understanding of magical theory. He studied the books Daphne had loaned him, absorbing centuries of accumulated knowledge. But he also did something else, something that surprised even himself. He started paying attention to the students around him. Not just his friends, but everyone. He noticed the way some students struggled with spells that should have been simple. The way others excelled beyond their years, but were held back by rigid curriculums and limited teaching methods. The way the system was designed to produce certain outcomes, obedient, predictable witches and wizards who would fit into a society that had been structured for the benefit of the few. Look at them, Harry said to Daphne one afternoon, watching a group of first-years struggle with a basic levitation charm. They're being taught to be mediocre. To accept limits that don't really exist. Daphne nodded. That's by design. The Ministry doesn't want a population of truly powerful witches and wizards. That would be too dangerous, too hard to control. But magic is about control, Harry said. Learning to control yourself, your emotions, your power. If you never learn to push beyond the limits they set, you'll never know what you're actually capable of. So what do you propose? Daphne asked. Teach them yourself. Start a revolution. Harry considered the question. Maybe. Not a revolution, not yet. But something. A way for students to learn more than they're being taught, to reach their full potential. Daphne smiled, that sharp, knowing smile. The DA isn't enough. The DA is about defense, Harry said. It's about survival. But I'm talking about something bigger. Something that prepares people for the world after the war. A world where they can build something new. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. You're really going to do this, aren't you? You're really going to try to change everything. I don't have a choice, Harry said. The war is coming. The old ways aren't working. Someone has to do something different. And that someone is going to be you. Harry shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe I'll just start the conversation and let others finish it. I don't need to be the hero, Daphne. I just need to make sure the world that comes after is better than the one we have now. Ron and Hermione noticed the changes too. Harry was more focused, more determined, but also more distant in ways they couldn't quite articulate. He's been spending a lot of time with that Greengrass girl, Ron said one evening, his voice carrying a note of suspicion. What's that about? I don't know, Hermione admitted. He says she's different from other Slytherins. That she understands what he's going through. Ron snorted. Understands? How could she possibly understand? She's not the one with a Dark Lord trying to kill her. Hermione shot him a look. Ron, you know it's not that simple. Harry's been through something none of us can really comprehend. Maybe having someone who isn't caught up in the hero worship is helpful for him. You've been reading too many books, Ron grumbled. Harry's our friend. He should be talking to us, not some Slytherin he barely knows. You don't think I want him to talk to us? Hermione asked, her voice sharp. I've been trying to get through to him all year. But he's changed, Ron. We have to accept that. And if Daphne Greengrass is helping him, then maybe we should be grateful instead of suspicious. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. Fine. But I still don't trust her. Neither do I, Hermione said. But I trust Harry. And right now, that has to be enough. The first DA meeting of the new year was the biggest yet. Harry stood in the room of requirement, looking out at the faces of his fellow students, some familiar, some new, all of them hungry for the knowledge he could provide. Tonight, Harry began, I want to try something different. We've been focusing on defensive spells, and that's important. But defense isn't going to win this war. We need to think about how to take the fight to the enemy. A murmur ran through the room. Students exchanged nervous glances. Take the fight to the enemy? Ron repeated. Harry, mate, that sounds a lot like. It sounds like we're finally going to do something, Harry said. I'm not talking about attacking anyone. I'm talking about being prepared. Being ready to do what needs to be done when the time comes. Hermione raised her hand. Harry, the ministry has made it very clear that we're not supposed to be. I don't care what the ministry says, Harry interrupted. The ministry is more concerned with protecting itself than protecting us. You've all seen it. The lies, the cover-ups, the refusal to admit what's really happening. The room was silent. Harry could see the fear in their eyes, but also something else, hope. I'm not asking you to join a revolution, Harry continued. I'm not asking you to break any laws, well, not many, anyway. I'm asking you to be ready. To learn more than what you're being taught in class. To become strong enough to protect yourselves and the people you care about. Cho Chang stood up. What do you need us to do? Practice, Harry said. Study. Push yourselves beyond the limits you've been given. And when the time comes, be ready to stand up for what's right, no matter who tries to stop you. The meeting continued for 2 hours, with Harry teaching advanced defensive spells and leading practice duels. By the end, the room was buzzing with excitement and determination. Daphne appeared at Harry's side as the students filed out. That was impressive. You're getting better at this. At what? Leading, Daphne said. Inspiring people. Making them believe in something bigger than themselves. Harry shook his head. I'm just trying to help them survive. No, Daphne said. You're trying to help them live. There's a difference. The next day, Harry was called to Professor McGonagall's office. The head of Gryffindor sat behind her desk, her expression unreadable. Mr. Potter, she began. I've been hearing some interesting things about your activities outside of class. Harry's stomach dropped. I don't know what you mean, Professor. Don't play games with me, McGonagall said sharply. I've been teaching long enough to know when something is happening under my nose. The question is, what are you planning? Harry was silent for a moment. Then, instead of lying, he told the truth. I'm teaching my fellow students how to defend themselves, he said. The ministry has made it impossible for us to learn properly. I'm just filling the gap. McGonagall studied him, her eyes sharp. And you think you're qualified to do that? You're a fifth-year student, Mr. Potter. You're barely older than the people you're teaching. I'm old enough to know what's coming, Harry said. And I'm old enough to know that waiting for someone else to save us isn't going to work. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. Then, to Harry's surprise, she nodded. You're not wrong, she said. The ministry has been failing us for years. And the war is only going to get worse before it gets better. So you approve? Harry asked, confused. I don't approve of breaking school rules, McGonagall said. But I also don't approve of sending children into battle unprepared. You're doing what I should have done years ago. Just, be careful, Mr. Potter. Not everyone in this castle wants what's best for you. Harry left the office feeling strangely hopeful. McGonagall knew about the DA and she wasn't going to stop him. That was more support than he'd expected. He found Daphne in the library, as usual. It went well, he said, sitting down across from her. McGonagall knows. She's not going to interfere. Daphne looked up from her book. I told you. She's one of the good ones. She just has to be careful about appearances. Now I just have to worry about the other teachers, Harry said. And the ministry. Anne. One step at a time, Daphne interrupted. You can't fix everything at once. Focus on what's right in front of you. Harry nodded. You're right. I'm trying to do too much, too fast. Maybe, Daphne agreed. But that's also your strength. You're not afraid to try, even when the odds are against you. That's rare, Harry. Don't lose it. February brought the first real test of Harry's new approach. A group of Slytherin students had cornered a Muggleborn second year in the corridor, hexing her and calling her names. Harry had heard the commotion and run to intervene, arriving just in time to see Draco Malfoy and his cronies laughing as the girl cowered on the floor. Enough, Harry said, stepping between them. What do you think you're doing? Potter, Draco sneered. Always playing the hero. This is none of your business. It is my business, Harry said, his voice cold. You're bullying someone who can't defend herself. That makes it everyone's business. Draco laughed. And what are you going to do about it? Fight me? You know what happens when you fight a Malfoy. Harry didn't respond. Instead, he raised his wand and cast a spell he'd been perfecting for weeks, a shield charm that expanded to cover both himself and the girl behind him. The spell was so powerful that it actually pushed Draco and his cronies back a step. Try again, Harry said calmly. I dare you. Draco's eyes narrowed. You're not worth my time. Come on, let's go. But as he turned to leave, Harry heard him mutter something to his friends. He'll get what's coming to him. They all will. Harry watched them go, his heart pounding. He'd just crossed a line, and he knew it. But for the first time, he didn't care. That was stupid, Daphne said later. You just made an enemy of the Malfoys. I already had an enemy in the Malfoys, Harry said. And the girl needed help. I couldn't just stand there and watch. Daphne sighed. You're impossible, you know that. You can't just keep rushing into things without thinking. I think plenty, Harry said. I just don't let fear stop me. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. That's why people follow you, she said. That's why they believe in you. Because you don't let fear stop you. Harry felt his face flush. I just don't, Daphne said. Don't apologize for being brave. Just try to be a little more careful, okay? I'd rather not have to explain to everyone why the famous Harry Potter got himself killed. Harry couldn't get Daphne's words out of his head. He wondered what it would be like to have someone worry about him, not because he was the chosen one, but because he was Harry. Just Harry. It was a strange thought, and he pushed it away. He had too many other things to focus on. But the thought lingered, a small warmth in the cold months that followed. March brought the first hints of spring, and with them, a new urgency. Harry had been tracking the war more carefully, reading the Daily Prophet and comparing it to the intelligence Daphne's family was able to gather. The Ministry was continuing its campaign of denial, but the Death Eaters were growing bolder. Attacks were happening more frequently. People were dying. The Ministry is going to have to admit the truth eventually, Harry said one evening, his voice full of frustration. How much longer can they keep pretending? Until it's too late, Daphne said grimly. That's how it always works. They'll wait until the situation is completely out of control, and then they'll finally act. By which point it will be too late to do anything useful, Harry finished. That's what they want, isn't it? To wait until the war is over, one way or another, and then pretend they were on the right side all along. Daphne nodded. Exactly. That's why we can't rely on them. We have to find our own way. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I've been thinking about that, he said. The old families, the ones who've been running the magical world for centuries. They have all the power, all the knowledge, all the connections. But they're also the ones who created this mess. So what do we do about it? We make new connections, Harry said. We find people outside the system, muggleborns, half-bloods, anyone who's been excluded. We build a network that isn't tied to the old power structures. Daphne's eyes widened. That's ambitious. I know, Harry said. But I've been learning a lot from that book you gave me. The old families rose to power by forming alliances and accumulating knowledge. We can do the same thing, but we'll be building a new system, not preserving the old one. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Let's do it, she said. Together. The rest of the term passed in a blur. Harry continued his training, expanded the DA, and slowly built the network he and Daphne had envisioned. It wasn't easy, there were setbacks and disappointments, students who were too frightened to join, others who were too loyal to the old ways. But there were successes too. A group of Ravenclaws who'd been studying magical theory in secret. A handful of Hufflepuffs who'd been practicing advanced spell work on their own. A group of Slytherins, Daphne's contacts, who were tired of being seen as the enemy. It wasn't a revolution. Not yet. But it was a beginning. As the end of term approached, Harry found himself thinking about the summer ahead. He'd be returning to the Dursleys, and the thought filled him with dread. But for the first time, he had something to look forward to. A purpose. A plan. Are you all right? Daphne asked. They were standing in the astronomy tower, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. I'm fine, Harry said. Just thinking. About what? About the future, Harry admitted. About what I'm going to do when I leave Hogwarts. About whether I'll survive long enough to see it. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she stepped closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper. You're going to survive, she said. I don't know how I know that, but I do. You're going to survive, and you're going to change everything. Harry looked at her. In the starlight, her eyes seemed to glow. How can you be so sure? Because I believe in you, Daphne said. And I'm never wrong about these things. Harry felt something shift inside him, a warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature. He wasn't in love with Daphne Greengrass. Not yet. But he was beginning to understand what it might feel like. Thank you, he said. For everything. Daphne smiled. Don't thank me yet. We've only just begun. The train ride home was bittersweet. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, laughing and talking like old times, but part of his mind was elsewhere. Thinking about the summer ahead. The war that was waiting for him. Harry, you're doing it again, Hermione said. You're drifting off. Sorry, Harry said, forcing himself to focus. I'm just tired. Tired of what? Ron asked. Tired of saving the world. Harry laughed, but there was little humor in it. Something like that. The train pulled into King's Cross, and Harry gathered his things. He said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, promising to write, and then he was alone on the platform, waiting for the Dursleys. They arrived on time, looking as disgusted as ever. Uncle Vernon grunted a greeting, Aunt Petunia sniffed, and Dudley glared at Harry as if he'd personally ruined his summer. Get in the car, Vernon said. And don't cause any trouble. Harry got in the car. He looked out the window as they drove away from King's Cross, watching the city pass by. This summer was going to be different, he decided. He'd finally realized the truth, he'd been a pawn in a game he hadn't understood. But he wasn't going to be a pawn anymore. He was going to be the one making the moves. No more playing along. No more following orders. No more trusting people who had their own hidden agendas. This summer, Harry Potter was going to become his own person. And when he returned to Hogwarts in the fall, everything was going to change. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Greengrass Secret. The summer sun beat down on Privet Drive, baking the perfectly manicured lawns and making the pavement shimmer with heat. In the smallest bedroom of number 4, Harry Potter sat cross-legged on his bed, the ancient Greengrass family book spread open before him. He'd been reading it for weeks now, devouring every page, memorizing every detail. The book was more than a history, it was a chronicle of secrets, a record of things the magical world had chosen to forget. And the deeper Harry delved, the more he realized how little he truly understood about the world he'd been born into. The book spoke of a time before the Ministry, before the Statute of Secrecy, before the rigid structures that now governed wizarding life. It spoke of ancient magic that had been lost, of bloodlines that carried power beyond what modern witches and wizards could imagine. It spoke of prophecies, not just the one that had condemned Harry to a lifetime of struggle, but others, older prophecies that had shaped the magical world in ways no one remembered. Harry's eyes were growing tired, the words blurring on the page. He was about to close the book when something caught his attention, a passage written in a different hand, newer than the rest, as if someone had added it recently. Asterisk, the Greengrass line carries a burden that has been passed down through generations, a truth that must be protected, a secret that could change everything. We are the keepers of the first prophecy, the one that came before all others. And we have been waiting for the one who would be worthy to hear it. Asterisk. Harry's heart began to race. He read the passage again, then again, trying to understand what it meant. A prophecy that came before all others. A secret that could change everything. He thought about Daphne, about how she'd given him this book without hesitation, how she trusted him with something that could destroy her family if it fell into the wrong hands. She'd known what was in these pages. She'd known and she'd chosen to share it anyway. But why? Why would she trust him, a stranger, with something so dangerous? The answer came to him in a flash of understanding. Because she believed he was the one the prophecy was about. The one who was worthy to hear it. Harry closed the book carefully and set it aside. He needed to know more. He needed to talk to Daphne. Getting to Daphne's house wasn't easy. Harry had to wait until the Dursleys were asleep, then use a carefully worded spell to unlock the window and climb out onto the roof. He'd become an expert at sneaking out over the years, but this was different, he wasn't just escaping. He was seeking answers. The journey to the Greengrass estate was long and complicated. Harry had to apparate twice, a skill he'd been practicing with Daphne's help, and then walk for nearly an hour through dense woodland. By the time he reached the gates, he was exhausted and sweating despite the cool night air. The Greengrass Manor was a sprawling estate, hidden from Muggle eyes by powerful enchantments. Harry could feel the magic as he approached, a humming in the air that made his skin prickle. He reached the gates and was about to try the latch when they swung open of their own accord. "Come in," a voice said. It wasn't Daphne's voice. It was older, more formal, with an edge of command. "We've been expecting you." Harry stepped through the gates and walked up the gravel path toward the manor. The building loomed before him, all dark stone and tall windows, ivy climbing up its walls. It was beautiful in a severe, ancient way, nothing like the Dursleys' suburban home. The front door opened before he could knock. Standing in the doorway was a woman who could only be Daphne's mother. She had the same grey-blue eyes, the same elegant features, the same measured composure. But where Daphne was guarded, her mother seemed almost openly assessing, as if she were weighing Harry's worth with a single glance. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I am Cordelia Greengrass. Please, come inside. My daughter has told me so much about you." Harry followed her into the manor, trying not to gawk at the opulence around him. The entrance hall was vast, with a sweeping staircase and portraits that watched him pass with curious expressions. The magic in the air was thicker here, almost tangible, like walking through water. "Daphne is in the library," Cordelia said. "She's been waiting for you. I must warn you, Mr. Potter, what you are about to learn may not be what you expect. It may not be what you want. Harry stopped walking. What do you mean? Cordelia turned to face him, her expression unreadable. I mean that the truth is rarely simple. And the truth about your destiny, about the prophecy that binds you to the Dark Lord, that truth is more complicated than you can possibly imagine. She led him to the library, a vast room filled floor to ceiling with books, scrolls, and ancient artifacts. Daphne was sitting in a high-backed chair near the fireplace, looking up as Harry entered. You came, she said, and for the first time, Harry heard something like relief in her voice. I wasn't sure you would. Neither was I, Harry admitted. But I had to know. The book, the prophecy. I know, Daphne said. I was going to tell you eventually. But I needed to be sure you were ready. Cordelia stepped forward, her hands clasped in front of her. Mr. Potter, what you are about to hear has been a secret of the Greengrass family for over 1,000 years. We are the keepers of the first prophecy, a prophecy that was made before the founding of Hogwarts, before the ministry, before the rise of the Dark Lord. It speaks of a child who would be born at the end of an era, a child who would have the power to change the course of magical history. Harry felt his heart stop. A child? You mean? Yes, Cordelia said. The prophecy speaks of you, Mr. Potter. But not the way you think. Cordelia led Harry and Daphne to a hidden room behind the library, accessible only through a door that appeared when she spoke a word in a language Harry didn't recognize. The room was circular, with walls covered in paintings that seemed to move in slow motion, their subjects watching with ancient eyes. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a stone tablet covered in runes. Harry could feel the power radiating from it, a humming that seemed to vibrate in his very bones. The prophecy was made by a seer named Ethelflaed, Cordelia said, during the time of the Old Kingdoms, before the founding of Hogwarts. She was one of the greatest seers who ever lived, and her visions shaped the magical world for centuries. But this prophecy was different. It was her greatest vision, and she made it with her dying breath. Harry approached the tablet slowly, his eyes tracing the runes. What does it say? We don't know, Daphne said. Not exactly. The runes are ancient, older than anything modern wizards can read. But we've had translations passed down through the generations, and the core meaning has been preserved. Cordelia stepped forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. The prophecy speaks of two children, born in the shadow of death, who would carry the fate of the magical world between them. One would bear the mark of a serpent's kiss, tainted by darkness and hatred. The other would carry the light of the old magic, the power to heal and rebuild. Harry frowned. Two children. But the prophecy about me and Voldemort. That prophecy is a shadow, Cordelia said. A copy. The Dark Lord heard it through his spies and believed it was about you, about him. But he was wrong. The prophecy he heard was only a fragment of the true prophecy, a small piece of a much larger whole. Harry's mind was reeling. So Voldemort was wrong. The prophecy doesn't really mean. Voldemort was wrong about many things, Daphne said. But he wasn't entirely wrong. You are the child of the prophecy, Harry. You are the one who carries the light. But you are not alone. There is another, a child of darkness, who is your mirror and your counterpart. Harry stared at her. Who? Who is the other child? Cordelia and Daphne exchanged a look. Then Cordelia spoke, her voice heavy with centuries of burden. We don't know who the other child is, she said. But we know that your fate is tied to theirs. The two of you are bound together, two halves of a whole. If one falls, the other falls. If one rises, the other rises. And the outcome of your battle will determine the future of the magical world for generations to come. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He sat down heavily on a nearby chair, his legs unable to support him any longer. Two children, he said slowly. Bound together. One light, one darkness. That's why Voldemort's connection to me is so strong. That's why I can see into his mind, feel his emotions. Because we're connected, but not in the way I thought. Exactly, Daphne said. The connection isn't just a side effect of the Horcrux. It's a manifestation of the prophecy itself. You were meant to be connected, meant to be bound together. The Horcrux is just a symptom, not the cause. Harry looked up at her. But if we're connected, if I'm his mirror, then the only way to defeat him is to defeat myself. To destroy my own light. No, Cordelia said firmly. That's not what the prophecy means. It means that the battle between you must be resolved, one way or another. But it doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself to destroy him. But Dumbledore, Harry started. Professor Dumbledore, Cordelia interrupted, has his own interpretation of the prophecy. He believes that the connection between you and the Dark Lord means that you must be the one to end him, even if that means sacrificing yourself in the process. But his interpretation is not the only one. And it may not be the correct one. Harry was silent for a long moment. Everything he believed, everything he'd been told, was being called into question. The prophecy he'd been carrying all these years, the burden of being the chosen one, it was all based on a lie. Or at least, on a partial truth. What am I supposed to do? He asked finally. If the prophecy isn't what I thought it was, if Voldemort isn't really my enemy. Voldemort is still your enemy, Daphne said. Make no mistake. He wants to destroy everything you care about, everyone you love. The prophecy may be more complicated than you thought, but the Dark Lord's intentions haven't changed. Then what does the prophecy mean? Harry asked. What am I supposed to do with it? Cordelia stepped forward, her eyes meeting Harry's with a gravity that made him shiver. The prophecy means that you are not just a weapon, Mr. Potter. You are not just a sacrifice. You are a force of change. A catalyst. The battle between you and the Dark Lord will decide the future, but how it ends is not predetermined. You have choices, you have power, you have the ability to shape your own destiny. Harry looked down at his hands. They were trembling, he realized. Trembling with the weight of everything he'd just learned. Why me? He asked. Why was I chosen for this? What makes me so special? Daphne reached out and took his hand. You're not special, she said. Not the way people think. You're not a chosen one because of some magical destiny or innate power. You're chosen because you refused to give up. Because you fought back when everything was against you. Because you kept fighting, even when there was no hope left. Harry looked at her, something shifting in his chest. I don't feel special, he admitted. I feel like I'm stumbling through the dark, making mistakes, hurting the people I care about. I feel like I'm failing. That's exactly what makes you special, Daphne said. You're willing to admit your failures. You're willing to try anyway. Most people would have given up long ago. You didn't. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. All right, he said. What do I need to do? The night stretched on as Cordelia and Daphne explained the full extent of the Greengrass secret. The prophecy was just the beginning, there was so much more to learn about the old magic, the ancient families, the hidden history of the magical world. Your mother's family, Cordelia said, the Evans line, they were descended from an ancient magical bloodline. The magic was hidden, suppressed by centuries of intermarriage with Muggles. But it was still there, dormant, waiting to be awakened. Harry's eyes widened. But Lily Evans was Muggleborn. She was, Cordelia agreed. Her parents were Muggles. But somewhere in her ancestry, there was a witch. A powerful one. The magic was passed down through the generations, growing weaker each time it mixed with non-magical blood. But it was still there, waiting for the right combination of circumstances to be awakened. And I'm that combination. Partially, Cordelia said. Your mother's love was the key. It broke the power of the Dark Lord's curse, not because she was a powerful witch, but because she was the last carrier of the Evans line's magic. When she sacrificed herself for you, she poured that magic into you, protecting you in ways that not even Dumbledore fully understands. Harry thought about his mother, about the love that had saved him. He'd always known it was important, had always held on to the memory of her sacrifice. But he'd never understood it the way he did now. The magic is still inside you, Daphne said. It's been growing stronger as you've grown older, preparing you for what's to come. That's why you're able to do things that other wizards can't. The Patronus charm, the connection to the Dark Lord, it's all connected to the Evans bloodline. Harry shook his head slowly. So I'm not just the child of the prophecy. I'm something else. Something more. Yes, Cordelia said. And that's why the Greengrass family has been watching you all these years. We knew you would need guidance, knowledge, protection. We knew you couldn't do this alone. Then why didn't anyone tell me? Harry asked, his voice rising. Why did I have to find out like this, through a book and a secret meeting? Cordelia's eyes softened. Because you weren't ready. Because knowing the truth too soon can be more dangerous than not knowing it at all. You needed to grow, to learn, to become strong enough to carry the burden of what you would discover. And now you are. The sky was beginning to lighten when Harry finally emerged from the hidden room. He was exhausted, his mind reeling with everything he'd learned. But there was something else too, a strange sense of peace that he hadn't felt in years. He knew now that the prophecy was more than just a death sentence. It was a call to action, a challenge to rise above the limitations that had been placed on him. He wasn't just the boy who lived. He was the one who would change everything. Daphne walked with him to the gates, her hand brushing against his in the darkness. Are you all right? She asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. I feel like I've been turned inside out. Everything I thought I knew, everything I believed, it's all different now. That's because it is, Daphne said. But that's not a bad thing. It means you finally have the truth. You finally know what you're really fighting for. Harry stopped walking and turned to face her. Why did you trust me with all of this? Your family's secret, the prophecy, it could destroy everything you've built if it fell into the wrong hands. Daphne met his eyes steadily. Because I've been watching you, Harry. For years, I've been watching you, and I've seen what everyone else seems to miss. The strength, the courage, the refusal to give up even when everything is against you. I trust you because you've earned it. Harry felt something stir in his chest, something that had nothing to do with the prophecy or the war. Thank you, he said. I promise I won't let you down. I know you won't, Daphne said. That's why I believe in you. She reached out and squeezed his hand, and for a moment, they stood together in the darkness, two children carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. Then Daphne pulled away, her composure returning. You should go, she said. The Dursleys will be waking soon. And you have a lot to think about. Harry nodded. I'll write to you. Let you know how things are going. I'll be waiting, Daphne said. And Harry, be careful. The truth is a dangerous thing, especially in the wrong hands. Don't share what you've learned with anyone you don't completely trust. I won't, Harry promised. The walk home was long, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere, turning over everything he'd learned. The prophecy, the ancient magic, the truth about his mother's bloodline, it was all connected, all part of a larger tapestry he was only beginning to understand. And at the center of it all was him. Harry Potter, the boy who'd been raised in a cupboard under the stairs, the boy who'd been told he was nothing, the boy who'd somehow become the most important person in the magical world. It was overwhelming. Terrifying. But it was also, in some strange way, freeing. He wasn't just a pawn anymore. He wasn't just a sacrifice. He was a choice. A chance. A possibility. And that made all the difference. The summer continued, and Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed determination. He read everything he could find about ancient magic, about bloodlines and prophecies, about the hidden history of the magical world. He practiced his spellcasting until his fingers blistered, his mind focused on a single goal, becoming strong enough to face whatever was coming. Daphne wrote to him regularly, sending books and information that couldn't be found in any library. The letters were careful, coded, full of references that only Harry would understand. But beneath the careful language, there was something else, a warmth, a connection, that grew stronger with each passing day. "You're different," Hermione observed when they met in Diagon Alley for school supplies. "Something's changed." Harry smiled. "I'm just growing up, Hermione." "We all are." Hermione studied him for a long moment. "I'm not sure that's all it is. But I'm glad. You seem happier. More at peace." "I am," Harry said. "I finally know what I'm fighting for." The last week of summer was the hardest. Harry had to say goodbye to Daphne, at least for a while, and the thought of returning to Hogwarts without her constant presence was almost unbearable. "You'll be fine," Daphne assured him. "We'll see each other at school. And we have the OWLs to look forward to." Harry laughed despite himself. "Even you can't make OWLs sound exciting." "Watch me," Daphne said, and there was a challenge in her voice that made Harry's heart skip. He wrote to her all week, long letters filled with everything he was thinking and feeling. And each letter she sent back was filled with the same openness, the same honesty. By the time Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express, he felt ready for whatever the new year would bring. He had knowledge, power, allies. And most importantly, he had Daphne. The journey to Hogwarts was uneventful, but Harry barely noticed. He was thinking about the future, about the choices he would have to make, about the battle that was waiting for him. "What are you thinking about?" Ron asked, breaking into his thoughts. "Just the war," Harry said. "And what comes after?" Ron nodded slowly. "I know what you mean. My dad's been talking about it a lot lately. The Ministry's a mess, and the Death Eaters are getting bolder. It's only going to get worse." "I know," Harry said. "That's why we have to be ready." Hermione looked up from her book. "Ready for what?" "Ready to do what needs to be done," Harry said. "Ready to fight for what's right. Ready to build something better when this is all over." The train rolled on, carrying Harry toward the future he was determined to shape. Hogwarts was as magnificent as ever, its towers reaching toward the sky, its windows glowing with warm light. The great hall was filled with students, their voices rising in a buzz of excitement and anticipation. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, looking around at the familiar faces. Ron, Hermione, Neville, the Weasley twins, they were all here, all part of his life, all part of the world he was trying to save. And across the room, at the Slytherin table, Daphne was watching him. She met his eyes and nodded, a small gesture that carried a world of meaning. "We're in this together," the gesture said. "Whatever comes, we face it together." Harry nodded back, feeling a surge of warmth in his chest. The sorting began, but Harry barely noticed. He was thinking about the future, about the choices he would have to make. And he knew, with a certainty that surprised him, that he was ready. He was ready to fight. Ready to change. Ready to be the person the prophecy spoke of. And nothing, not Voldemort, not the Ministry, not even Dumbledore himself, was going to stop him. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Breaking the Old Rules. The first week of the new term brought a shift in the atmosphere at Hogwarts that Harry could feel in his bones. It wasn't just the usual excitement of a new school year, there was something else in the air, something tense and expectant. The students whispered in corridors, their conversations cut short when professors approached. The teachers seemed more watchful, their eyes tracking movements in the halls with unusual intensity. Harry understood why. The war was escalating. Voldemort's attacks were becoming bolder, more frequent. The Daily Prophet was full of stories about disappearances, mysterious deaths, and the growing chaos in the magical world. And yet, the Ministry continued its campaign of denial, insisting that everything was under control. It was a lie, and everyone knew it. Harry sat in the great hall during breakfast, his eyes scanning the room. He noticed the tension in the students' shoulders, the fear in their eyes. He noticed how the Slytherins seemed to be watching the other houses with a mixture of contempt and wariness. He noticed how the teachers exchanged glances that spoke of secrets they couldn't share. They were all waiting for something. Something terrible. Something inevitable. Harry understood that waiting was the worst part. He'd spent enough of his life waiting for the Dursleys' cruelty to end, waiting for the war to begin, waiting for Voldemort to strike. He was done waiting. "We need to do something," Harry said to Daphne later that day, as they walked through the corridors toward their next class. "Do something about what?" "About all of this," Harry said, gesturing vaguely at the castle around them. "The fear, the tension, the way everyone's just sitting around waiting for disaster to strike. We need to give them hope. Something to fight for." Daphne was quiet for a moment. "That's a big task, Harry. Hope isn't something you can just give someone. It has to be earned." "Then we'll earn it," Harry said. "But we can't do it by being passive. We have to be proactive. We have to show people that they don't have to be victims." Daphne looked at him with those sharp grey-blue eyes. "What exactly do you have in mind?" Harry's lips curved into a smile that was more determined than warm. "I'm going to break some rules. And I'm going to get everyone else to break them with me." The first rule Harry broke was the most obvious: he stopped being quiet about his suspicions. In defense against the dark arts, when Professor Umbridge, a Ministry-appointed toad of a woman who seemed determined to make everyone's lives miserable, insisted that Voldemort's return was a lie, Harry stood up and contradicted her. "Professor," he said, his voice calm but carrying throughout the room, "I've seen Lord Voldemort with my own eyes. I've watched him torture and kill. I've felt his magic and seen his followers. He's back, and pretending he isn't is only going to make things worse." The room went completely silent. Umbridge's face, which had been pink with forced cheerfulness, went white with rage. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice a dangerous purr, "you are in direct violation of Ministry policy. I will have to report this." "Do what you have to do," Harry said. "But I'm not going to sit here and pretend the truth isn't real. That would be a lie, and I've had enough of lies to last a lifetime." The other students were staring at him with a mixture of fear and admiration. Umbridge wrote something on a piece of parchment with a quill that seemed to scratch across the surface like nails on glass. "Detention, Mr. Potter," she said. "Every evening this week. I will teach you the meaning of discipline if it's the last thing I do." Harry met her eyes steadily. "I'll be there. But I won't stop telling the truth." The detention that evening was brutal. Umbridge made Harry write lines with a quill that carved the words into the back of his hand, the ink made of his own blood. It hurt like hell, and Harry had to grit his teeth to keep from crying out. But he refused to show weakness, refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing him break. "I must not tell lies," the words repeated, forming welts that would take days to heal. Harry wrote them over and over, the pain escalating with each word. But beneath the physical agony, there was something else, a cold, burning resolve. "She thinks this will break me," Harry thought. She thinks a little pain will make me give up. She doesn't understand what I've already survived, By the time the detention was over, Harry's hand was a mess of bloody welts. He wrapped it in a handkerchief and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, ignoring the stares of the students he passed. Hermione found him in the common room, his hand throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. "Harry. What happened?" "Umbridge happened," Harry said grimly. "She's got a quill that makes you write with your own blood." Hermione's face went pale. That's illegal. That's torture. We have to report her. To who? Harry asked. The Ministry. She's their representative. They'll just say I'm lying to make trouble. Hermione was silent, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I hate this, she whispered. I hate what they're doing to you. I hate feeling so helpless. Harry reached out and squeezed her hand, his good hand, not the one covered in welts. We're not helpless, Hermione. We just have to be smart. We have to work together. That's what the DA is for. Hermione nodded, wiping her eyes. You're right. You're right. We'll find a way to fight back. We always do. The second rule Harry broke was more subtle, but no less significant. He started openly challenging the traditions and structures that had governed Hogwarts for centuries. It began in potions class, when Professor Snape made a particularly cutting remark about Neville's incompetence. Harry, who'd been biting his tongue for years, finally spoke up. Professor, he said, with all due respect, Neville's potion is actually better than Malfoy's. Perhaps you should check again. Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. And what would you know, Potter? Your own potion is barely adequate. I know that Neville's been working twice as hard as everyone else to improve, Harry said calmly. And I know that insults don't help anyone learn. If you want your students to succeed, maybe you should try teaching instead of mocking. The class went dead silent. Even Malfoy looked shocked. Snape's face went through a series of expressions, rage, disbelief, and then something that might have been grudging respect. Detention, Potter, Snape said finally. And 5 points from Gryffindor for your insolence. Harry accepted the punishment without argument. But later, Neville found him in the common room, his eyes red with emotion. Harry, Neville said, his voice shaking, I don't know what to say. No one's ever stood up for me like that before. Someone should have, Harry said. You're a good wizard, Neville. You just need a teacher who believes in you. Neville swallowed hard. Do you really think I could be good? At potions, I mean. I know you can, Harry said. And I'll help you, if you want. We can practice together. Neville nodded, a tear slipping down his cheek. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Harry watched his friend leave, feeling a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the fire in the grate. He was learning that sometimes, the most important battles weren't fought with wands. Sometimes, they were fought with words. With kindness. With the courage to speak up when no one else would. The third rule Harry broke was the most dangerous. He started openly questioning the Ministry's authority. It happened during a meeting of the DA, which had grown to include nearly 50 students from all 4 houses. Harry was teaching defensive magic, but he'd also started incorporating lessons on wizarding society, on the history of the magical world, the structure of the Ministry, and the ways power had been concentrated in the hands of a few families. The Ministry wants you to believe that they're the only ones who can protect you, Harry said, his voice carrying through the room of requirement. That if you just follow the rules, everything will be fine. But we all know that's not true. The Ministry failed us when Voldemort first rose to power, and they're failing us again now. A murmur ran through the room. Students exchanged glances, some nervous, some excited. So what do we do? Cho Chang asked. We can't just overthrow the Ministry. No, Harry agreed. But we can start building alternatives. We can start learning things they don't want us to learn. We can start forming alliances that aren't based on blood status or political connections. We can be ready for the world that's coming, even if the Ministry refuses to see it. Ernie Macmillan raised his hand. You're talking about a revolution. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe I'm just talking about survival. About making sure that when the war is over, we're the ones who get to decide what the magical world looks like. The room was silent. Harry could see the fear on their faces, but also the hope, the same hope he'd felt when he first learned the truth about the prophecy. "We can't do this alone," Daphne said, stepping forward. "But we can do it together. The old families have been running things for centuries, and look where that's gotten us. It's time for something new." The students began to talk among themselves, their voices growing louder and more animated. Harry watched them, feeling a surge of hope. This was what it looked like, he realized. This was what change looked like. The backlash came quickly. Within days, Harry had been summoned to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his face grave, his eyes tired. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "I've been hearing some concerning things about your activities outside of class." "I'm sure you have," Harry said evenly. "People talk." "This isn't a game, Harry," Dumbledore said. "The Ministry is watching you. Umbridge is reporting every move you make. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself in Azkaban, or worse." Harry met the old wizard's eyes steadily. "I know the risks. I'm not going to stop." Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his temples. "I understand your anger, Harry. Truly, I do. But you must understand that change cannot happen overnight. There are forces at work that you don't fully comprehend." "Then tell me," Harry said, his voice sharp. "Tell me what I don't understand. Tell me about the prophecy, about the connection between me and Voldemort, about the real reason you've been manipulating my life since I was a baby." Dumbledore's face went white. "Harry, No," Harry interrupted. "I've been patient. I've trusted you. I've done everything you've asked without asking for anything in return. But I'm done being a pawn, Professor. I'm done being kept in the dark." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well," he said. "You want the truth? Then sit down, and I'll tell you." The truth was worse than Harry had imagined. Dumbledore told him everything, not just about the prophecy, but about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's quest for immortality, about the possibility that Harry himself carried a piece of the Dark Lord's soul inside him. "You mean I'm a Horcrux?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Possibly," Dumbledore admitted. "I cannot be certain, but the evidence suggests it. The connection you share with Voldemort, the scar, the visions, the ability to see into his mind, it all points to a piece of his soul residing within you." Harry felt the world tilt. "So the only way to defeat him is to destroy the Horcrux. To destroy me." Dumbledore's eyes filled with pain. "I don't know if that's the only way," he said. "But it may be necessary. I have been trying to find another solution for years, but you haven't found one," Harry finished. "You've been preparing me for death since I was a baby." "Harry, Don't," Harry said, his voice cold. "Don't try to explain. I understand perfectly. You raised me like a pig for slaughter, all while pretending to care about me." Dumbledore flinched as if he'd been struck. "That's not. I do care about you, Harry. More than you know. But not enough to save me," Harry said. "Not enough to find another way." The words hung in the air between them, a chasm that couldn't be bridged. Then Harry stood up, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for telling me the truth," he said. "That's more than you've given me before. But I'm not going to accept this. I'm not going to just lie down and die for the greater good. I'm going to find another way." He walked out of the office without looking back. The days that followed were a blur of activity. Harry threw himself into his research with renewed determination, poring over books and scrolls, looking for any information about Horcruxes, soul magic, and the possibility of separating a piece of a soul from a living host. Daphne was with him every step of the way. She'd become his constant companion, his ally, his confidant. She brought him food when he forgot to eat, forced him to sleep when he was too exhausted to think, and argued with him when he was being too reckless. "You can't do this alone," she told him one night, her voice fierce. "You can't carry this burden by yourself. Let me help you." "I don't want to drag you into this," Harry said. "It's too dangerous." "Too dangerous." Daphne laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Harry, I've been involved from the moment I gave you that book. I'm not going anywhere. We're in this together, whether you like it or not." Harry looked at her, really looked at her, and felt something shift inside him. She was beautiful, he realized. Not just pretty, but beautiful in a way that went far beyond her appearance. She was fierce and brilliant and utterly loyal, and she believed in him when he didn't even believe in himself. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough. "For everything." Daphne reached out and took his hand. "You're not alone, Harry. You never were." The breaking point came during a DA meeting in mid-October. Umbridge had been cracking down on student activities, conducting random searches and threatening anyone she suspected of forming unauthorized study groups. She hadn't found the DA yet, but it was only a matter of time. "We need to move the meetings," Hermione said. "The room of requirement is safe for now, but if Umbridge gets suspicious, she'll find a way to force her way in." "Where else could we go?" Ron asked. "The castle isn't exactly full of secret rooms." Harry looked around at his fellow students, at the hope and fear in their eyes. They were looking to him for answers, for leadership, for a way out of the mess they were in. And then, suddenly, he knew what to do. "We take the fight to her," Harry said. "We don't hide. We don't run. We confront." The room erupted into murmurs. "What do you mean?" Cho asked. "We can't just attack a ministry official." "Not attack," Harry said. "Expose. We show everyone what she really is, a petty tyrant who's more interested in maintaining the ministry's power than in protecting students. We expose her methods, her cruelty, her lies." "And how do we do that?" Daphne asked, her eyes sharp. "We document everything," Harry said. "We record her detentions, her threats, her refusal to teach us anything useful. We get evidence, and then we make it public." The students began to talk among themselves, their voices rising with excitement. Harry watched them, feeling a strange sense of calm. This was it. This was the moment everything changed. It took weeks to gather the evidence. Students came forward with stories of Umbridge's cruelty, her blood-quilled detentions, her threats of expulsion, her deliberate attempts to sabotage their education. Harry and Daphne organized the information, creating a document that would expose everything Umbridge had done. "You're sure about this?" Daphne asked, the night before they were going to send the information to the Daily Prophet. "Once we do this, there's no going back." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm not going to let her keep hurting people. Not anymore." Daphne nodded slowly. "All right. I'm with you." The next morning, a package containing all the evidence was sent to the Daily Prophet, addressed to a journalist who'd been sympathetic to Harry's claims about Voldemort's return. It was a gamble. The Prophet was firmly under ministry control, but Harry had made arrangements for copies to be sent to other publications as well, including the Quibbler and several independent magical newspapers. Within days, the story broke. The Daily Prophet splashed it across the front page, "Umbridge's cruelty exposed, students tell all." The coverage was damning, filled with testimonies from students, photographs of injuries, and detailed accounts of Umbridge's methods. The ministry panicked. Cornelius Fudge tried to deny the allegations, but the evidence was too overwhelming. Parents started demanding answers, threatening to remove their children from Hogwarts if something wasn't done. Umbridge was recalled to the ministry for an internal review. She was never seen at Hogwarts again. Harry stood in the Great Hall during breakfast, watching his fellow students celebrate her departure. They were cheering, laughing, hugging each other with relief. "You did it," Ron said, clapping Harry on the back. "You actually did it. We all did it, Harry said. Everyone who came forward, everyone who took a risk. It wasn't just me. Hermione was beaming, her eyes shining with pride. This is incredible. This is the kind of change we've been talking about. The kind of change that's possible when people stand together. Harry nodded slowly. He was proud of what they'd accomplished, proud of the way the students had rallied together. But he knew this was just the beginning. There were more battles to fight, more rules to break, more changes to make. But for now, he would let himself enjoy the victory. He would let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, they really could change the world. The night after Umbridge's departure, Harry found himself on the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. The air was cold, but he barely noticed. He was thinking about everything that had happened, everything that was still to come. Couldn't sleep. Daphne's voice came from behind him. Harry turned to see her emerging from the shadows. "What are you doing here?" "Same thing you are," she said. "Too much on my mind." They stood together in silence for a while, looking out at the grounds below. The castle was quiet, peaceful in a way it hadn't been in months. "What happens now?" Daphne asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean after this," she said. "Umbridge is gone, but the ministry is still corrupt. The war is still coming. We've won a battle, but we haven't won the war." Harry nodded slowly. "I know. But we've made a start. We've shown people that things can change. That's something." Daphne turned to face him, her eyes searching his. "You're really going to do this, aren't you? You're really going to try to change everything?" "I don't have a choice," Harry said. "If I don't try, who will?" Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him. "Then I'll be with you," she said. "Every step of the way." Harry felt his heart stop. Her embrace was warm, comforting, full of a tenderness he'd never known. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against his chest. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." "Always," Daphne whispered back. The next morning, Harry woke with a feeling of purpose he hadn't felt in years. The world was still dangerous, still uncertain, still full of challenges he didn't fully understand. But for the first time, he felt like he was on the right path. He walked into the great hall with his head held high, ready for whatever the day would bring. The future was waiting. And Harry Potter was finally ready to meet it. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The First Change. The morning after Umbridge's departure, Harry woke to find the castle transformed. It wasn't a physical change, the stones were still grey, the corridors still winding, the enchanted ceiling still showing the grey October sky, but something in the atmosphere had shifted. Students walked with lighter steps. Laughter echoed through the halls. Even the portraits seemed more animated, their subjects chattering with unusual enthusiasm. Harry felt it too. A weight had been lifted from his shoulders, not completely, but enough to make him breathe easier. He'd done something real. Something that mattered. The system was still broken, the war still raging, but for the first time, Harry believed that real change was possible. He was walking toward the great hall for breakfast when he heard the commotion. A group of students had gathered in the entrance hall, their voices raised in excitement. Harry pushed through the crowd to see what was happening. A first-year Hufflepuff girl was standing in the center of the circle, her face flushed with pride. In her hands, she held a small object, a glowing orb that pulsed with a soft, golden light. "Where did you get that?" someone asked. "I made it," the girl said, her voice trembling with excitement. "I was practicing the Lumos charm, and I thought, what if I could make it last longer? What if I could make it permanent? So I tried something different, and," she held up the orb, "this happened." Harry felt a surge of recognition. The girl had done something remarkable, she'd taken a simple spell and transformed it into something new. She'd broken the rules, experimented, created something that shouldn't have been possible according to the textbooks. "May I see it?" Harry asked, stepping forward. The girl's eyes went wide when she recognized him. "Harry Potter." "Yes, of course." She handed him the orb carefully, as if it were made of glass. Harry held it up to the light, examining the intricate magic woven into it. The spell was simple but elegant, a variation on the Lumos charm that Harry had never seen before. "This is incredible," he said honestly. "How did you do it?" I just thought about what I wanted it to do," the girl said. "I wanted the light to stay, not just for a moment but for as long as I needed it. So I imagined the light becoming solid, like a ball I could hold. And then it just happened." Harry handed the orb back to her, a smile spreading across his face. "You're a natural, you know that. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something because it's not in the textbooks." The girl beamed. "Thank you, Harry." As the crowd dispersed, Harry stood in the entrance hall, thinking. That girl had done something remarkable, not because she was exceptionally powerful, but because she'd been willing to experiment. She'd been willing to break the rules, to try something that hadn't been tried before. And she'd succeeded. Harry realized that this was the key to everything. The magical world had become stagnant, locked in traditions that had outlived their usefulness. The pureblood families hoarded knowledge, the ministry suppressed innovation, and schools like Hogwarts taught the same spells and potions that had been taught for centuries. But magic wasn't static. It was alive, evolving, waiting to be shaped by those brave enough to try. Harry knew what he had to do. He had to create a space where experimentation was encouraged, where students could try new things without fear of punishment or ridicule. He had to build something new. The first change Harry made was to the DA meetings. Instead of just teaching defensive spells, he started encouraging students to explore their own magical abilities. He set up stations around the room of requirement where students could experiment with different types of magic, some stations for combat spells, some for healing, some for magical theory. "Don't just follow the instructions," Harry told them. "Think about what you want the magic to do. Imagine it. Feel it. And then try to make it happen." At first, the students were hesitant. They'd been taught for years that magic was a set of rules, a series of steps to follow. But slowly, they began to experiment. They started combining spells, modifying incantations, pushing the boundaries of what they'd been taught. The results were extraordinary. One Ravenclaw managed to create a shielding charm that could deflect multiple spells at once. A Hufflepuff developed a variation of the Patronus charm that could communicate messages over long distances. A Gryffindor discovered a way to use transfiguration in combat, transforming attacks into harmless objects. "Look at what they're doing," Hermione said, her voice full of wonder. "They're inventing new magic. Real, practical magic. This is the kind of thing that hasn't been seen since the Founders' time." "It's not just them," Harry said. "It's everywhere. Students are starting to realize that they don't have to be limited by what they're taught. They can create their own paths." Hermione nodded slowly. "But we have to be careful. The Ministry won't like this. They want to control magic, not let it flourish." "I know," Harry said. "That's why we have to be smart about it. We can't let them find out what we're doing." The second change was more ambitious. Harry started working with Daphne to create a network of students who could serve as contacts and resources for each other. The network wasn't just about fighting Voldemort, it was about building a community that could survive and thrive even if the Ministry fell. "We can't rely on the old families to protect us," Harry said to the group one night. "They've had centuries to build their power, and they've used it to enrich themselves at everyone else's expense. We need to build something different, a network based on trust and mutual support, not on blood status or political connections." Daphne spoke up, her voice clear and confident. My family has contacts all over the magical world. They're not all Death Eaters, not all Ministry loyalists. Some of them are just tired. Tired of the corruption, the infighting, the endless struggle for power. They want something better, but they don't know how to get it. Then we show them, Harry said. We prove that there's another way. The network grew slowly at first, then faster as word spread. Students from all 4 houses joined, as did some of their parents and relatives. People who'd been marginalized by the pure-blood society, Muggleborns, half-bloods, even some purebloods who'd been cut off from their families for refusing to toe the line, found a home in the network. We're building an army, Ron said one night, his voice equal parts awe and concern. An army of people who don't trust the Ministry and don't want to join the Death Eaters. What are we going to do with them? We're going to be ready, Harry said. For whatever comes. The third change came unexpectedly, during a trip to Hogsmeade in late November. Harry and Daphne were walking through the village, enjoying the crisp winter air, when they saw a group of Aurors accosting a family of Muggles who had wandered too close to the magical settlement. The Muggles were terrified, their faces pale, their hands shaking. The Aurors were shouting at them, threatening them with memory charms and worse. Stop! Harry shouted, running toward them. What are you doing? The lead Auror turned, his face twisted with contempt. This is Ministry business, boy. Get back. These people haven't done anything wrong, Harry said. They're lost, that's all. They don't know what this place is. They know enough, the Auror said. They've seen too much. Standard procedure is to erase their memories and send them on their way. Erase their memories? Harry's voice rose in outrage. That's a violation of their rights. They're people, not problems to be solved. The Auror sneered. You think you know better than the Ministry, boy. You think you can just waltz in and tell us how to do our jobs. Harry looked at the terrified Muggles, at the Auror's smug faces, and felt something snap inside him. Yes, he said. I do. He raised his wand and cast a spell that he'd been perfecting for weeks, a variation of the Confundus charm that would confuse the Aurors without harming them. The spell hit the lead Auror square in the chest, and his expression went blank. What was I doing? He asked, his voice fuzzy. You were helping these lost Muggles find their way back to the road, Harry said, his voice calm. That's all. Now go. The Aurors stumbled away, their memories altered, their purpose forgotten. Harry turned to the Muggles, who were staring at him with a mixture of fear and wonder. Go, he said gently. Follow the road back to the village. And forget you saw anything here. It's better for everyone that way. The Muggles nodded and hurried away, disappearing into the trees. Harry watched them go, his heart pounding. That was reckless, Daphne said, but there was no anger in her voice. You just attacked Ministry officials. I know, Harry said. But I couldn't let them hurt those people. They had no right to. Harry, Daphne interrupted, her voice soft. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying that you need to be careful. The Ministry won't let this go. They'll find out who did this, and they'll come after you. Harry nodded slowly. I know. But I'm not going to stop doing what's right just because it's dangerous. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a small, warm smile that made Harry's heart skip. That's why I believe in you, she said. Because you never stop doing what's right, no matter how hard it is. The consequences came faster than Harry had expected. Within a week, he was summoned to the headmaster's office again. This time, Dumbledore wasn't alone, Minister Cornelius Fudge was there, along with several Aurors and a Ministry lawyer. Mr. Potter, Fudge said, his voice oily and insincere, we have evidence that you interfered with Ministry operations in Hogsmeade last week. We're going to have to take you in for questioning. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who seemed old and tired, his eyes full of a sadness that Harry couldn't quite read. I understand, Harry said calmly. But I want it on the record that those muggles hadn't done anything wrong. They were lost, scared, and the Aurors were about to erase their memories without cause. I did what I had to do to protect them. Fudge's eyes narrowed. You don't get to decide what's right and wrong, Potter. You're just a boy. A boy who's been causing trouble since he came to this school. I've been causing trouble because the system is broken, Harry said. Someone has to point that out. Someone has to try to fix it. The Aurors stepped forward to take him, but Dumbledore raised a hand. Minister, Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight, I think we should discuss this matter privately. Harry has been through a great deal. Perhaps we can find a way to resolve this without resorting to legal action. Fudge hesitated. He clearly wanted to punish Harry, but he also didn't want to risk a confrontation with Dumbledore. Very well, Fudge said grudgingly. But this isn't over, Potter. You're on thin ice. One more incident, and I'll have you thrown into Azkaban. Harry met his eyes steadily. I understand, Minister. But I won't stop doing what's right. The meeting didn't go well for Harry. Fudge left with a warning and a threat, and Dumbledore spent the rest of the evening trying to convince Harry to be more careful. You can't keep fighting the Ministry like this, Dumbledore said. You're not powerful enough to take them on directly. You need to be strategic. I know, Harry said. But I can't just stand by while innocent people get hurt. That's not who I am. Dumbledore sighed. I know, Harry. And I admire your courage. But courage without wisdom is recklessness. You need to learn when to fight and when to wait. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right, he said. I'll try to be more careful. But I'm not going to stop fighting. I'm not going to stop trying to change things. Dumbledore's eyes softened. I wouldn't expect you to. That's not who you are, either. The weeks that followed were a strange mixture of triumph and tension. Harry continued his work with the DA, expanding the network and encouraging students to experiment with magic. But he was also more careful, more aware of the dangers that surrounded him. The network grew beyond Hogwarts, reaching into the wider wizarding world. Contacts in the Ministry leaked information about the corruption and incompetence that plagued the government. Families who'd been forced to flee their homes found refuge in safe houses organized by the network. People who'd lost faith in the old systems began to find new hope in the movement Harry was building. But there were setbacks too. Some students were caught by their families and forced to withdraw from the network. Others were threatened by Death Eaters who'd heard rumors of the growing resistance. Harry himself was attacked twice, barely escaping with his life. It's getting worse, Daphne said one night, her voice tight with worry. The Death Eaters are stepping up their attacks. They know we're building something, and they're trying to stop us. I know, Harry said. But we can't stop. We can't let them win. Daphne nodded slowly. I'm not saying we should stop. I'm just saying we need to be more careful. More strategic. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Harry thought about the students who'd been hurt, the families who'd been targeted. They were casualties of a war that was still being fought in the shadows. I know, he said. We'll be more careful. But we won't stop fighting. The final change Harry made that year was the most personal. He started opening up to the people around him, not just Daphne, but Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others. He shared his fears, his doubts, his hopes for the future. I've been carrying all of this by myself for too long, he admitted one night, sitting in the common room with his closest friends. I thought I had to be strong, that I had to bear the burden alone. But I was wrong. I need help. I need all of you. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Mate, you've always had us. You just had to ask. Hermione nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. We're your friends, Harry. We'll always be here for you. Neville spoke up, his voice quiet but firm. You've helped all of us. It's time we helped you. Harry looked around at his friends, at the people who'd stood by him through everything. He felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the fire in the grate. Thank you, he said. For everything. The year ended with a sense of hope that Harry hadn't felt in a long time. The DA was thriving, the network was growing, and the magical world was starting to change. But Harry knew that the real battles were still to come. Voldemort was still out there, building his forces. The Ministry was still corrupt, still in denial about the danger that was coming. And the prophecy still hung over Harry's head, a constant reminder of the terrible choices he would have to make. But for now, Harry was content. He'd made a difference. He'd started something that couldn't be stopped. And that was enough. The train ride home was filled with laughter and plans for the summer. Harry sat with his friends, talking about the future, about the changes they were going to make. I'll be at the Burrow for a while, Ron said. Then we can start working on the next phase of the plan. Good, Harry said. We have a lot to do. Hermione smiled. We always do. But we'll manage. We always do. Harry nodded, feeling a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. He had friends who believed in him, a mission he was determined to accomplish, and a future that was finally his to shape. The train rolled on, carrying him toward the next chapter of his life. And for the first time, Harry Potter was looking forward to what lay ahead. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Harry and Daphne's Alliance. The summer of 1996 was the hottest Harry could remember. The heat lay over Privet Drive like a suffocating blanket, making the air thick and heavy, turning the perfectly manicured lawns brown and brittle. Harry spent most of his days in his small bedroom, the window open to catch whatever breeze might find its way through the suburban streets, a stack of books and scrolls spread across his bed. He was working on something new. Something that had been germinating in his mind since the end of the previous term, since he'd watched students experiment with magic and create things that shouldn't have been possible. He was trying to understand the fundamental nature of magic itself, not just the spells and incantations, but the underlying principles that made them work. The Greengrass book had been invaluable. It contained records of magical experiments dating back centuries, accounts of witches and wizards who'd pushed beyond the boundaries of conventional magic. Harry had been reading and rereading these passages, trying to understand how they'd done it, what principles they'd discovered. But the book wasn't enough. He needed more information, more perspectives. He needed to talk to someone who understood magic on a deeper level than the textbooks could provide. He needed Daphne. Getting to the Greengrass estate was easier this time. Harry had perfected his apparition skills over the summer, and he could now travel the distance with confidence. He appeared at the gates just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the grounds. This time, Daphne was waiting for him. She stood at the gates, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders, her gray-blue eyes bright with anticipation. She was wearing a simple dress instead of her school robes, and something about the sight made Harry's heart skip. "Harry," she said, and there was warmth in her voice that hadn't been there before. "I was hoping you'd come." "I've been doing research," Harry said, holding up the book. "I think I've found something important. But I need your help to understand it." Daphne nodded, a small smile playing at her lips. "I thought you might. Come inside. There's something I want to show you." The Greengrass Manor was different in the summer. The rooms were lighter, the windows open to the warm air, the gardens in full bloom. Daphne led Harry through the house to a room he hadn't seen before, a small study filled with books and artifacts, dominated by a large desk covered in papers and diagrams. "This is my father's study," Daphne said. "He gave me permission to use it for our work. He's coming around to the idea that things need to change." Harry looked around the room, taking in the ancient books, the complex diagrams, the subtle hum of magic that filled the air. "This is amazing," he said. I've never seen anything like it. Daphne smiled. The Greengrass family has been collecting knowledge for centuries. Most of it is hidden away in vaults and secret rooms. But my father believes that knowledge should be shared, especially now, when it could make the difference between survival and destruction. Harry nodded slowly. He's right. We can't afford to keep secrets anymore. Not when the war is getting worse. Daphne moved to the desk, spreading out a set of diagrams. I've been working on something too, she said. A way to understand magical theory that doesn't rely on the old frameworks. The purebloods have been teaching magic the same way for centuries, but I think there's another way. A better way. Harry leaned in, studying the diagrams. They were complex, filled with symbols and equations he didn't fully understand. But there was something familiar about them, something that resonated with what he'd been discovering in his own research. This is brilliant, he said. How did you figure this out? Daphne's cheeks flushed slightly. I've been reading everything I can find on magical theory. And I've been experimenting. Trying to understand the underlying principles that make magic work. You've been experimenting, Harry repeated, a grin spreading across his face. Breaking the rules. Someone has to, Daphne said, and there was a challenge in her voice. The old ways aren't working. It's time for something new. Harry looked at her, really looked at her, and felt something shift inside him. She was brilliant, he realized. Brilliant and brave and utterly determined. She was exactly the partner he needed. All right, he said. Let's work together. Let's figure this out. The study became their base of operations for the summer. Harry and Daphne spent hours together, discussing magical theory, conducting experiments, and sharing the knowledge they'd accumulated. The work was intense, demanding, and utterly consuming. But there were moments of quiet too. Moments when they'd sit together in the garden, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky. Moments when they'd share a meal in the kitchen, talking about everything and nothing. Moments when Harry would catch Daphne looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You're different, she said one evening, as they sat on a stone bench overlooking the gardens. From how I imagined you, I mean. Harry raised an eyebrow. How did you imagine me? Daphne laughed, a soft, musical sound that made Harry's heart skip. Honestly? I thought you'd be more arrogant. More entitled. You're the boy who lived, after all. I expected someone who thought he was special. I'm not special, Harry said. I'm just lucky. Lucky to be alive, lucky to have people who care about me. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. That's not luck, she said. That's something else. Something that people don't give you credit for. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent so long being defined by others, his scar, his parents' deaths, his supposed destiny, that he'd forgotten what it felt like to be seen for who he really was. I don't know what I am, he admitted. I'm still figuring it out. Daphne reached out and took his hand. Then figure it out. But do it with me. We can figure it out together. Harry felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling of connection that went beyond friendship. I'd like that, he said. I'd like that a lot. Their partnership deepened over the weeks that followed. They worked together seamlessly, their strengths complementing each other. Harry was practical, instinctive, able to feel his way through magical problems. Daphne was theoretical, analytical, able to understand the underlying principles that made magic work. Together, they were unstoppable. We're going to need allies, Daphne said one afternoon, as they were reviewing their research. The old families are going to fight us. The ministry is going to fight us. Even some of the people who should be on our side are going to be scared of what we're trying to do. I know, Harry said. But I've been thinking about that. We're not the only ones who want change. There are others. Out there, people who've been marginalized and forgotten. We just have to find them. Daphne nodded slowly. I've been thinking about that too. My family has contacts all over the magical world. Some of them are sympathetic to our cause. We can use them to build the network we need. Harry looked at her, a smile spreading across his face. You've already started, haven't you? You've been building the network while I've been focusing on the theory. Daphne's cheeks flushed. I didn't want to distract you. You were making so much progress on the theoretical work. You should have told me, Harry said gently. We're partners. We should be doing this together. Daphne met his eyes, something shifting in her expression. Partners, she repeated. I like that. Harry felt a warmth spread through him. So do I. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of research, planning, and quiet moments together. By the time the new term began, Harry and Daphne had developed a partnership that went far beyond friendship. They were allies, confidants, and something more, something that neither of them was ready to name. But the world outside their bubble was changing. The war was escalating, the ministry was growing more repressive, and the Death Eaters were becoming bolder. Harry knew that the quiet days of research were coming to an end. It was time to put their plans into action. The Hogwarts Express was crowded with students, their voices rising in excitement and anxiety. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, but his mind was elsewhere, on Daphne, on the plans they'd made, on the battles that were coming. Harry, you're doing it again, Hermione said. You're drifting. Sorry, Harry said, forcing himself to focus. I've just got a lot on my mind. Ron snorted. When don't you? You've been like this all summer. Spending all your time with that Greengrass girl. Harry felt his face flush. Daphne's been helping me with research. Important research. Research, Ron repeated, his voice skeptical. Is that what they're calling it now? It's not like that, Harry said quickly. We're working together on something important. Hermione shot Ron a warning look. Leave him alone, Ron. If Harry says they're working on research, then they're working on research. Ron raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. I'm just saying, she's a Slytherin, mate. You can't trust Slytherins. Harry was about to argue when the compartment door slid open, and Daphne herself appeared. She was wearing her Slytherin robes, her expression composed, but there was a spark in her eyes that Harry recognized. May I join you? She asked. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione looked surprised but quickly recovered. Of course, she said. Please, come in. Daphne slid into the seat beside Harry, her shoulder brushing against his. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through Harry's body. I wanted to talk to you about the meeting, Daphne said, her voice low. We need to finalize our plans before the term starts. Harry nodded. I've been thinking about that. We're going to need to be more organized this year. More structured. Daphne nodded. I agree. I've been developing a system for tracking our network. We need to know who we can trust, who we can rely on in a crisis. Hermione was watching them with a thoughtful expression. What are you two working on exactly? Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance. Then Harry took a deep breath. We're building a new organization, he said. One that's not tied to the Ministry or the old families. One that can stand up to Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Ron's eyes went wide. A new organization? Harry, mate, that's insane. You can't just. I can, Harry said firmly. I have to. The Ministry is useless. The old families are either with Voldemort or trying to stay neutral. Someone has to do something. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. He's right. We've been talking about this for years, about how the system is broken. This is our chance to actually do something about it. Ron looked from Harry to Hermione to Daphne, his expression conflicted. Then he sighed, running a hand through his red hair. Fine, he said. I'm in. But if we get killed, I'm going to haunt all of you. Harry laughed, a genuine laugh that felt like it had been a long time coming. Thanks, Ron. I appreciate that. The first weeks of term were chaos. The ministry had installed a new defense against the dark arts teacher, a nervous, anxious man named Professor Waddles who seemed more frightened of his students than they were of him. The Death Eaters were attacking more frequently, and the Daily Prophet was full of stories about disappearances and deaths. But Harry and Daphne were focused on their own plans. They met in the room of requirement every evening, working on their organization, recruiting new members, and developing strategies for the battles ahead. The organization was called the Phoenix Initiative, a name that Harry had chosen after a sleepless night of thinking. The Phoenix represented rebirth, renewal, the hope of something new rising from the ashes of the old. It's perfect, Daphne said when Harry told her the name. It's exactly what we're trying to do. Build something new from the ruins of the old world. Harry nodded, feeling a surge of pride. I'm glad you like it. I was worried it might be too dramatic. Daphne laughed. Harry, you're the boy who lived. Everything about you is dramatic. The Phoenix Initiative grew quickly. Students from all 4 houses joined, drawn by the promise of something better. They weren't just learning to fight, they were learning to build. To organize. To create a world that wasn't defined by blood status or political connections. This is incredible, Hermione said one night, as she looked at the growing ranks of the initiative. We're actually doing this. We're actually building something new. I know, Harry said. I can't believe it either. Daphne appeared at his side, her expression serious. We need to talk. Harry nodded, following her to a quiet corner of the room of requirement. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Daphne said. But I've been thinking about our next steps. We're going to need more than just students. We're going to need adults, people with influence and power. I know, Harry said. But who's going to help us? The ministry is against us. The Death Eaters want us dead. There are others, Daphne said. People who aren't aligned with either side. People who've been watching the war from the sidelines, waiting for someone to give them hope. Harry looked at her, understanding dawning. You're talking about your family's contacts. The ones you mentioned before. Daphne nodded. They're not going to join us overnight. But if we can show them that we're serious, that we can actually make a difference, they might be willing to help. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right, he said. Let's do it. Let's reach out to them. The first contact Daphne arranged was with a group of retired Aurors who'd been forced out of the ministry for refusing to go along with the corruption. They were bitter, cynical, and skeptical of 2 teenagers who claimed they could change the world. You're just children, one of them said, a grizzled old man with a scar across his face. What do you know about fighting the Dark Lord? More than you think, Harry said calmly. I've faced him 3 times. I've seen what he can do. And I'm still standing. The Auror looked at him, something shifting in his expression. The boy who lived, he said. I should have known. I'm not asking you to fight for us, Harry said. I'm asking you to teach us. To share your knowledge. To help us build something that can survive. The Auror was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right, he said. I'll help you. But I'm not doing it for you, Potter. I'm doing it for the people who are going to die if no one steps up. Harry nodded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Thank you. That's all I ask. The alliance between Harry and Daphne grew stronger with each passing day. They were partners in every sense of the word, working together, planning together, fighting together. Their connection had become something deeper than friendship, something that Harry couldn't quite name but knew was important. I don't know what I'd do without you, Harry admitted one night, as they walked through the castle corridors. You've been everything. Daphne looked at him, her eyes soft. You'd manage. You always do. I don't think I would, Harry said. Not this time. Not without you. Daphne reached out and took his hand. Then don't find out. Stay with me. We'll face this together, whatever it takes. Harry felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling of connection that went beyond anything he'd ever experienced. I promise, he said. I'll always be with you. The alliance was put to the test in late October, when a group of Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade. Harry and Daphne led a team of Phoenix Initiative members to the village, using the skills they'd developed over the past months to fight back. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Spells flew through the air, buildings crumbled, and people screamed in terror. But Harry and Daphne fought side by side, their movements perfectly synchronized, their magic complementing each other. Harry! Daphne shouted, as a Death Eater lunged at her. Harry spun, casting a shield charm that deflected the attack, then followed up with a stunning spell that sent the Death Eater flying. Are you all right? Harry asked, reaching for her. I'm fine, Daphne said, her voice steady. We need to get the civilians out of here. They're trapped in the 3 broomsticks. Harry nodded. Go. I'll cover you. The battle continued for what felt like hours. By the end, the Death Eaters had retreated, and the village was in ruins. But the civilians were safe, thanks to the efforts of the Phoenix Initiative. As the sun rose over the village, Harry and Daphne stood together, surveying the damage. We did it, Harry said. We actually did it. We did, Daphne agreed. And we're going to do it again. And again. Until this war is over. Harry turned to look at her, seeing the determination in her eyes, the strength in her posture. She was amazing, he realized. Truly amazing. I love you, he said, the words coming out before he could stop them. Daphne's eyes widened. Harry. I know it's sudden, Harry continued, his heart pounding. I know we've only known each other for a little over a year. But I've never felt this way about anyone before. You're everything to me. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. I love you too, she whispered. I have for a while. I was just too scared to say it. Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his. What are we going to do now? Everything, Daphne said. We're going to do everything. Together. The months that followed were a whirlwind of activity. The Phoenix Initiative grew by leaps and bounds, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Harry and Daphne led the charge, their partnership inspiring others to join the cause. But the war was also escalating. Voldemort was becoming bolder, more aggressive. The Ministry was collapsing under the strain. And the prophecy still hung over Harry's head, a constant reminder of the terrible choices that lay ahead. But through it all, Harry had Daphne. She was his anchor, his support, his reason to keep fighting. I don't know what I'd do without you, he said one night, as they sat in the room of requirement, planning their next move. Luckily, you'll never have to find out, Daphne said. I'm not going anywhere. Harry smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. Promise? Promise, Daphne said. We're in this together. Always. The year ended with a sense of cautious hope. The Phoenix Initiative had made a difference. People were starting to believe that change was possible. But Harry knew that the worst was still to come. The prophecy, the war, the battles that lay ahead, they were all waiting for him. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had Daphne. He had his friends. He had an organization that believed in him. And that made all the difference. End of Chapter 6. #Chapter 7, The Chamber's Shadow. The winter of 1996 settled over Hogwarts like a shroud, grey and heavy, the kind of cold that seemed to seep into the very stones of the castle. Harry stood at the window of the room of requirement, looking out at the snow-covered grounds, his breath fogging the glass. Behind him, the Phoenix Initiative was meeting, their voices a low murmur of planning and preparation. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. He'd been having the dreams again, the visions of Voldemort's mind, the flashes of violence and darkness that had plagued him since his first year. They'd been getting worse lately, more frequent, more intense. And with them had come something else, a strange, insistent pull toward the castle's lower levels. He'd tried to ignore it at first, convincing himself it was just stress, just the war wearing on his nerves. But the pull wouldn't go away. It grew stronger with each passing day, a constant presence at the edge of his consciousness. Something was down there. Something important. Something that Voldemort was searching for. Harry. Daphne's voice broke through his thoughts. Are you all right? You've been staring out that window for the past 10 minutes. Harry turned to face her, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Just thinking. Daphne's eyes narrowed. She knew him too well to be fooled. Thinking about what? Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about the dreams, not even Daphne. But the secret was becoming too heavy to carry alone. I've been having visions again, he admitted. Voldemort's mind. He's looking for something. Something at Hogwarts. Daphne's face went pale. What kind of something? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But it's important. Important enough that he's been searching for it for months. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. We need to talk. Privately. They met later that night in the library, hidden in a corner where no one would find them. The candles were burning low, the shadows dancing across the ancient shelves. Tell me everything, Daphne said. Every detail of the visions. Harry took a deep breath and began. He told her about the dark passages, the hissing voice, the sense of something ancient and powerful lurking beneath the castle. He told her about the feeling of being drawn, pulled towards something he couldn't identify. And you think this is connected to Voldemort? Daphne asked. I know it is, Harry said. I can feel his presence in the visions. He's obsessed with whatever's down there. He's been searching for it for years. Daphne's expression was troubled. The Chamber of Secrets, she said slowly. It has to be. There's nothing else beneath Hogwarts that would draw his attention like that. Harry nodded. I thought of that too. But the chamber was opened in our second year. The basilisk is dead. There's nothing left down there. Nothing that we know of, Daphne said. But the chamber was created by Salazar Slytherin himself. Who knows what secrets it might still hold? Harry was quiet for a moment, turning the idea over in his mind. You think there's more to the chamber than we know? More than just the basilisk? I think Salazar Slytherin was one of the most powerful wizards who ever lived, Daphne said. And I think he didn't build the chamber just to house a monster. He built it for something more. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What are you suggesting? Daphne met his eyes steadily. I'm suggesting that we go down there. That we find out what Voldemort is looking for before he finds a way to get it himself. The journey to the Chamber of Secrets was fraught with danger. Harry knew the way, he'd been there before, in his second year, fighting the basilisk, rescuing Ginny Weasley from the Diary Horcrux. But he'd never explored the deeper chambers, the hidden passages that went beyond the main cavern. The entrance is in the girls' bathroom, Harry said, as they made their way through the darkened corridors. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Daphne nodded, her wand held ready. I know. I researched the chamber's history before we left. They reached the bathroom without incident, the only sound the drip of water from the ancient pipes. Myrtle was nowhere to be seen, she was probably haunting some other part of the castle, as she often did. Harry approached the sink with the engraved serpent, his heart pounding. He'd spoken Parseltongue many times before, but this was different. This was a choice, a deliberate act of opening a door that might better have remained closed. Asterisk open asterisk, he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink rumbled, then slid aside, revealing the dark opening below. Harry could hear the distant echo of water dripping in the darkness, the faint rustle of something moving in the depths. "We're going down," he said. "Stay close to me." The slide into the chamber was as unpleasant as Harry remembered, the rushing darkness, the damp smell of old water and stone, the sense of falling into something ancient and terrible. He landed with a splash at the bottom, his wand lighting the way. Daphne landed beside him, her face pale but composed. "This place is disturbing." "It gets worse," Harry said grimly. They made their way through the tunnels, following the path Harry remembered from his second year. The basilisk's shed skin was still there, lying in a heap like a gruesome monument to the battle that had been fought. "Look," Harry said, pointing. "I killed it here. With Gryffindor's sword." Daphne examined the area carefully. "The sword is gone, of course. But the magic, there's something lingering here. Something powerful." Harry felt it too, a hum in the air, a vibration in the stones. It was the same pull he'd felt in his dreams, the same insistent call. "It's coming from further down," he said. "Deeper than the main chamber." They continued on, following the passage as it wound deeper and deeper into the earth. The walls began to change, the crude stone giving way to something more refined, carved pillars, ancient runes, the unmistakable work of magic. "This wasn't here before," Harry said. The basilisk's chamber was at the end of the tunnel. "This is something else." Daphne ran her fingers over the carved runes, her expression one of intense concentration. "These are protection wards. Old ones. Extremely powerful. Someone didn't want what's down here to be found. Or they wanted it to be found by the right person," Harry said. "By someone who could speak Parseltongue." Daphne nodded slowly. "That makes sense. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He would have designed his defenses accordingly." The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, far larger than the basilisk's chamber. At its center was a stone pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a small, ornate box. The box was covered in the same ancient runes that adorned the walls, and it pulsed with a soft, golden light. "There it is," Harry whispered. "Whatever Voldemort's been looking for." He approached the pedestal slowly, feeling the pull of the box like a physical force. The runes on its surface seemed to writhe, moving in patterns that were almost hypnotic. "Don't touch it," Daphne said sharply. "We don't know what kind of wards are on it." Harry stopped, his hand inches from the box. "You're right. We need to be careful." Daphne stepped forward, her wand raised. "I can try to detect the enchantments. But I need you to focus. Tell me what you feel when you're close to it." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. The pull was strong, almost overwhelming. But beneath it, there was something else, a sense of recognition, of familiarity. As if he'd encountered this magic before. "It's connected to me," he said slowly. "To my scar. To the Horcrux." Daphne's face went white. "A Horcrux? You think it's another Horcrux?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But it's related somehow. The magic feels the same." Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "We need to take it. But we need to be careful. If it's connected to the Horcrux, it could be dangerous." They spent the next hour examining the box, using every detection spell they could think of. The runes were ancient, the enchantments complex, but gradually, they began to understand what they were dealing with. "It's a containment vessel," Daphne finally said. "Designed to hold something incredibly powerful. Something that could have catastrophic consequences if it were released. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Like what? Daphne met his eyes. I don't know. But whatever it is, Salazar Slytherin thought it was important enough to hide away from the world. Important enough that he built a basilisk to guard it. Harry thought about that. The chamber, the basilisk, the Parseltongue wards, it all made sense now. Salazar Slytherin had created the chamber not just to house a monster, but to protect something far more valuable. Something that was now pulsing with golden light at the edge of his consciousness. We need to take it, Harry said. We need to figure out what it is, and we need to keep it out of Voldemort's hands. Daphne nodded slowly. I agree. But we need to be prepared. Whatever's in this box, it's going to be dangerous. We need to handle it carefully. They returned to the castle just before dawn, the box. Wrapped in a conjured cloth and hidden in Harry's bag. The journey back had been tense, every shadow seeming to hold a threat, every sound a potential attack. But they'd made it. They'd found something important. Something that could change everything. We need to study it, Daphne said, as they sat in the room of requirement, the box on the table between them. We need to understand what's inside before we try to open it. Harry agreed. But we also need to be careful. If Voldemort finds out we have this, he'll stop at nothing to get it back. Then we keep it secret, Daphne said. We tell no one. Not even Ron and Hermione. Harry hesitated. He trusted his friends, trusted them with his life. But this was different. This was something that had to be protected at all costs. All right, he said. Just us. Until we know what we're dealing with. The weeks that followed were a blur of research and preparation. Harry and Daphne spent every spare moment in the room of requirement, studying the box and its enchantments. The runes were ancient, the magic complex, but gradually, they began to understand what they were dealing with. This is a containment seal, Daphne said one night, pointing at the carved symbols. It's designed to keep whatever's inside from escaping. But it's also a lock, the seal can only be opened by someone with the right magical signature. And the right signature is? Harry asked. Daphne met his eyes. Slytherin's bloodline. Or someone connected to it. Harry felt his heart sink. That's why Voldemort was searching for it. He's a descendant of Slytherin. Exactly, Daphne said. He could open this seal without any difficulty. We need to find a way to open it before he does. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then an idea began to form in his mind. What if I could open it, he asked. Daphne looked at him sharply. Harry, you're not a Slytherin descendant. You're not connected to the bloodline. Not directly, Harry said. But I'm connected to Voldemort. Through the Horcrux. Through our shared magic. What if that connection is enough? Daphne was silent, considering the possibility. It's risky, she said finally. If the seal senses Voldemort's magic instead of yours, it could trigger a defense mechanism. It could destroy the box, and everything inside it. Harry nodded slowly. I know. But we don't have time to find another way. Voldemort's getting stronger every day. We need to know what's in this box before he finds a way to get it himself. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. All right, she said. But we do it together. If something goes wrong, we face it together. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a warmth spread through him. Together. Always. The night they decided to open the box was the longest night of Harry's life. The room of requirement had been transformed into a secure workspace, with protective wards on every surface and a circle of candles burning at the center. We're ready, Daphne said, her voice steady but tight. Are you? Harry nodded. Let's do this. He approached the box, his heart pounding. The runes glowed faintly in the candlelight, pulsing with an energy that seemed to recognize his presence. He reached out, his fingers hovering over the seal, and concentrated. Open, he thought. Asterisk, I need to open you. I need to see what's inside, asterisk. The seal began to glow brighter, the runes shifting and rearranging themselves. Harry could feel the magic responding to his presence, recognizing something familiar in his touch. You're doing it, Daphne breathed. It's working. The seal cracked, a hairline fracture that spread across the surface of the box. Golden light spilled out, filling the room with warmth and power. Harry stepped back, his wand raised, ready for anything. The box opened. Inside was nothing, and everything. A void that seemed to contain all of magic, all of creation, all of possibility. And at its center, a single object, a small, smooth stone, glowing with a light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the world. Harry reached out and picked up the stone. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a surge of power, ancient, profound, overwhelming. Visions flooded his mind, images of the past and future, of things that had been and things that might be. Harry. Daphne's voice seemed to come from very far away. Harry, are you all right? He blinked, the visions fading. He was still standing in the room of requirement, the stone clutched in his hand. Daphne was beside him, her face pale with fear. I'm fine, he said, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. It just showed me something. Something important. What? Daphne asked. What did it show you? Harry looked down at the stone in his hand. It showed me the truth. About the prophecy. About the Horcruxes. About everything. Daphne was silent, waiting for him to continue. The prophecy was never about me, Harry said slowly. Not the way we thought. The prophecy was about the connection between me and Voldemort, about the way our magic is intertwined. And it showed me how to break that connection. Daphne's eyes went wide. How? Harry, how do you break the connection? Harry met her eyes steadily. By destroying the Horcrux inside me. Without destroying myself. Daphne's face went pale. Is that possible? Can you separate the Horcrux from your soul? I don't know, Harry admitted. But the stone showed me that it's possible. There's a way. And I'm going to find it. The discovery changed everything. Harry and Daphne spent the next week studying the stone, learning its secrets, understanding the magic that bound Harry to Voldemort. It was dangerous work, pushing the boundaries of magic in ways that had never been attempted before. But they were making progress. Slowly, carefully, they were finding a way to separate the Horcrux from Harry's soul. A way to save him without sacrificing everything he loved. You're going to survive, Daphne said one night, her voice fierce. I'm not going to let you die. Not for this. Not for anything. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes, and felt a warmth spread through him. I know, he said. I believe you. Daphne stepped closer, her hand reaching up to cup his cheek. I love you, Harry. I'm not going to lose you. Harry felt his heart swell. You won't, he promised. We're going to figure this out. Together. The Chamber of Secrets had been a shadow hanging over Harry's life for years. But now, it had become something more, a source of hope, a key to his survival. The stone he'd found was the first step on a new path, a path that would lead him to freedom from the prophecy and the war. But as Harry looked at the stone in his hand, he knew that the journey was only beginning. There were more secrets to uncover, more battles to fight, more sacrifices to make. And through it all, he had Daphne by his side. Together, he thought. We're going to do this together. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, A New Generation Rises. Spring came to Hogwarts like a reluctant visitor, hesitant and uncertain. The snow melted slowly, revealing patches of brown grass and the first tentative shoots of green. But the warmth that should have accompanied the season was absent, replaced by a cold that seemed to seep into the very stones of the castle. The war was escalating. Voldemort's attacks were becoming bolder, more frequent, more devastating. The ministry was in chaos, its leaders paralyzed by fear and indecision. And the Death Eaters were growing bolder, their presence felt in every corner of the wizarding world. But in the room of requirement, something new was being born. Harry stood at the front of the room, looking out at the faces of the Phoenix Initiative members. There were over 100 of them now, students from all 4 houses, united by a common purpose. They were young, mostly, but they were determined. They were the future, and they were ready to fight for it. Tonight, Harry began, we're going to do something different. We're going to talk about what comes after the war. A murmur ran through the room. Students exchanged glances, some confused, some curious. After the war, a Ravenclaw asked. Harry, the war hasn't even really started yet. It's been going on for years, Harry said. And it's only going to get worse before it gets better. But eventually, it will end. And when it does, we need to be ready to build something new. Ernie Macmillan spoke up, his voice thoughtful. What do you mean by something new? Harry met his eyes steadily. I mean a new government. A new system. A new way of doing things that isn't based on blood status or old family connections. The room went silent. Harry could see the fear on their faces, but also the hope. The same hope that had been burning in his own heart for months. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, Harry continued. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. But it has to happen. The old ways aren't working. The ministry is corrupt, the pureblood families are more interested in preserving their power than in protecting people, and the Death Eaters want to destroy everything. If we don't build something better, someone else will build something worse. Daphne stepped forward, her voice clear and confident. We've been working on a plan. A blueprint for a new magical government. It's not perfect, but it's a start. She conjured a large chart that appeared in the air above her, covered in diagrams and notes. The students leaned forward, their eyes wide with interest. First, we need to reform the ministry, Daphne said. Get rid of the corruption, the nepotism, the concentration of power in the hands of a few families. We need a government that represents everyone, not just the purebloods. How do we do that? Cho Chang asked. The purebloods have been in power for centuries. They're not going to just give it up. No, Daphne agreed. But we can make it impossible for them to keep it. By building alternative structures, by creating networks of people who aren't tied to the old families, by making it clear that the old ways are no longer acceptable. Harry picked up where Daphne left off. We've already started. The Phoenix Initiative is the beginning of something bigger. But we need to expand it. We need to reach out to people outside Hogwarts, to build alliances with anyone who wants to see a better future. The room was buzzing with excitement. Students were talking among themselves, their voices rising with enthusiasm. Harry watched them, feeling a surge of hope. This was what change looked like. This was the future they were building. The expansion of the Phoenix Initiative began immediately. Harry and Daphne worked tirelessly, reaching out to contacts in the wider wizarding world. Some were skeptical, some were outright hostile. But enough were willing to listen, to consider the possibility of something new. The first major breakthrough came in late April, when a group of former ministry officials, people who'd been forced out by the corruption, agreed to meet with the initiative. They were older, wiser, more experienced than the students. But they were also tired, disillusioned, hungry for change. We've been watching what you're doing, one of them said, an elderly witch with silver-streaked hair and sharp eyes. We've been impressed. You're building something real, something that could actually work. Harry felt a surge of pride. Thank you. We couldn't have done it without the support of people like you. The witch nodded slowly. We'll help you. But you need to understand, this is going to be dangerous. The old families won't give up their power without a fight. The Death Eaters won't tolerate a rival organization. And the Ministry will do everything in its power to stop you. We know, Harry said. We're ready. The second breakthrough came from an unexpected source, the Goblin Nation. Daphne had been cultivating contacts among the goblins for months, recognizing that their grievances with the wizarding world were similar to those of the Muggleborns and Half-Bloods. The goblins had been marginalized, exploited, and discriminated against for centuries. They were ready for change. Griphook has agreed to meet with us, Daphne said one evening, her voice tight with excitement. He's one of the most influential goblins in the nation. If we can get him on our side, it could change everything. Harry felt a thrill of anticipation. When? Tomorrow night, Daphne said. In Hogsmeade. We'll have to be careful, the Death Eaters have been watching the village closely. The meeting with Griphook was tense but productive. The goblin was sharp, suspicious, and utterly unimpressed by Harry's reputation. Your fame means nothing to me, Potter, Griphook said bluntly. I've seen too many wizards who thought their names gave them the right to walk over everyone else. What matters is what you can do for my people. I understand, Harry said. And I'm not offering you empty promises. I'm offering you a partnership. A real partnership, based on mutual respect and benefit. Griphook's eyes narrowed. Go on. Harry explained the initiative's vision, a new government where goblins would have representation, where the old laws that discriminated against them would be overturned, where they could finally have the rights they'd been denied for centuries. Your ancestors stole from us, Griphook said coldly. They broke treaties, murdered our kind, enslaved our people. Why should we trust you? You shouldn't, Harry admitted. Not yet. Trust has to be earned. But I'm willing to earn it. I'm willing to show you that I mean what I say. Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, Potter. I'll give you a chance. But if you betray us, if you prove to be like the others, you will regret it. Harry met the goblin's eyes steadily. I understand. I won't let you down. The recruitment continued through the spring and into the summer. Former Aurors, disaffected ministry officials, families who'd been marginalized by the pure-blood establishment, all of them were brought into the Phoenix Initiative, swelling its ranks and strengthening its power. We're actually doing this, Hermione said one night, her voice full of wonder. We're actually building a government in exile. Not in exile, Harry corrected. In waiting. We're preparing for the day when the old government falls. When we can step in and build something new. Ron was more pragmatic. How long do you think it'll take? Before we're ready to make our move? Harry considered the question. I don't know. It could be months. It could be years. But we'll be ready when the time comes. The summer brought new challenges. The Death Eaters were becoming more aggressive, launching attacks on suspected members of the initiative. Several families were forced to go into hiding, their homes burned, their possessions destroyed. We can't keep hiding, Daphne said one night, her voice tight with frustration. We need to go on the offensive. We need to show the Death Eaters that we're not afraid of them. Harry agreed. But we need to be smart about it. We can't just rush into battle without a plan. The plan they developed was ambitious. They would launch a series of coordinated attacks on Death Eater safe houses, disrupting their operations and sending a clear message that the initiative was a force to be reckoned with. It was dangerous. Some of the initiative members were barely adults, untrained in combat, unprepared for the horrors of war. But they were willing to fight. Willing to die for the future they believed in. We'll need to train them, Harry said. Properly train them. Combat magic, tactical strategy, survival skills. We can't send them into battle unprepared. Daphne nodded. We'll start immediately. We have the resources, the contacts, the knowledge. We just need the time. The training was brutal. Harry pushed the initiative members harder than he'd ever pushed himself, demanding perfection, refusing to accept anything less than their best. Some of them resented him for it. Most understood. "You're doing the right thing," Daphne told him one night, after a particularly grueling session. "They need to be ready. The war is coming, and it's going to be brutal." "I know," Harry said. "I just wish. I wish they didn't have to go through this. They're so young." "So are you," Daphne said gently. "But you're not letting that stop you. Neither should they." The first attack came in early August. The initiative had identified a Death Eater safe house in the north of England, a remote manor that had been used as a base for operations in the region. Harry led the assault personally, determined to show that he wasn't just a leader from afar. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Spells flew through the air, windows shattered, and the manor's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault. Harry fought with a fury he hadn't known he possessed, his magic flowing through him like a second heartbeat. "Harry!" Daphne's voice cut through the chaos. "They're retreating." Harry turned to see the Death Eaters fleeing, operating away in clouds of black smoke. The manor was in ruins, its defenses destroyed, its occupants scattered. "We won," Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. "We actually won." Daphne appeared at his side, her face streaked with dirt and blood. "We won. But this is just the beginning. They'll come after us now. Harder and faster than before." "I know," Harry said. "But we proved something tonight. We proved that we can fight. That we're not afraid of them." Daphne looked at him, something shifting in her expression. "I'm proud of you, Harry. You've become something incredible." Harry felt a warmth spread through him. "I couldn't have done it without you. None of this would have been possible without you." Daphne stepped closer, her hand reaching up to touch his cheek. "We did it together. That's what makes it work." The summer ended with the initiative stronger than ever. They'd proven themselves, shown the wizarding world that a new generation was rising, ready to take its place in the fight against darkness. But the war was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, his power growing by the day. The Ministry was still in denial, still clinging to the old ways. And the prophecy still hung over Harry's head, a constant reminder of the terrible choices that lay ahead. As Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express for the new term, he felt a strange sense of calm. The future was uncertain, dangerous, full of challenges he couldn't even imagine. But he wasn't afraid. He had Daphne, he had the initiative, he had a purpose. And that was enough. The new term brought new challenges. The Ministry had finally acknowledged Voldemort's return, but their response was weak and ineffective. The Death Eaters were growing bolder, launching attacks on Muggle communities and wizarding families alike. And the initiative was being stretched thin, forced to respond to threats across the country. "We need more resources," Hermione said at an initiative meeting. "We're spread too thin. We need more people, more money, more support." Harry nodded. "I know. But we're not going to get those things from the Ministry. We need to find other sources." Daphne spoke up. "I've been talking to some of the other old families. The ones who aren't aligned with the Death Eaters. Some of them are willing to help, quietly." "How quietly?" Ron asked. "Very quietly," Daphne said. "They're not ready to openly support us. But they're willing to provide resources, information, protection. They're hedging their bets, preparing for the possibility that we might actually succeed." Harry felt a surge of hope. "That's good. That's very good. We need all the allies we can get." The initiative continued to grow, its influence spreading across the wizarding world. Harry and Daphne became symbols of a new generation, leaders who were willing to break the old rules and build something new. We're not just fighting a war, Harry said at a meeting in late September. We're building a movement. A movement that's going to change the magical world forever. The room erupted in cheers. Harry looked out at the faces of the initiative members, seeing the hope and determination in their eyes. They believed in him. They believed in the future they were building. And Harry believed too. For the first time in his life, he truly believed that he could make a difference. The first test of the initiative's power came in October, when a group of Death Eaters attacked a wizarding village in the north of England. The initiative responded quickly, mobilizing their forces and driving the Death Eaters back. But the victory came at a cost. Several initiative members were injured, and 2 were killed. Harry attended their funerals, feeling the weight of their sacrifice crushing down on him. "It's not your fault," Daphne said, after the service. "You can't save everyone." "I know," Harry said. "But I should have been there. I should have." "You were there," Daphne interrupted firmly. "You fought alongside them. You did everything you could. And they knew that. They knew you gave them a chance to fight for something worth believing in." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I won't forget them," he said. "I won't forget any of them." The winter brought more challenges, more battles, more sacrifices. The initiative was losing people, and the war seemed endless. But Harry refused to give up. He refused to let the darkness win. "We're going to do this," he told the initiative one night. "We're going to win. Not because we're stronger or smarter or more powerful. We're going to win because we believe in something worth fighting for. We're going to win because we're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for everyone who's ever been marginalized, oppressed, or forgotten." The room was silent, then a slow rumble of applause began. Harry looked out at the faces of the initiative, seeing the hope in their eyes, the determination in their expressions. He knew they could do this. He knew they could build the future they'd dreamed of. And he was ready to lead them there. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Ministry Takes Notice. The first sign that the ministry had finally noticed Harry's activities came in the form of a letter. It arrived on a grey November morning, delivered by a ministry owl that seemed to radiate official disapproval. Harry opened it at the breakfast table, his heart sinking as he read the contents. "Harry Potter," the letter began, in the cramped, officious handwriting of the ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, "you are hereby summoned to appear before the Wizengamot on charges of sedition, conspiracy to overthrow the government, and unauthorized use of magic. Failure to appear will result in immediate arrest and imprisonment in Azkaban." Ron read over his shoulder, his face going pale. "Sedition? Conspiracy? Harry, mate, they're trying to destroy you." Hermione snatched the letter from Harry's hand, her eyes scanning the contents with growing horror. "This is ridiculous. They have no evidence. They can't just." "They can," Harry said calmly. "They're the ministry. They can do whatever they want." The table fell silent. Students from nearby tables were staring, their whispers spreading through the great hall like wildfire. Harry could feel the weight of their gazes, the fear and curiosity in their eyes. Daphne appeared at his side, her expression composed but her eyes sharp. "What's happened?" Harry handed her the letter. "The ministry is making its move. They're charging me with sedition." Daphne read the letter quickly, her face unreadable. Then she looked up at Harry, something fierce in her eyes. "We'll fight this," she said. "We have allies in the ministry. We have evidence of their corruption. We'll expose them for what they are." Harry shook his head. "It's not that simple. If I fight this publicly, it'll draw attention to the initiative. The ministry will use it as an excuse to crack down on everyone involved." "So what do we do?" Ron asked. "Just roll over and let them arrest you." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he looked at Daphne, a plan forming in his mind. "We fight," he said. But we fight smart. We don't give them what they want. We give them something else. The strategy Harry developed was bold, perhaps recklessly so. He would appear before the Wizengamot, but instead of defending himself, he would go on the offensive. He would expose the Ministry's corruption, their complicity in the war, their failure to protect the wizarding world. It's a gamble, Hermione said, her voice tight with worry. If it backfires, you could end up in Azkaban. I know, Harry said. But it's a gamble I'm willing to take. The Ministry needs to be exposed. The world needs to see what they really are. Daphne was quiet, her expression troubled. There's something else, isn't there? Something you're not telling us. Harry met her eyes, seeing the understanding there. She knew him too well to be fooled. I'm going to tell them about the Horcruxes, he said quietly. About Voldemort's immortality. About everything. The room went silent. Even Hermione, who was usually quick to respond, seemed at a loss for words. Harry, Daphne finally said, her voice barely a whisper, do you understand what you're saying? If you reveal the Horcruxes, if you reveal that you're connected to Voldemort, it will change everything. The Ministry will use it against you. Dumbledore will be furious. And Voldemort. Voldemort already knows, Harry interrupted. He knows I know. He's been trying to stop me from telling anyone. But if I reveal it publicly, it changes the game. The Ministry can't pretend anymore. The Death Eaters can't hide behind their masks. And the people will finally understand what we're fighting for. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. All right, she said. If you're going to do this, we're going to do it right. We're going to prepare. We're going to make sure that when you speak, the whole world is listening. The weeks before the hearing were a blur of preparation. Harry worked with the initiative to gather evidence of the Ministry's corruption, documents, testimonies, photographs. They compiled a dossier that would expose the depth of the conspiracy, the complicity of the old families, the deliberate efforts to suppress the truth about Voldemort's return. Daphne coordinated the media strategy, reaching out to journalists who were sympathetic to the cause. The Quibbler agreed to publish a special edition covering the hearing. Independent newspapers across Europe were offered exclusive access to Harry's testimony. We're going to make this a spectacle, Daphne said. The Ministry wanted to try you in secret. We're going to make sure the whole world is watching. Harry nodded, feeling a strange sense of calm. He was about to do something reckless, perhaps even foolish. But he was also about to do something necessary. Something that would change everything. Are you ready? Daphne asked, her hand reaching out to touch his. Harry took her hand, squeezing it gently. I'm ready. As long as you're with me. I'm always with you, Daphne said. Always. The day of the hearing dawned cold and gray, the sky heavy with clouds that promised snow. Harry stood in the entrance hall of the Ministry, surrounded by his friends and allies. The Wizengamot was waiting for him, eager to condemn him for his crimes. But Harry had other plans. Remember, Hermione said, her voice trembling slightly, they're going to try to provoke you. They're going to ask you questions designed to make you angry, to make you say something you'll regret. Stay calm. Stay focused. Harry nodded, squeezing her hand. I will. I promise. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Go get mate. Show them what you're made of. Daphne stepped forward, her eyes meeting his. I'll be right there with you. Watching. Waiting. If you need me, I'll be there. Harry felt a warmth spread through him. I know. That's why I can do this. The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Harry had never seen it so full, the benches were crowded with Ministry officials, journalists, and members of the public who'd managed to secure seats. The atmosphere was tense, electric, charged with anticipation. Harry walked to the center of the chamber, his head held high. The Wisengamot members stared down at him, their expressions ranging from contempt to curiosity. "Harry Potter," the chief warlock began, his voice booming through the chamber. "You are charged with sedition, conspiracy to overthrow the government, and unauthorized use of magic. How do you plead?" Harry looked up at the chief warlock, then at the assembled Wisengamot. He could see Cornelius Fudge in the front row, his face flushed with anger. He could see Dolores Umbridge, back from her exile, her eyes gleaming with malice. He could see Dumbledore, seated in a place of honor, his face unreadable. "I plead not guilty," Harry said, his voice calm and clear. "And I request the right to speak in my own defense." The chief warlock nodded. "You may speak." Harry took a deep breath. Then he began. "I've been accused of sedition, of conspiracy, of trying to overthrow the government. But the truth is, I'm not the one who's been conspiring against the wizarding world. The ministry has." The chamber erupted in murmurs. The chief warlock banged his gavel, calling for order. "Explain yourself, Mr. Potter," the chief warlock said. Harry didn't hesitate. He told them everything, about Voldemort's return, about the ministry's campaign of denial, about the corruption that had infected every level of the government. He told them about the Death Eaters, about the attacks that had been allowed to happen while the ministry looked the other way. "I have evidence," Harry said, his voice rising. "I have documents, testimonies, photographs. I have proof that the ministry has been actively covering up the Dark Lord's return, actively suppressing information that could have saved lives." Fudge stood up, his face purple with rage. "This is outrageous. This boy is lying. He's—" "Sit down, Cornelius," Dumbledore said quietly. "Let the boy speak." The chamber went silent. Fudge sat down, his face contorted with fury. Harry continued, laying out the evidence piece by piece. He talked about the disinformation campaigns, the threats against anyone who dared to speak the truth, the deliberate manipulation of the public through the Daily Prophet. "The ministry has failed us," Harry said. "They've failed everyone. And now, when I try to speak the truth, they try to silence me. They try to brand me a criminal." The chamber was silent. Harry could see the faces of the Wisengamot, some skeptical, some fearful, some starting to believe. "Before I finish," Harry said, "I want to tell you about something else. Something that the ministry has been keeping from you. Something that changes everything." The tension in the room was palpable. Harry could feel the weight of 1,000 gazes on him, the anticipation building like a storm. "Lord Voldemort is not just a Dark Lord," Harry said. "He's something else. Something that the ministry has been trying to hide. He's made himself immortal, through a dark magic that splits the soul. He's created Horcruxes." The chamber erupted. People were shouting, demanding explanations, demanding proof. The chief warlock banged his gavel repeatedly, trying to restore order. "Silence," the chief warlock shouted. "Silence." When the room finally quieted, Harry continued. "I know this because I'm connected to him. Through a piece of his soul that lives inside me." The silence that followed was absolute. Harry could feel the shock rippling through the room, the horror and disbelief on every face. "I carry a Horcrux," Harry said. "A piece of Voldemort's soul that was transferred to me the night he tried to kill me. It's connected me to him, made me see into his mind, feel his emotions. It's made me a part of him." Dumbledore was on his feet, his face pale. "Harry, you must stop. You don't know what you're saying." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. "I know exactly what I'm saying, Professor. I'm telling the truth. For the first time in my life, I'm telling the whole truth." The chamber was chaos. Journalists were scribbling notes, officials were shouting, and the Wisengamot was in disarray. Harry stood at the center of it all, calm and resolute. He had done what he came to do. He had exposed the truth, brought the darkness into the light. Whatever happened now, he had changed everything. The fallout from Harry's testimony was immediate and devastating. The Daily Prophet's exclusive edition sold out within hours, the headline screaming the truth that the ministry had tried to suppress. The wizarding world was in shock, struggling to process the revelations. The ministry was in chaos. Fudge resigned within a week, replaced by a caretaker government that was barely functional. The Wisengamot launched an investigation into the corruption Harry had exposed, uncovering evidence of widespread abuse and misconduct. But the revelations also had consequences Harry hadn't anticipated. The Death Eaters, emboldened by the chaos, launched a series of attacks on wizarding communities. The war escalated, becoming more brutal, more desperate. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was furious. Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office the night after the hearing. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his face haggard, his eyes filled with a cold anger that Harry had never seen before. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Dumbledore asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused?" "I told the truth," Harry said calmly. "That's all. I told the truth." "The truth," Dumbledore repeated, his voice rising. "The truth that has thrown the ministry into chaos. The truth that has sent the wizarding world into a panic. The truth that has made the war worse, not better." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. "The truth that you've been keeping from me since I was a baby. The truth about the Horcruxes. The truth about what I am. The truth about what you've been planning for me." Dumbledore flinched, as if he'd been struck. "Harry, Don't," Harry interrupted. "Don't try to explain. I've heard enough explanations. I've had enough of your manipulations. I know you mean well. I know you think you're doing what's right. But you've been lying to me for years. Lying about who I am, what I mean to this war." Dumbledore was silent, his face unreadable. Then slowly, he nodded. "You're right," he said quietly. "I have been lying to you. And I'm sorry." Harry stared at him, shocked. He hadn't expected an apology. "I thought I was protecting you," Dumbledore continued. "I thought that if I kept the truth from you, you would be safer. I was wrong. I should have trusted you. I should have told you everything." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said. "For admitting that. It means more than you know." Dumbledore's eyes were wet. "I've made many mistakes, Harry. Too many to count. But I've always believed in you. In your strength, your courage, your goodness. And I believe in you now. Whatever path you choose, I'll support you." Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He didn't forgive Dumbledore, not yet, maybe not ever. But he understood. And that was enough. "Thank you," he said again. "I need to go now. There are things I need to do." Dumbledore nodded. "I know. Go. And Harry, be careful. The world is changing. And not everyone is ready for the change you're bringing." Harry met Daphne in the room of requirement later that night. She was waiting for him, her eyes bright with concern. "How did it go?" she asked. "Better than I expected," Harry admitted. Dumbledore apologized. He admitted he was wrong. Daphne's eyes widened. "He apologized? Dumbledore?" "I know," Harry said. "I couldn't believe it either. But he did. And I think he meant it." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm proud of you," she said. "What you did today, it was incredible. You changed everything." Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his. "I couldn't have done it without you. I couldn't have done any of it without you." Daphne pulled back, meeting his eyes. We're partners. That's what partners do. They support each other. Harry smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. I love you, Daphne. Daphne's smile was radiant. I love you too, Harry. Always. The months that followed were a whirlwind of change. The ministry was in chaos, the old families were scrambling to maintain their power, and the Death Eaters were fighting a losing battle against the growing resistance. The Phoenix Initiative became a force to be reckoned with, its influence spreading across the wizarding world. And Harry was the symbol of it all. The boy who'd been used, manipulated, and betrayed. The boy who'd risen above it all to forge his own path. He was no longer the boy who lived. He was the boy who chose. And the world was finally ready to follow him. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Truth About Dumbledore. The winter of 1997 was the coldest Harry could remember. The snow fell in relentless sheets, blanketing Hogwarts in a white silence that seemed to muffle even the sounds of the war. But inside the castle, the atmosphere was anything but quiet. The revelations about Voldemort's Horcruxes, about Harry's connection to the Dark Lord, about the Ministry's corruption, they had shaken the wizarding world to its core. And at the center of it all was Dumbledore. Harry had been avoiding the headmaster since their confrontation in November. Not out of anger, that had faded, replaced by something more complicated. It was a sense of betrayal, yes, but also of understanding. Harry had come to realize that Dumbledore was not a villain. He was a man who'd made terrible choices, who'd been blinded by his own beliefs, who'd convinced himself that the ends justified the means. But that didn't make it right. And it didn't make it any easier to face him. It was Daphne who finally convinced Harry to confront Dumbledore again. You can't keep avoiding him, she said one evening, as they sat in the room of requirement. He has information you need. Information about the Horcruxes, about the prophecy, about everything. If you're going to win this war, you need to know what he knows. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You're right, he said. I'll talk to him. But not alone. I want you there with me. Daphne's eyes widened. Harry, I'm not sure that's. I need you there, Harry interrupted. I need someone who sees him for what he really is. Someone who won't be blinded by his reputation. Daphne was silent for a moment, then she nodded. All right. I'll be there. The meeting was arranged for the following night. Harry and Daphne stood outside the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, their hands clasped together. Ready? Daphne asked. Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. Ready. The gargoyle sprang aside at the password, and they climbed the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was waiting for them, seated behind his desk, his face tired but composed. He didn't seem surprised to see Daphne. Miss Greengrass, he said, his voice gentle. I must admit, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. I'm here to support Harry, Daphne said, her voice steady. Whatever happens tonight, I'm with him. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his eyes moving from Daphne to Harry. I understand. Sit down, both of you. We have much to discuss. The conversation that followed was the most difficult Harry had ever had. Dumbledore told them everything, about the prophecy, about the Horcruxes, about the plans he'd made for Harry's future. He spoke of the war, of the choices he'd made, of the mistakes he'd come to regret. Every decision I made because I believed it was for the greater good, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. I convinced myself that the ends justified the means. That the sacrifices I asked of you, Harry, would be worth it in the end. Harry felt the anger rising in him, but he forced it down. And now? Do you still believe that? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he shook his head slowly. No, he said. I no longer believe that. I was wrong, Harry. I've been wrong about so many things. And the greatest mistake I made was underestimating you. Underestimating your strength, your courage, your ability to make your own choices. Harry felt a strange sense of relief. Dumbledore was admitting his mistakes, acknowledging his failures. It didn't erase the past, but it made it easier to move forward. "What do you want from me now?" Harry asked. "What do you need from me?" Dumbledore met his eyes steadily. "I need you to do what you've always done. I need you to fight. To lead. To be the person you were meant to be. Not because I chose it for you, but because you chose it for yourself." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I can do that," he said. "I've been doing that. I'm not going to stop." Dumbledore smiled, a tired, sad smile that seemed to carry the weight of a century. "I know. That's why I believe in you, Harry. Not because of the prophecy, or the Horcruxes, or any of it. I believe in you because you've earned it. You've earned it through every choice you've made, every battle you've fought, every person you've saved." Harry felt a warmth spread through him. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet. But it was understanding. And that was enough. "What do I do now?" Harry asked. "About the Horcruxes. About the war. About everything." Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "The Horcruxes must be destroyed. All of them. Including the one inside you." Harry felt his heart stop. "You told me there might be a way to separate it. To remove it without killing me." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I did. And I've been researching it. I believe there is a way to remove the Horcrux without destroying the soul that houses it. But it's dangerous. It's never been attempted before." "Tell me," Harry said. "Tell me what I need to do." Dumbledore's plan was audacious. It involved an ancient ritual that had been lost for centuries, a ritual that would use the power of the old magic to separate the Horcrux from Harry's soul. "There are 3 components," Dumbledore explained. "First, you must possess the object that contains the Horcrux, in this case, your own body. Second, you must be in a place of power, a location where the old magic is strong. And third, you must have a willing participant, someone who will channel the magic through themselves, drawing the Horcrux from you and containing it." Harry's eyes went to Daphne. "No," he said. "Not you. You're not going to." "I'm not going to let anyone else do it," Daphne interrupted firmly. "You need someone you trust absolutely. Someone who understands the magic. That person is me." "Daphne." "Harry, I've made my decision," Daphne said. "We're in this together. That means I'm willing to take the risks that come with it." Harry looked at her, seeing the determination in her eyes. He knew he couldn't change her mind. And he knew, deep down, that she was right. "All right," he said finally. "But we do it together. If something goes wrong, we face it together." Daphne nodded, a small smile playing at her lips. "Together. Always." The ritual was planned for the following week, during the winter solstice, a time when the old magic was at its strongest. Harry and Daphne spent the days preparing, gathering the materials they would need, studying the ancient texts that described the ritual. But the war was closing in. The Death Eaters were launching more attacks, and the Ministry was in chaos. The Phoenix Initiative was fighting a desperate battle against the forces of darkness, and Harry felt the weight of every loss, every sacrifice. "This is the only way," he said to Daphne one night, as they prepared for the ritual. "I have to do this. I have to be free of Voldemort. It's the only way to win." Daphne nodded, her hand finding his. "I know. And I'm ready. Whatever it takes, I'm ready." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a surge of gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "You'll never have to find out," Daphne said. "Now, let's finish our preparations." We don't have much time. The night of the ritual was cold and clear, the sky filled with stars that seemed to burn with ancient light. Harry and Daphne stood in the Chamber of Secrets, the stone pulsing with golden light around them. The seal had been opened, the old magic awakened. "Are you ready?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Daphne nodded. "I'm ready. Let's do this." They began the ritual, their voices rising in a chant that seemed to come from somewhere beyond themselves. The old magic responded, swirling around them in a vortex of power and light. Harry could feel the Horcrux inside him, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had been lodged there for 15 years. And then, with a rush of power that stole his breath, he felt it begin to separate. The pain was incredible, worse than anything Harry had ever experienced. He felt as if he were being torn apart, his soul ripped from his body. But through the pain, he could feel Daphne's presence, her magic wrapping around him, holding him steady. "Stay with me, Harry," she whispered. "Stay with me." And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Harry collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The chamber was silent, the golden light fading. And on the ground beside him, pulsing with a sickly green light, was the piece of Voldemort's soul. "We did it," Daphne said, her voice shaking. "We actually did it." Harry looked up at her, seeing the exhaustion in her eyes, the strain on her face. But there was also triumph. Relief. Joy. "We did it," he repeated, his voice hoarse. "We're free." The Horcrux was destroyed, sealed in the same containment vessel that had once held the stone. Harry felt lighter than he'd ever felt, the constant presence of Voldemort's soul finally gone from him. But the war was still raging. Voldemort was still out there, his power undiminished. And the Phoenix Initiative was still fighting, still sacrificing, still hoping for a better future. "The war isn't over," Harry said to Daphne, as they emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. "This was just the beginning." "I know," Daphne said. "But we've taken the first step. We're going to win this war, Harry. I believe it." Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes, the strength in her posture. He felt a surge of love so powerful it almost took his breath away. "I love you," he said. "I don't say it enough. But I love you." Daphne smiled, a radiant smile that seemed to light up the dark corridor. "I know. I love you too, Harry. Always." The months that followed were a blur of battles and losses and small victories. The Phoenix Initiative was fighting a war on two fronts, against the Death Eaters and against the Ministry's remaining forces. But they were making progress. Slowly, steadily, they were winning. And at the center of it all was Harry. The boy who'd been used and manipulated and betrayed. The boy who'd risen above it all to become something more. He was no longer the chosen one. He was something better. He was the one who chose. And the world was finally ready to follow him. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Daphne's Choice. The first whispers of the ultimatum reached Harry through the network of contacts the Phoenix Initiative had built across the wizarding world. It came in the form of a letter, delivered to Daphne's family estate by a goblin messenger who'd been paid handsomely for his discretion. Daphne read the letter in silence, her face growing progressively paler as her eyes scanned the elegant, old-fashioned script. When she finished, she set it down on the table between them and stared at it as if it were a snake that might strike at any moment. "What is it?" Harry asked, his heart already racing with dread. "What does it say?" Daphne looked up at him, and for the first time since they'd met, Harry saw real fear in her eyes. "It's from my father," she said quietly. "The Greengrass elders have been meeting. They've decided that my involvement with the Phoenix Initiative is unacceptable." Harry felt his stomach drop. "What do they want you to do?" Daphne's voice was barely a whisper. "They want me to choose. Either I renounce the initiative, break all ties with you, and return to the family fold to be married off to a suitable pure-blood heir, or they'll cut me off completely. Disown me. Strip me of my name, my inheritance, my place in the family. Harry felt a cold rage building in his chest. They can't do that. They can't just. They can, Daphne interrupted, her voice flat. They're the Greengrass family. They've been doing this for centuries. Controlling their members through threats and manipulation. Keeping the bloodline pure by any means necessary. Harry reached out and took her hand. Then. We fight them. We expose them. We. No, Daphne said firmly. This isn't something we can fight with spells and strategy. This is something I have to decide for myself. Harry was silent, his heart pounding. He knew what this decision meant. He knew what it would cost her. What are you going to do? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Daphne met his eyes steadily. I'm going to stay. I'm going to choose you. Choose the initiative. Choose the future we're building together. Harry felt a surge of relief so powerful it almost made him dizzy. Are you sure? You understand what you're giving up? I understand perfectly, Daphne said. I'm giving up a family that never really loved me. A family that saw me as nothing more than a bargaining chip. A family that would sacrifice my happiness for the sake of their precious bloodline. She squeezed his hand, her eyes fierce. What I'm keeping is something much more valuable. I'm keeping you. I'm keeping our purpose. I'm keeping the chance to build something better than the world we inherited. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I don't deserve you. Daphne smiled, that radiant smile that always made his heart skip. You don't get to decide that, Harry. I do. And I've decided that you're worth everything. The confrontation with the Greengrass family came 2 days later. Harry insisted on accompanying Daphne to the estate, despite her protests. They're going to try to intimidate you, she warned. They're going to say terrible things. You don't have to be there for that. Yes, I do, Harry said firmly. Whatever happens, I'm not letting you face them alone. The Greengrass Manor was as imposing as ever, its ancient stones seeming to radiate disapproval as Harry and Daphne approached. The family had gathered in the great hall, Daphne's parents, her aunts and uncles, and the elders who'd been running the family's affairs for generations. Ah, the prodigal daughter returns, one of the elders said, his voice dripping with contempt. And she's brought her little boyfriend with her. Daphne's mother stepped forward, her face pale but composed. Daphne, we've given you a choice. It's time for you to make it. Daphne looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each family member in turn. Then she spoke, her voice clear and steady. I've made my choice, she said. I'm staying with Harry. I'm staying with the Phoenix Initiative. And I'm rejecting everything this family stands for. The room erupted in shouts and protests. Daphne's father stepped forward, his face twisted with anger. Do you have any idea what you're doing? He demanded. You're throwing away your legacy. Your future. Everything we've worked to build for you. No, Daphne said calmly. I'm throwing away a legacy built on corruption and manipulation. I'm throwing away a future that was never really mine. And I'm finally building something of my own. She turned to Harry, her eyes bright with tears. I'm ready to go now. Harry nodded, taking her hand. I'm with you. Always. They left the manor without looking back. As they walked through the gates, Harry felt a strange sense of liberation, as if they'd both been freed from a prison they hadn't even known they were in. How do you feel? He asked. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled, a real smile, not the composed expression she usually wore. I feel free, she said. For the first time in my life, I feel free. Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I'm so proud of you. You're the bravest person I know. Daphne laughed, a sound of pure joy. I'm not brave. I just know what I want. And I want to be with you. Harry felt his heart swell. I want to be with you too. Forever. The fallout from Daphne's decision was immediate. The Greengrass family cut her off completely, stripping her of her name and inheritance. She was no longer a Greengrass, she was simply Daphne, a young woman who'd chosen love over tradition. But the Phoenix Initiative embraced her. She became a symbol of the new world they were building, a world where people weren't defined by their bloodlines, but by their choices. You're an inspiration, Hermione told her one night. What you did, choosing love over everything else, it's incredible. Daphne shrugged, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. I didn't do it to be an inspiration. I did it because it was the right thing to do. That's exactly why it is inspiring, Ron added. Because you didn't do it for the glory. You did it because you believed in something. The relationship between Harry and Daphne deepened in the months that followed. They'd been through so much together, the wars, the secrets, the betrayals. And through it all, they'd stayed strong. I don't know what I'd do without you, Harry admitted one night, as they sat in the room of requirement, planning the next phase of the war. You'll never have to find out, Daphne said. I'm not going anywhere. Harry took her hand, looking into her eyes. I love you, Daphne. I've never loved anyone like this. Daphne's eyes softened. I love you too, Harry. You're everything to me. They kissed, a kiss that was soft and sweet and full of promise. It was a kiss that spoke of a future they were determined to build together. But the war was still raging. Voldemort's forces were growing stronger, and the Phoenix Initiative was stretched thin. The old families were circling, trying to maintain their power in the chaos. And the Ministry was still in disarray, unable to mount an effective defense. We need to do something, Harry said at a meeting of the Initiative. We can't just keep reacting to their attacks. We need to go on the offensive. Daphne nodded. I agree. But we need to be smart about it. We can't afford to lose anyone else. The plan they developed was ambitious. They would launch a coordinated assault on the Death Eaters' strongholds across the country, using their network of informants to identify key targets. It was dangerous, but it was necessary. We're going to win this war, Harry told the assembled members of the Phoenix Initiative. We're going to win because we believe in something worth fighting for. We're going to win because we're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for everyone who's been marginalized, oppressed, or forgotten. The room erupted in cheers. Harry looked out at the faces of his followers, seeing the hope and determination in their eyes. He knew they could do this. He knew they could build the future they'd dreamed of. And he was ready to lead them there. The months that followed were a whirlwind of battles and victories and small moments of joy. The Phoenix Initiative grew stronger with each passing day, its influence spreading across the wizarding world. But through it all, Harry never forgot what he was fighting for. He was fighting for a world where people could make their own choices. A world where love was stronger than fear. A world where the future wasn't determined by bloodlines, but by the choices people made. And at the center of that world, he hoped, would be Daphne. The woman he loved. The woman who'd chosen him over everything. I'm going to marry you someday, he told her one night, as they watched the sunset over the Hogwarts grounds. I'm going to spend the rest of my life with you. Daphne smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I'm going to hold you to that, Harry Potter. Harry laughed, a sound of pure joy. I'm counting on it. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, The War That Never Happened. The spring of 1997 arrived with a sense of foreboding that Harry couldn't shake. The war had reached a critical juncture. The Death Eaters were massing for what intelligence suggested would be their largest offensive yet, an attack on the Ministry itself. The Phoenix Initiative had been preparing for months, but Harry knew that a direct confrontation would be devastating, regardless of the outcome. "We can't let this happen," he told Daphne one evening, as they reviewed the intelligence reports in the room of requirement. "If Voldemort attacks the Ministry openly, it will plunge the wizarding world into chaos. Thousands of people will die. Maybe tens of thousands." Daphne nodded, her expression grim. "Then we have to stop him. We have to prevent the attack before it happens." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then an idea began to form in his mind, a dangerous, audacious idea that would require everything he had. "What if we don't fight him?" he said slowly. "What if we make it impossible for him to attack?" Daphne looked at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean we change the rules," Harry said. "We expose the Ministry's corruption so completely that the attack becomes meaningless. We show the wizarding world that the old government is already dead. That there's nothing left to defend." Daphne was silent, considering the possibility. That's brilliant, Harry. But also incredibly dangerous. If we do this, we're declaring open war on the Ministry and the Death Eaters at the same time." Harry met her eyes steadily. "I know. But it's the only way to prevent a slaughter. We have to change the narrative. We have to make the war about something bigger than Voldemort's thirst for power." The plan Harry developed was the most ambitious he'd ever attempted. It involved a coordinated media campaign, simultaneous reveals of Ministry corruption, and a public declaration that the Phoenix Initiative was ready to assume governance of the wizarding world. "We're going to need everyone," Hermione said, her voice tight with worry. "Every contact, every ally, every person who's ever believed in us. If even one piece of this plan fails, the whole thing collapses." "I know," Harry said. "But we don't have a choice. This is the only way to prevent the war from escalating." The initiative mobilized its forces. Contacts in the media prepared to publish damning evidence of Ministry corruption. Informants within the government leaked documents that exposed decades of abuse and misconduct. And Harry prepared to make the most important speech of his life. The speech was delivered from the steps of the Ministry itself, on a grey morning that seemed to hold its breath. Harry stood before a crowd of thousands, witches and wizards who'd gathered from across the country to hear what he had to say. "People of the wizarding world," Harry began, his voice carrying across the silent square, "I stand before you today to tell you the truth. The truth about the Ministry, about the war, about the future of our world." He paused, letting his words sink in. Then he continued, his voice growing stronger. "The Ministry has failed us. They've lied to us, manipulated us, and sacrificed us for their own gain. They've allowed the Death Eaters to grow strong while they pretended the danger didn't exist. They've protected the corrupt and punished the innocent. They've built a system that serves the few at the expense of the many." The crowd murmured, their faces a mix of shock and recognition. Harry could see the hope and fear in their eyes, the desperate need for something to believe in. "But we can change that," Harry said. "We can build something new. Something better. A government that serves everyone, not just the purebloods. A system that protects the innocent and punishes the guilty. A future that's not defined by blood status or political connections." He looked out at the crowd, at the faces of the people who'd come to hear him speak. He saw Daphne in the front row, her eyes bright with tears. He saw Ron and Hermione, their faces filled with pride and determination. And he saw thousands of others, ordinary witches and wizards who'd been searching for hope, for meaning, for a reason to believe. "This is what we're fighting for," Harry said. "Not revenge, not power, not glory. We're fighting for the right to choose our own fate. To build a world where everyone has a voice. To create a future that's worthy of the sacrifices we've made." The crowd erupted in cheers. Harry stood at the center of it, feeling the weight of their hopes and dreams on his shoulders. But his speech was interrupted by a blast of green light. The Death Eaters had arrived. The battle that followed was brief but brutal. Voldemort himself appeared, his face twisted with rage, his wand aimed at Harry. "You think you can stop me?" Voldemort hissed. You think you can change the future? Harry met his eyes steadily. I know I can. Because I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for everyone who's ever been hurt by your cruelty. And I'm not going to stop until you're defeated. Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You're a fool, Harry Potter. You always have been. You think love can defeat me? You think hope can save you? Yes, Harry said simply. I do. The battle was fierce, spells flying through the air, the crowd scattering in panic. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic flowing through him like a second heartbeat. And beside him, Daphne fought with equal ferocity, their movements perfectly synchronized. But Voldemort was too powerful. One by one, the initiative members fell. Harry watched as Ron was struck by a curse, his body crumpling to the ground. Hermione followed a moment later, her wand flying from her hand. And then it was just Harry and Daphne, standing against the Dark Lord. Give up, Potter, Voldemort hissed. You can't win. Harry looked at Daphne, seeing the love and determination in her eyes. And then he made a decision that would change everything. Expelliarmus, he shouted, his wand aimed not at Voldemort, but at the Ministry building behind him. The spell struck the ancient stones, and the Ministry began to crumble. The building, which had stood for centuries, collapsed in a cloud of dust and rubble. And with it, the old government, the old system, was gone. Voldemort stared at the ruins, his face twisted with rage. What have you done? I've ended the war, Harry said calmly. There's nothing left for you to conquer. No ministry to overthrow. No government to control. The world is changing, Voldemort. And you can't stop it. For a moment, Voldemort seemed unsure. Then he laughed, a cold, hollow laugh. You think you've won, Potter? You've only made things worse. Without the Ministry, there's nothing to stop me. I'll rebuild the government in my image. You'll try, Harry interrupted. But you'll fail. Because the people won't follow you anymore. They've seen the truth. They know what you really are. And they're not afraid of you anymore. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. But before he could attack, Harry raised his wand again. Protego Maxima, he shouted, and a shield of white light erupted around him and Daphne, protecting them from Voldemort's curse. The Dark Lord screamed in frustration, his magic ricocheting off the shield. And then, with a final look of contempt, he disappeared. The aftermath of the battle was chaos. The Ministry was gone, the old government was dead, and the wizarding world was in turmoil. But amidst the chaos, the Phoenix Initiative began to rebuild. We have a lot of work to do, Harry said to the assembled members of the initiative. But we have a chance. A real chance to build something new. The first step was the creation of a provisional government, made up of representatives from all four houses and the various communities that had been marginalized by the old system. Harry was offered the position of minister, but he declined. I'm not a politician, he said. I'm a fighter. I'll help you build the new government, but I won't lead it. That's not what I'm meant to do. Daphne smiled, understanding in her eyes. What are you meant to do, Harry? Harry looked out at the ruins of the Ministry, then at the faces of his friends and allies. I'm meant to help people. To fight for those who can't fight for themselves. To build a world where everyone has the chance to choose their own path. Daphne reached out and took his hand. Then that's what we'll do. Together. The reconstruction took years. But slowly, the wizarding world began to heal. The provisional government worked to create a new system, one that was fair, transparent, and accountable. The old blood status divisions began to fade, replaced by a new focus on merit and character. And Harry found his place. Not as a leader, but as a symbol, a reminder of what was possible when people chose hope over fear. I never wanted to be a politician, he told Daphne one evening, as they walked through the rebuilt streets of Diagon Alley. "I just wanted to make things right." Daphne smiled. "And you did. You prevented a war that would have destroyed everything. You gave the wizarding world a chance to start over." Harry shook his head. "I didn't do it alone. I had you. I had Ron and Hermione. I had everyone who believed in the initiative." "True," Daphne agreed. "But you were the one who brought them together. You were the one who gave them hope." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he turned to her, his eyes soft. "I have everything I ever wanted," he said. "I have you. I have a purpose. I have a future worth fighting for." Daphne reached up and touched his cheek. "And you'll always have me, Harry. Always." The war that never happened became a legend. A story of how a boy who'd been used and betrayed rose above it all to change the course of history. A story of how love conquered fear, and how hope triumphed over despair. But for Harry, it was never about the legend. It was about the people he'd saved, the lives he'd touched, the future he'd helped to build. And it was about the woman he loved, the woman who'd chosen him over everything, and who'd stood by him through it all. The war was over. The future was here. And it was beautiful. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, The Heirs of Hogwarts. The summer of 1997 brought a different kind of war. The old battles had been won, the Ministry had fallen, and Voldemort had retreated into the shadows. But the wounds of centuries were not so easily healed. The magical world was in chaos, its institutions shattered, its people divided. And Harry knew that the most difficult work was just beginning. The provisional government was struggling. Without the Ministry's infrastructure, without the old family's resources, without the networks of power that had sustained the magical world for centuries, everything was falling apart. The economy was in shambles, the schools were closed, and the people were growing restless. "We need to do something," Hermione said at a meeting of the Phoenix Initiative's Leadership Council. "The provisional government is barely functioning. We need allies, powerful allies who can help us rebuild." Harry nodded slowly. "I know. But who's going to help us? The old families are either dead or in hiding. The Ministry officials are either in Azkaban or running for their lives. We're on our own." Daphne spoke up, her voice thoughtful. "Not entirely. There are other powers in the magical world. Powers that aren't tied to the Ministry or the old families. Powers that have been waiting for someone to reach out to them." Harry looked at her, understanding dawning. "You mean the Founder's descendants? The heirs of Hogwarts?" Daphne nodded. "The heirs have been in hiding for centuries, preserving the knowledge and traditions of their ancestors. They've stayed out of the wars, out of the politics, out of everything. But they've been watching. And they know that the magical world is at a crossroads." "How do we reach them?" Ron asked. "If they've been hiding for centuries, they're not going to just come out because we ask nicely." "No," Daphne agreed. "But they might come out if we give them a reason. A compelling reason." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "We offer them something they can't refuse," he said. "We offer them a role in building the new world. A chance to shape the future instead of hiding from it." The search for the heirs of Hogwarts began immediately. Daphne's family contacts, the Initiative's intelligence network, and even the Goblin Nation were mobilized to find the descendants of the four founders. It was a daunting task. The heirs had been hiding for centuries, their identities carefully guarded, their locations unknown. But slowly, they began to emerge. The first to come forward was a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. She was an elderly witch named Alara, who lived in a small cottage in the Welsh countryside. She was unassuming, almost invisible, but her power was immense. "I've been waiting for this day," Alara said, when Harry and Daphne visited her. "I've been watching the magical world tear itself apart for decades. I knew that eventually, someone would come seeking the help of the heirs. Harry looked at her, seeing the ancient wisdom in her eyes. We need your help, Elara. The magical world is in chaos. We need to rebuild, but we can't do it alone. Elara nodded slowly. I know. And I'll help you. But you need to understand, the heirs are not a unified group. We have different views, different values, different goals. Some of us will support you. Others will oppose you. And some will try to use you for their own ends. Harry met her eyes steadily. I understand. But we have to try. The alternative is too terrible to contemplate. The search for the other heirs continued. A descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw was found in a remote tower in the Scottish Highlands, surrounded by books and ancient artifacts. A descendant of Godric Gryffindor was discovered working as a healer in a small village in Ireland. And a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, the most difficult to find, was tracked to a hidden estate in the north of England. The last of the heirs was a young man named Sebastian, who'd been raised in isolation, taught to distrust the outside world. He was suspicious of Harry, of the initiative, of everything they represented. Why should I trust you? Sebastian asked, his voice cold. Your movement was built on the destruction of everything my ancestors built. The ministry was corrupt, yes. But it was also stable. It kept the magical world functioning. You've thrown all of that away. Harry met his eyes steadily. The ministry was corrupt and broken. It was serving the interests of a few at the expense of the many. We had to tear it down to build something better. Sebastian's lips curled in contempt. And what have you built? Chaos. Division. Fear. You've made everything worse. Harry felt a surge of anger, but he forced it down. I know it's chaotic now. But it won't always be. We're building something new, something that will serve everyone, not just the purebloods. And we need your help to do it. Sebastian was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. I'll help you. But not because I believe in your vision. Because I want to see what happens. I want to see if you're capable of actually building something. The heirs of Hogwarts were assembled for the first time in centuries. They gathered in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the castle that had been built by their ancestors, the place where the magical world had been shaped and defined. Elara Hufflepuff spoke first. We have been hiding for too long. Our ancestors built this world, and we've watched it fall into ruin. It's time for us to take responsibility. To help rebuild what was broken. Rowan Ravenclaw, the descendant of Rowena, spoke next. But we must be careful. The old families will try to stop us. The Death Eaters will try to destroy us. And the people may not trust us. We've been hiding for centuries. They have every right to be suspicious. Aiden Gryffindor, the descendant of Godric, stood up. Then we earn their trust. We prove that we're not the same as the old families. We prove that we're willing to fight for a better future. Sebastian Slytherin remained silent, his face unreadable. But Harry could see the conflict in his eyes, the war between his upbringing and his conscience. Sebastian, Harry said gently. What do you think? Sebastian looked up, his eyes hard. I think you're all fools. You're talking about building a new world, but you don't understand what it takes. You don't understand the sacrifices, the compromises, the battles you'll have to fight. Then help us understand, Harry said. Teach us what your ancestors knew. Show us the way. Sebastian was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. I'll help you. But on one condition. When this is over, when the new world is built, I want a place in it. I want to be part of the future we're building. Harry met his eyes steadily. You will be. I promise. The alliance between the Phoenix Initiative and the heirs of Hogwarts was unprecedented. For the first time in centuries, the descendants of the four founders were working together, united by a common purpose. But the work was just beginning. The heirs brought knowledge, resources, and connections that the initiative had lacked. They helped rebuild the schools, re-establish the economy, and create a new system of governance that was fair and transparent. And Harry became a symbol of the new world. A bridge between the old families and the new movement. A reminder that change was possible, that hope could triumph over despair. "You've done something incredible," Daphne said one night, as they walked through the rebuilt streets of Diagon Alley. "You've brought together people who've been enemies for centuries. You've shown them that they can work together." Harry shook his head. "I didn't do it alone. I had you. I had the initiative. I had the heirs. Everyone worked together." Daphne smiled. "That's what makes you special, Harry. You're not afraid to share the credit. You're not afraid to let others shine." Harry looked at her, seeing the love and admiration in her eyes. "I love you, Daphne. I don't say it enough, but I do." Daphne reached out and took his hand. "I know. And I love you too. Always." The heirs of Hogwarts became a permanent part of the new magical world. They served as advisors, teachers, and guardians of the knowledge that had been preserved for centuries. And they ensured that the mistakes of the past would never be repeated. The magical world began to heal. The old divisions slowly faded, replaced by a new sense of unity and purpose. The schools reopened, the economy recovered, and the people began to believe that the future was worth fighting for. And at the center of it all was Harry Potter, the boy who'd been used and betrayed, the boy who'd risen above it all to become something more. The boy who'd shown the world that change was possible, that hope could triumph over despair, that the future was worth fighting for. The war was over. The new world was rising. And Harry was ready to lead it into the future. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Voldemort's new strategy. The autumn of 1997 brought a deceptive calm. The wizarding world was rebuilding, the provisional government was finding its footing, and the Phoenix Initiative had become the foundation of a new society. Harry had allowed himself to believe that the worst was behind them, that Voldemort, defeated and humiliated, had retreated into the shadows for good. He was wrong. The first sign came in early October, when a series of coordinated attacks struck the rebuilding efforts. Not military attacks, nothing so direct or honorable. Instead, Voldemort had adopted a new strategy, chaos through manipulation. "He's not trying to defeat us in battle anymore," Daphne said, her voice tight with frustration as she reviewed the intelligence reports. "He's trying to destroy us from within. Undermine our authority, turn the people against us, make the new government look incompetent." Harry studied the reports, his stomach churning. The attacks were subtle, a shipment of potions ingredients contaminated, a key witness in a corruption trial murdered, a series of forged documents that made it appear the initiative was as corrupt as the old ministry. "He's trying to make us look like the enemy," Harry said slowly. "He wants the people to turn on us. To lose faith in the new government before it's even properly established." Hermione nodded, her face grim. "And he's succeeding. The Daily Prophet, what's left of it, is running stories about our supposed corruption. People are starting to believe them." Ron slammed his fist on the table. "We should just go after him. Find his hiding place and end this once and for all." "We can't," Harry said. "We don't know where he is. And if we go after him recklessly, we'll just play into his hands. He wants us to look desperate, authoritarian. He wants us to make mistakes. So what do we do?" Ron demanded. "Just sit here and let him destroy everything we've built." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then an idea began to form in his mind, a dangerous idea, but one that might just work. "We go on the offensive," he said. "But not the way you think. We don't attack him directly. We attack his strategy. We expose his manipulations, show the people what he's really doing. We turn his own tactics against him. The counter-campaign was the most ambitious undertaking the initiative had ever attempted. Harry mobilized every resource at his disposal, the heirs of Hogwarts, the Goblin Nation, the network of contacts that had been built over years of struggle. We need to expose everything, Harry told the assembled leaders. Every lie, every manipulation, every plot. We need to show the people that Voldemort is the real enemy, not us. Daphne worked tirelessly, coordinating the media campaign, reaching out to journalists who'd remained independent. The heirs provided ancient artifacts that could detect lies and expose hidden truths. And the goblins, who'd suffered under both the Old Ministry and the Death Eaters, provided intelligence that was invaluable. The first breakthrough came when a goblin informant revealed the location of a Death Eater safe house that contained documents proving Voldemort's involvement in the attacks. The initiative raided the safe house, seizing the evidence and making it public. The revelations were damning. The documents showed that Voldemort had been orchestrating the attacks from the shadows, using his followers to spread chaos and undermine the new government. The Daily Prophet, which had been running the fabricated stories, was forced to retract them. But Voldemort was not finished. He adapted, shifting his strategy, finding new ways to attack. He's going to keep doing this, Daphne said, her voice weary. Every time we expose one plot, he'll start another. We can't keep fighting a defensive war forever. I know, Harry said. That's why we need to change the game. We need to give him something he can't ignore. Something that will force him to come out of hiding. The plan Harry developed was audacious. It involved using the old magic, the same magic that had helped him separate the Horcrux from his soul, to create a trap that would draw Voldemort out of hiding. There's an ancient artifact, Harry explained, called the Stone of Destiny. It's said to have the power to reshape the magical world, to create a new order. Voldemort has been searching for it for years. If we can find it first, we can use it to lure him out. The heirs of Hogwarts were divided. Some thought the plan was too dangerous, the stone had never been found, and its power was legendary and unpredictable. Others believed it was the only way to end the war once and for all. The stone is real, Elara Hufflepuff said. My ancestors preserved the knowledge of its location. But it's hidden in a place that's almost impossible to reach. A place that's protected by the most powerful magic ever created. Where is it? Harry asked. Elara met his eyes steadily. It's in the Chamber of Secrets. The deepest part of it, a place that even Salazar Slytherin himself was afraid to enter. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. We've been in the chamber. We explored every part of it. Not every part, Elara said. There's a hidden chamber, sealed with the blood of the founders themselves. Only someone who carries the power of all four houses can open it. Harry thought about that. He was a Gryffindor by house, but he'd been accepted by the heirs, recognized as someone who embodied the values of all four founders. Maybe that was enough. I can open it, he said. I have to try. The journey to the hidden chamber was the most dangerous undertaking of Harry's life. He was accompanied by Daphne and the heirs, their combined magic creating a shield that protected them from the chamber's ancient defenses. The path was treacherous, filled with traps and guardians that had been placed by the founders themselves. Harry fought his way through, his magic flowing through him like a second heartbeat. I've never seen anything like this, Sebastian Slytherin admitted, his voice awed. The power in this place is incredible. It's the power of our ancestors, Elara said. The power that built the wizarding world. We've been carrying only a fraction of it for centuries. The hidden chamber was at the end of a long tunnel, its entrance sealed with a door that pulsed with the power of all four founders. Harry approached the door, his hand raised. Together, he said to the heirs. We open this together. They placed their hands on the door, their magic combining in a surge of power that made the very stones of the chamber tremble. The door opened, revealing a room filled with ancient artifacts and a single pedestal at its center. And on the pedestal sat the stone of destiny. The stone was beautiful, a crystalline orb that seemed to contain the entire history of the magical world. Harry approached it slowly, feeling its power calling to him. "Don't touch it," Daphne warned. "We don't know what it will do." Harry nodded, his hand hovering over the stone. "I can feel it calling to me. It wants me to take it." "That's how it traps people," Sebastian said. "The stone tests you. It shows you what you want most, and if you're not strong enough to resist, it consumes you." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his center. He thought about everything he'd been through, the wars, the losses, the victories. He thought about Daphne, about the future they were building together. He thought about the people who'd sacrificed everything for him. "I know what I want," he said, opening his eyes. "I want to end this war. I want to build a better world. I want to protect the people I love." The stone pulsed, a golden light that seemed to embrace him. And then, slowly, it settled, its power flowing into him. "The stone has chosen you," Elara said, her voice filled with awe. "It recognizes your purpose. Your worthiness." Harry looked at the stone, feeling its power humming through him. He knew now what he had to do. The trap was set. The stone was placed in a location that Voldemort would not be able to resist, the ruins of the Ministry, which had been rebuilt as a symbol of the new world. Harry and the Initiative prepared for the confrontation, knowing that it would be the final battle. "He'll come," Harry said. "He can't resist the power of the stone. He'll come, and we'll be ready." Daphne took his hand, her eyes filled with love and determination. "We'll be ready. And we'll win. Together." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a surge of hope. Together. Always. The confrontation came on a cold winter night, the sky filled with stars that seemed to burn with ancient light. Voldemort appeared at the ruins of the Ministry, his followers gathered behind him. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. "You think you can trap me? You think you can defeat me with your little tricks?" Harry stepped forward, the stone pulsing in his hand. "I don't think I can defeat you, Voldemort. I know I can. Because I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for everyone you've ever hurt. Everyone you've ever destroyed. And they're with me." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "You're a fool, Potter. You always have been. You think love can defeat me? You think hope can save you?" "Yes," Harry said simply. "I do." The battle that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. Spells flew through the air, the combatants clashing in a storm of magic and fury. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic flowing through him, the stone's power amplifying his strength. But Voldemort was relentless, his power seemingly inexhaustible. One by one, the Initiative members fell. Ron, Hermione, Neville, all of them were struck down, their bodies crumpling to the ground. And then it was just Harry and Voldemort, standing alone on the battlefield. "You can't win, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "Your friends are dead. Your allies are defeated. You're all alone." Harry looked at Voldemort, seeing the hatred and fear in his eyes. And then he smiled. "I'm not alone," he said. "I'll never be alone. Because they're with me. All of them. Everyone I've ever loved. Everyone who's ever believed in me." He raised his wand, the stone pulsing in his hand. "This ends now, Voldemort. One way or another, this ends now." The magic exploded between them, a blast of power that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Harry felt the stone's power surging through him, felt the old magic responding to his call. And then, with a final cry of rage, Voldemort was gone. Harry stood alone on the battlefield, the stone still pulsing in his hand. The battle was over. The war was won. But the cost had been terrible. He looked around at the fallen, at the friends and allies who'd given everything for the cause. His heart ached with grief, with loss, with the weight of all that had been sacrificed. Harry. Daphne's voice came from behind him. He turned to see her emerging from the rubble, her face streaked with dirt and blood, but alive. "You're alive," Harry said, his voice breaking. "You're alive." Daphne ran to him, throwing her arms around him. "I'm alive. We're alive. It's over, Harry. It's finally over." Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his. He knew that the road ahead would be long, filled with grief and healing. But for now, he allowed himself to feel joy. "We won," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "We actually won." Daphne pulled back, meeting his eyes. "Yes, we did. And we're going to build something beautiful. A world that's worthy of all the sacrifices." Harry nodded, feeling a surge of hope. Together. Always. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Battle Beneath Hogwarts. The victory at the Ministry ruins had been decisive, but Harry knew better than to believe the war was truly over. Voldemort had been defeated, his followers scattered, but the darkness that had given him power still lurked in the shadows of the magical world. Ancient magic, old hatreds, centuries of corruption, these things could not be defeated in a single battle. And there was still the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. The hidden chamber that Harry and the heirs had discovered had revealed more questions than answers. The Stone of Destiny had been found, its power now bonded to Harry, but the deeper secrets of Hogwarts remained unexplored. "We need to go back," Harry told Daphne one evening, as they sat in the room of requirement, reviewing the ancient texts the heirs had provided. "There's something down there, something that the Founders hid. Something that Voldemort was searching for, even beyond the stone." Daphne looked up from her book, her eyes sharp. "What makes you think that?" Harry held up a scroll that Alara Hufflepuff had given him. "This is a journal from one of the early headmasters, a man who knew the Founders personally. He wrote about a chamber beneath the chamber, a place where the Founders sealed their greatest secrets. He called it the Heart of Hogwarts." Daphne's eyes widened. "The Heart of Hogwarts? That's just a legend. A myth that's been told for centuries." "Maybe," Harry said. "But the heirs believe it's real. And they believe that Voldemort was searching for it. That's why he was so obsessed with Hogwarts. It wasn't just about the Horcruxes. It was about the heart." The decision to explore the deeper chambers was not made lightly. The heirs were divided. Some believed the heart was too dangerous to disturb, others believed it was essential to the future of the magical world. "The heart contains the Founders' greatest magic," Alara said. "Magic that could reshape the world. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. But if it falls into the right hands," Sebastian countered, "it could ensure that the new world we're building is strong enough to survive anything." Harry listened to the debate, his mind turning. He understood the risks. The heart was ancient, powerful, and unpredictable. But he also understood the potential. The magical world was still fragile, still vulnerable to the darkness that had nearly consumed it. If the heart could provide the strength they needed to build a lasting peace, it was worth the risk. "I'm going down there," Harry said finally. "I have to see what's there. I have to know." Daphne stepped forward, her hand finding his. "Then I'm coming with you. Whatever you face, we face it together." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a surge of gratitude and love. Together. Always. The descent into the deeper chambers was the most harrowing journey Harry had ever undertaken. The passages beneath the Chamber of Secrets were unlike anything they'd encountered before. Winding tunnels that seemed to shift and change, walls that pulsed with ancient magic, and a sense of being watched that never quite went away. "These wards are incredible," Daphne said, her voice awed. "They're thousands of years old, but they're still active. Still powerful." Harry nodded, his wand held ready. The Founders were the greatest wizards of their age. They built Hogwarts to last. And they built these chambers to protect something that they considered even more important than the castle itself. The passage opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls covered in intricate carvings. At the center of the cavern was a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a crystal that pulsed with a light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the world. The heart, Harry breathed. It's real. It's actually real. He approached the pedestal slowly, the crystal's light warming him, filling him with a sense of peace and purpose. He could feel the magic radiating from it, old magic, deep magic, the kind of magic that had shaped the world itself. Don't touch it, Daphne warned. We don't know what it will do. Harry nodded, his hand hovering over the crystal. He could feel it calling to him, could feel its power reaching out, seeking connection. I can hear it, he said. It's speaking to me. It wants me to understand. Understand what? Daphne asked, her voice tense. Harry closed his eyes, opening himself to the crystal's power. Images flooded his mind, the founders, building Hogwarts, their faces filled with hope and determination. The wars that had followed, the darkness that had threatened to consume everything. And the creation of the heart, a repository of magic that could preserve the founders' vision for all time. The founders created the heart to protect the magical world, Harry said, his voice distant. They knew that darkness would always rise. They knew that the world would always need protectors. So they created this, a source of power that could be called upon in times of greatest need. He opened his eyes, looking at the crystal. But they also knew that the power could be corrupted. That it could be used for evil as well as good. So they built the heart with safeguards. Only someone who truly embodied the founder's values could access its power. Daphne stepped closer, her hand touching his arm. And you're that someone, Harry. You've proven that. You've embodied their values in everything you've done. Harry shook his head. I don't know if I'm worthy. I've made so many mistakes. I've hurt people, failed people, let people down. I'm not the perfect leader everyone seems to think I am. Daphne's eyes softened. No one's asking you to be perfect, Harry. They're just asking you to be yourself. To keep fighting. To never give up. And that's exactly what you've done. The heart of Hogwarts accepted Harry. He could feel its power flowing into him, connecting him to the founders, to the castle, to the very magic that sustained the wizarding world. It was overwhelming, humbling, and beautiful. But with the power came a revelation, a truth that shook Harry to his core. The heart isn't just a source of power, he said, his voice trembling. It's a record. A record of everything that's happened in the magical world. Every battle, every betrayal, every sacrifice. It's all here. Daphne's face went pale. Everything. Even. Everything, Harry confirmed. The founders' secrets. The wars. The prophecies. Even, he stopped, his throat tight. Even the truth about my parents. About what really happened the night they died. Daphne stepped closer, her hand finding his. What truth? Harry's eyes were bright with unshed tears. My parents didn't just die protecting me. They died fighting. Fighting for a future that they believed in. Fighting for a world that would be worthy of their sacrifice. He turned to look at her, his voice shaking. I've spent my whole life feeling like a victim. Like everything that happened to me was out of my control. But it wasn't. I had choices. I have choices. And I'm going to choose to honor their sacrifice. I'm going to choose to build the world they died for. The discovery of the heart changed everything. Harry understood now that the magical world's future was not predetermined, that the prophecy, the Horcruxes, even Voldemort himself were just pieces of a larger puzzle. The real battle was not against a single enemy, but against the darkness that lurked in every heart, the fear and hatred that could corrupt even the noblest intentions. We can't just rebuild the old world, Harry told the heirs. We have to build something new. Something that's worthy of the founder's vision. Something that will last. The heirs listened, their faces a mixture of hope and skepticism. What are you proposing? Elara asked. Harry took a deep breath. I'm proposing a new order. Not a government, not a ministry, but a community. A community built on mutual respect, mutual support, and a shared commitment to the values that made Hogwarts great. Courage, wisdom, loyalty, and ambition, not as tools for power, but as foundations for a better world. The heirs were silent for a long moment. Then, one by one, they nodded. We'll follow you, Aiden Gryffindor said. You've earned our trust, Harry. You've proven that you're worthy of leading us into the future. Harry shook his head. I'm not going to lead you. I'm going to work alongside you. Together, we're going to build something incredible. The work of rebuilding began in earnest. The heart provided the magical foundation, the heirs provided the knowledge and resources, and the Phoenix Initiative provided the organization and determination. Together, they began to reshape the magical world. But the work was not without its challenges. The old families, humiliated and diminished, were not ready to accept their loss of power. They conspired, plotted, and schemed, determined to reclaim their position in the new order. This isn't going to be easy, Daphne said one night, as they reviewed the latest intelligence reports. The old families are going to fight us every step of the way. I know, Harry said. But we're going to win. Because we're fighting for something bigger than ourselves. We're fighting for the future. And that's a battle worth winning. Daphne looked at him, her eyes bright with pride. You've come so far, Harry. From the boy who just wanted to survive to the man who's building a new world. I'm so proud of you. Harry took her hand, feeling a surge of love. I couldn't have done it without you. You've been my strength, my anchor, my reason to keep fighting. Daphne smiled, a radiant smile that seemed to light up the room. Then let's keep fighting. Together. The battle beneath Hogwarts had changed everything. Harry now understood the depth of the Founder's vision, the power of the magic they'd left behind, and the responsibility that came with it. He was no longer just a boy trying to survive. He was a leader, a builder, a guardian of the future. And he was determined to honor the trust that had been placed in him. The war was over. The new world was rising. And Harry Potter was ready to build it. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Cost of Changing Destiny. The winter of 1998 brought a new kind of cold to Hogwarts, not the chill of snow and ice, but something deeper, more profound. The war was over, Voldemort was gone, and the magical world was slowly rebuilding. But Harry had discovered that victory came with its own price, its own burdens, its own impossible choices. The heart of Hogwarts had shown him many things. It had revealed the Founder's vision, the ancient magic that sustained the castle, and the truth about his parents' sacrifice. But it had also shown him something else, something that haunted his dreams and filled his waking hours with dread. The future was not fixed. There were paths that led to peace and prosperity, and paths that led to ruin. And Harry had seen both. What did you see? Daphne asked one night, as they sat together in the room of requirement. She could sense his turmoil, could feel the weight of the knowledge he was carrying. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. I saw what happens if we fail, he said. If the new world collapses, if the old families regain power, if the darkness returns. I saw everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed for, turn to ash. Daphne's face went pale. That's not going to happen, Harry. We're not going to let it happen. I know, Harry said. But seeing it, it changes things. It makes me realize that every choice we make has consequences. Every decision we take could lead to disaster or salvation. Daphne reached out and took his hand. What are you saying? Harry met her eyes, and she saw something there that made her heart clench, a terrible, painful resolve. I'm saying that we can't be sure of anything. That the future is fragile, that we have to be willing to sacrifice to protect it. And I'm saying, he stopped, his voice breaking. I'm saying that I might have to make choices that will hurt the people I love. Choices that will hurt you. Daphne's grip on his hand tightened. What kind of choices? Harry looked away, unable to bear the pain in her eyes. The heart showed me that the new world can only survive if its foundation is pure. If the people who build it are willing to put the greater good above their own desires. And that means. He couldn't finish the sentence. But Daphne understood. You're talking about us, she said, her voice trembling. You're talking about sacrificing our relationship for the good of the world. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the tears burning behind them. I don't want to. I don't want to lose you. But if it's the only way to ensure that the new world survives. No, Daphne said fiercely. No, I won't accept that. There has to be another way. There's always another way. Harry opened his eyes, looking at her. She was beautiful, fierce, determined, everything he'd ever wanted, everything he couldn't bear to lose. I don't know if there is, he said. I've been searching for weeks. The heart shows me possibilities, but not certainties. It shows me the cost of every choice. And the cost of our relationship, the cost of choosing love over duty, might be too high. The days that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. He threw himself into the work of rebuilding, trying to bury his pain in the endless tasks that needed to be done. But no matter how hard he worked, the weight of his decision hung over him like a shroud. Daphne refused to give up. She argued with him, pleaded with him, tried to show him that there was another way. But Harry was stubborn, convinced that he had to make the sacrifice, that it was his duty to protect the future at any cost. You're wrong, Daphne told him one night, her voice fierce. You think you're protecting the world by pushing me away, but you're not. You're weakening it. The whole point of the new world is that it's built on love, on connection, on the belief that people can be better. And you're destroying that by denying your own heart. Harry shook his head, his eyes filled with pain. It's not that simple, Daphne. The heart showed me. The heart showed you possibilities, Daphne interrupted. Not certainties. You're interpreting what you saw as fate, as destiny, but it's not. It's just a vision, one possible future among many. You have the power to choose a different path. Harry was silent, her words echoing in his mind. Was he really so caught up in his own fears that he couldn't see the truth? Was he really so determined to sacrifice himself that he couldn't accept another way? Maybe you're right, he said finally, his voice barely a whisper. Maybe I've been so focused on the cost that I've forgotten what we're fighting for. Daphne stepped closer, her hand reaching up to touch his cheek. We're fighting for a world where love can exist, Harry. A world where people can choose their own futures. And that includes us. That includes our love. Harry felt the tears spilling down his cheeks. I'm so scared, he admitted. I'm so scared of losing you. Of losing everything we've built. Daphne pulled him into an embrace, holding him tight. You won't lose me. I'm not going anywhere. I promised you that, and I meant it. We're in this together, Harry. Whatever it takes, we face it together. The breakthrough came when Harry finally admitted his fears to the heirs. He told them about the visions, about the cost of his choices, about the impossible burden he was carrying. We've all faced impossible choices, Elara said gently. Every one of us has had to sacrifice something we loved for the greater good. But that doesn't mean we have to sacrifice everything. The founders built Hogwarts on the principle that balance is possible, that we can honor both our duties and our hearts. Sebastian spoke up, his voice thoughtful. The heart shows possibilities, not certainties. It's a tool for understanding, not a crystal ball. You can't let it dictate your choices. You have to make those choices yourself. Harry looked at the heirs, at the wisdom in their eyes, and felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They were right. He'd been letting his fear control him, letting the visions dictate his actions. But he had the power to choose. He always had. "Thank you," he said. "I needed to hear that." The decision to hold on to his relationship with Daphne was not easy. Harry still had doubts, still feared the consequences of his choices. But he also knew that love was not a weakness, it was a strength. And the new world would be built on the strength of love, not on the sacrifice of it. "I choose you," he told Daphne one night, as they stood together in the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. "I choose us. Whatever comes, we face it together." Daphne's eyes were bright with tears. "I knew you would. I never doubted you." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I'm sorry it took me so long to see the truth. I was so scared of losing you that I almost pushed you away." Daphne laughed, a sound of pure joy. "You're an idiot, Harry Potter. But you're my idiot. And I'm never going to let you go." Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of her body against his. "I'm never going to let you go either. Whatever happens, we're in this together." The road ahead was still uncertain. The new world was still fragile, still vulnerable to the darkness that had nearly consumed it. But Harry knew now that he had the strength to face whatever came. He had Daphne, he had his friends, he had the heirs and the Phoenix Initiative. And he had the love that had sustained him through everything. The cost of changing destiny was high. But Harry understood now that the cost of not changing it was higher. And he was willing to pay whatever price was necessary to build a future worthy of the sacrifices that had been made. "I love you," he whispered to Daphne, as the stars wheeled above them. "I'll always love you." Daphne pulled back, meeting his eyes. "And I'll always love you, Harry. Always." They kissed, a kiss that was soft and sweet and full of promise. It was a kiss that spoke of a future they were determined to build together, a future where love was not a weakness, but a strength. A future where the cost of changing destiny was worth every sacrifice. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, The Fall of the Old Order. The spring of 1998 brought a reckoning that Harry had known was coming but had dreaded nonetheless. The old families, those who had lost power, influence, and status in the new order, had been simmering with resentment for months. Now, they were ready to strike. The conspiracy was vast, reaching into every corner of the wizarding world. Former ministry officials, disgraced pureblood families, and Death Eaters who'd escaped justice had united in a common cause, the destruction of everything Harry and the Phoenix Initiative had built. "We have intelligence that they're planning to make their move within the week," Hermione said, her voice tight with worry. "They've been building their forces for months, waiting for the right moment to strike." Harry studied the intelligence reports, his expression grim. "They're going to attack Hogwarts. The heart of Hogwarts, that's what they're after. They believe that if they can seize the heart, they can reclaim the power they've lost." Daphne nodded, her face pale. "The heart is the source of the new world's magic. If they control it, they could undo everything we've accomplished." Ron slammed his fist on the table. "Then we fight them. We protect the heart with everything we've got." Harry was silent for a long moment, his mind working. He knew they could fight, the Phoenix Initiative was strong, the heirs were powerful, and the loyalists who joined the new order were ready to defend it. But a battle would be costly. People would die. And even if they won, the divisions in the magical world would deepen, making the future even more uncertain. "There has to be another way," Harry said slowly. "We can't just fight them. We have to show them that the old order is truly dead. That there's no going back." "How do we do that?" Daphne asked. Harry met her eyes, a plan forming in his mind. "We expose them. We reveal their conspiracy, their crimes, their desperation. We show the magical world that they're not fighting for a better future, they're fighting to preserve a corrupt past. The campaign to expose the conspiracy was the most ambitious undertaking the initiative had ever attempted. Harry mobilized every resource at his disposal, the heirs, the Goblin Nation, the independent journalists who'd been documenting the new world's growth. They gathered evidence, interviewed witnesses, and built a case that would destroy the old family's credibility once and for all. "We need to be careful," Daphne warned. "If they find out what we're doing, they'll accelerate their plans. They'll attack before we're ready." "I know," Harry said. "That's why we're going to beat them to the punch. We're going to reveal everything at once, in every publication, every network, every corner of the magical world. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll be too late." The night of the revelations was the most tense of Harry's life. He stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by his closest allies, watching as the information was released to the world. The response was immediate and devastating. The old family's crimes were laid bare for all to see, their corruption, their collusion with the Death Eaters, their desperate attempts to reclaim power. The magical world was outraged. The conspiracy collapsed almost overnight, its leaders arrested or forced into hiding. "We did it," Ron said, his voice filled with disbelief. "We actually did it." Harry nodded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "We did. But this is just the beginning. The old order is gone, but the work of building the new one is just starting." The fall of the old order was swift and complete. The families who dominated the magical world for centuries were reduced to shadows of their former selves, their power broken, their influence destroyed. The new world was finally free to grow, unencumbered by the weight of the past. But the victory was bittersweet. Harry knew that the old family's fall had come at a cost, in lives lost, in trust broken, in the pain that would take generations to heal. And he knew that the new world would face its own challenges, its own struggles, its own battles. "We can't let ourselves become complacent," Harry told the assembled leaders of the new order. "The old families are gone, but the darkness that made them powerful is still there. It's in all of us. And we have to be vigilant. We have to be better." The leaders nodded, their faces grave. They understood the weight of what Harry was saying. They understood that building a new world was not a destination, it was a journey, a constant struggle to be better, to do better, to create a future worthy of the sacrifices that had been made. Daphne found Harry on the astronomy tower that night, looking out at the stars. He was alone, his face turned toward the sky, his expression unreadable. "I thought I'd find you here," she said, stepping up beside him. Harry didn't turn, but his hand reached out to find hers. "I was just thinking. About everything that's happened. About everything that's still to come." Daphne squeezed his hand. "What are you thinking about?" Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice quiet. "I'm thinking about how fragile it all is. How easily everything we've built could be destroyed. We've won a victory, but the war, the real war, is still being fought. It's being fought in every heart, every mind, every choice we make." Daphne nodded slowly. "I know. But that's why we have to keep fighting. That's why we have to keep believing that a better world is possible." Harry turned to look at her, his eyes soft. "I do believe it. I believe it because of you. Because of everyone who stood by me through everything. Because of the future we're building together." Daphne smiled, her hand coming up to touch his cheek. "Then let's build it, Harry. Together. Always." The months that followed were a time of rebuilding and growth. The new world was taking shape, its foundations stronger than ever. The old families were gone, their power broken, their influence destroyed. The magical world was finally free to chart its own course. And at the center of it all was Harry, the boy who'd been used and betrayed, the boy who'd risen above it all to become something more. He was no longer just the boy who lived. He was the builder, the visionary, the one who'd shown the world that change was possible. But Harry knew that his work was not done. There were still battles to fight, still challenges to overcome, still a future to build. And he was ready to face them all. With Daphne by his side, with the Phoenix Initiative at his back, with the heirs and the loyalists supporting him, Harry was ready to lead the magical world into a new era. An era of hope, of unity, of purpose. The old order had fallen. The new world was rising. And Harry Potter was ready to build it. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Harry Potter vs. Voldemort. The summer of 1998 brought the final confrontation that Harry had known was coming since the night he'd first learned of the prophecy. Voldemort, cornered and desperate, had emerged from the shadows for one last attempt to claim victory. The old family's conspiracy had failed, the new world was taking root, and the Dark Lord knew that if he didn't strike now, he would be forgotten, a footnote in history, a cautionary tale of hatred and ambition. The attack came at dawn, on the longest day of the year. Voldemort and his remaining followers appeared at the gates of Hogwarts, their numbers smaller than they'd once been, but their determination no less fierce. They were not there to conquer the castle, they were there to destroy it. To destroy everything Harry had built. Harry stood on the battlements, looking down at the assembled forces of darkness. Daphne was beside him, her wand ready. The heirs and the Phoenix Initiative were arrayed around them, their faces set with grim determination. "He's here," Harry said, his voice calm. "This is it. The final battle." Daphne nodded, her hand finding his. "We're ready. Whatever happens, we face it together." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a surge of love and gratitude. Together. Always. The battle began with a barrage of spells, green and red light crisscrossing the air as the two armies clashed. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic flowing through him, the heart of Hogwarts pulsing with ancient power. He could feel the castle responding to his will, its stones vibrating with ancient magic. But Voldemort was not alone. The old families had sent their remaining forces, and the Death Eaters had been reinforced by dark creatures from the shadowy corners of the magical world. The battle was brutal, costly, and uncertain. "We need to end this," Harry said to Daphne, as they fought side by side. "We need to take the fight to him. Now." Daphne nodded, her eyes fierce. "I'm with you." Together, they cut a path through the chaos, their magic perfectly synchronized, their movements like a dance. Harry could see Voldemort in the distance, his wand raised, his face twisted with rage. "Potter!" Voldemort shouted, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Come face me. End this farce once and for all." Harry strode forward, his wand raised, the heart's power thrumming through him. "This ends now, Voldemort. Not with a battle of power, but with a battle of truth." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Truth? What truth could possibly defeat me? I am the most powerful wizard who has ever lived. I have conquered death itself. I am immortal." "No," Harry said calmly. "You're not. You've made yourself into something less than human. You've destroyed your soul, piece by piece, in pursuit of power. And in the end, you have nothing. No love, no connection, no purpose. Just the hollow shell of a man who was too afraid to die." Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "You think you can defeat me with words? You think your little speeches can undo everything I've built?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not trying to undo anything. I'm trying to show you that everything you built was built on a lie. The purebloods aren't superior. The Ministry wasn't your enemy. And I was never your equal. I was never your enemy. I was just a boy who refused to give up." The duel that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. Spells flew between them, the air crackling with magic, the ground shaking beneath their feet. Harry could feel the heart's power flowing through him, amplifying his magic, guiding his movements. But Voldemort was relentless. His magic was dark and powerful, fueled by centuries of hatred and ambition. Harry was pushed back, his defenses weakening, his strength fading. "You can't win, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "You never could. You were always just a boy, playing at being a hero. But I am the Dark Lord. I am death itself." Harry looked at Voldemort, seeing the truth behind the words. The Dark Lord was powerful, yes. But he was also broken, a man who destroyed himself in his quest for immortality, who'd sacrificed everything that made life worth living. "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice steady. "I'm not just a boy. I'm the person who was willing to fight for the future. I'm the person who refused to give up. I'm the person who believed in love, even when everything was against me." He raised his wand, the heart's power surging through him. "This ends now. Not with you destroying me, but with me showing you the truth." The spell Harry cast was unlike anything that had ever been seen. It was not a curse or a hex, but something else, a wave of pure, golden light that washed over the battlefield. It touched everyone, every fighter, every creature, every stone of Hogwarts. And in that moment, Voldemort saw the truth. He saw the faces of everyone he'd hurt, everyone he'd killed, everyone he'd destroyed. He saw the emptiness of his own soul, the hollow shell of a life that had been wasted in pursuit of power. He saw that everything he'd believed was a lie. "No," Voldemort screamed. "No, it's not true. I am the Dark Lord. I am." But the magic was too strong, the truth too powerful. Voldemort's body began to dissolve, his form crumbling into ash, his spirit fading into nothingness. And then, he was gone. The battle ended in silence. The Death Eaters, leaderless and broken, surrendered or fled. The dark creatures dispersed, their bond to Voldemort severed. The old family's remaining forces laid down their weapons, their cause lost. Harry stood at the center of the battlefield, his wand still raised, the heart's power still pulsing through him. He could feel the exhaustion in his bones, the weight of everything he'd been through. Daphne appeared at his side, her face streaked with dirt and tears. "It's over," she said. "It's finally over." Harry looked at her, feeling a surge of love that was almost overwhelming. "It's over. We won." Daphne threw her arms around him, holding him tight. "We won," she whispered. "We actually won." The aftermath of the battle was chaos. The wounded were tended to, the dead mourned, the prisoners processed. The heirs worked tirelessly to stabilize the magic that had been disrupted, while the Phoenix Initiative began the long process of rebuilding. Harry worked alongside everyone, his body aching, his mind exhausted. But there was a lightness in his heart that he'd never felt before. The war was over. Voldemort was defeated. The future was finally free. "You need to rest," Daphne said, finding him late that night. "You've been going non-stop for hours." Harry shook his head. "I can't. There's too much to do." "There will always be too much to do," Daphne said gently. "But you can't help anyone if you collapse. You need to take care of yourself, Harry." Harry looked at her, seeing the love and concern in her eyes. "I know," he said. I can't believe it's over. I've been fighting for so long, I don't know what to do with myself now." Daphne smiled, taking his hand. "You rest. You heal. And then we build the future together. That's what we do." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I love you, Daphne." Daphne's eyes were bright with tears. "I love you too, Harry. Always." The weeks that followed were a time of healing and hope. The war was over, Voldemort was gone, and the new world was finally free to grow. Harry threw himself into the work of rebuilding, his energy renewed, his purpose clear. But he also took time for himself. Time to rest, time to heal, time to be with the people he loved. He spent long hours with Daphne, talking about the future, dreaming of the world they would build together. "Where do we go from here?" Daphne asked one night, as they sat together in the room of requirement, watching the stars through the enchanted ceiling. Harry took her hand, his eyes meeting hers. "We go forward. We build something better. We create a world where no one has to suffer the way we did." Daphne smiled, her hand squeezing his. "I'd like that. I'd like to build that world with you." Harry leaned in, his forehead touching hers. "Then let's build it. Together. Always." The final confrontation with Voldemort had been the hardest battle of Harry's life. But it had also been the most liberating. The Dark Lord was gone, his influence destroyed, his legacy broken. The future was finally free. And Harry was ready to build it. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Future Harry Created. The autumn of 1998 was unlike any Harry had ever known. For the first time in his memory, the wizarding world was at peace. The war was over, Voldemort was gone, and the old order that had perpetuated centuries of suffering had finally crumbled. But peace, Harry was learning, was not the absence of struggle, it was the presence of purpose. The work of rebuilding consumed him. The new government, the Council of Unified Magic, as it had been named, was still finding its footing, still learning how to function without the corruption and nepotism that had plagued the old ministry. Harry served as an advisor, a symbol, a bridge between the old world and the new. "You don't have to do everything yourself," Daphne told him one evening, as they walked through the reconstructed streets of Diagon Alley. "The council is full of capable people. They can handle things." Harry shook his head. "I know. But I can't just sit back and watch. I've been fighting for so long, I don't know how to stop." Daphne smiled, slipping her hand into his. "You don't have to stop fighting. Just learn to fight differently. Learn to trust others to share the burden." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I'm trying. It's just hard." "I know," Daphne said. "But you're not alone, Harry. You never were." The rebuilding of Hogwarts was one of the most important projects of the new era. The castle had been damaged in the final battle, its stones scarred, its magic disrupted. But the heirs and the Phoenix Initiative worked tirelessly to restore it, using the heart's power to heal the ancient walls. Harry spent long hours in the castle, walking its corridors, feeling its magic respond to his presence. Hogwarts had always been his home, the first place he'd ever truly belonged. Now, it was a symbol of the new world, a world where anyone could find belonging, regardless of their blood or background. "The castle feels different," Hermione observed one day, as they walked through the Great Hall. "It feels alive. More alive than it ever was before." Harry nodded, his hand resting on the ancient stone. "The heart is connected to it. It's healing the damage that was done over the centuries. The Founder's magic is finally being restored." Ron joined them, his face thoughtful. "So what happens next?" "We've rebuilt the castle, we've got the new government working, we've defeated Voldemort. What's left?" Harry smiled, a genuine smile that seemed to light up his face. "We live. We build. We create a world that's worthy of the sacrifices that were made." The reforms that Harry championed were sweeping and transformative. The old blood status laws were abolished, replaced by a system that recognized the inherent worth of every witch and wizard. The schools were restructured, their curriculums expanded to include the magical traditions of all cultures, not just the pure-blood elite. But the most important reform was the creation of the Council of Voices, a body that ensured every community, every group, every individual had a voice in the governance of the magical world. It was a revolutionary concept, one that challenged centuries of entrenched power. "This is incredible," Daphne said, reviewing the council's charter. "You've given power to people who've never had it before. Muggleborns, half-bloods, goblins, house elves, everyone has a seat at the table. Harry nodded, his eyes bright. That's the point. The old system was built on exclusion. The new one has to be built on inclusion. If we don't give everyone a voice, we're just repeating the mistakes of the past. The years passed, and the new world took root. The wounds of the war began to heal, the divisions of the past slowly fading. Harry and Daphne continued to work together, their partnership growing stronger with each passing day. "I think it's time," Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their home, a small cottage near Hogwarts that they'd renovated together. Daphne looked up from her book. "Time for what?" Harry took a deep breath, his heart pounding. "Time for us to make a commitment. A formal commitment. I want to marry you, Daphne. I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Daphne's eyes widened. "Harry. I know it's sudden," Harry continued, his voice rushing. "But I've been thinking about it for years. I can't imagine my life without you. You've been my partner, my friend, my love, through everything. And I want to make it official. I want to build our future together." Daphne's eyes were bright with tears. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I'll marry you." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I love you. I've always loved you. And I'll always love you." Daphne laughed, a sound of pure joy. "I love you too, Harry. Always." The wedding was small and intimate, held in the gardens of Hogwarts on a perfect summer day. Harry's friends were there, Ron and Hermione, Neville and Luna, the surviving members of the Phoenix Initiative. The heirs attended, their presence a blessing on the union. And the whole magical world watched, celebrating the marriage of two people who'd become symbols of hope and change. "I never thought I'd see this day," Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "You and Daphne. It's perfect." Harry smiled, his eyes finding his bride across the garden. She was radiant, her dress simple but elegant, her smile lighting up the world. "She's everything to me," Harry said. "I don't know what I'd do without her." Hermione appeared at his side, her eyes bright with tears. "You don't have to find out. That's the beauty of it. You have each other. Forever." The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He and Daphne built a life together, a home together, a future together. They had children, two of them, a boy and a girl, and watched them grow, watched them discover the magical world that their parents had fought so hard to create. Harry's role in the new world evolved. He was no longer the chosen one, no longer the symbol of resistance. He was a teacher, a mentor, a guide. He taught at Hogwarts, passing on the lessons he'd learned, shaping the next generation of witches and wizards. "You've become a great man, Harry," Dumbledore said, visiting him one evening. The old wizard was frail now, his health failing, but his eyes were still sharp, still full of wisdom. Harry shook his head. "I'm just trying to do what's right. That's all I've ever done." Dumbledore smiled, a gentle, sad smile. "That's exactly what makes you great. You never sought power, never craved glory. You just did what needed to be done." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice quiet. "I used to be so angry at you. For keeping secrets, for manipulating me, for treating me like a pawn. But I understand now. You were just doing what you thought was right." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I made many mistakes, Harry. But my greatest mistake was underestimating you. I should have trusted you from the beginning. I should have told you the truth." Harry reached out, his hand resting on Dumbledore's shoulder. "It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what we built. What matters is the future we created." The future was everything Harry had dreamed of. The wizarding world had become a place of hope, of unity, of purpose. The old divisions were fading, replaced by a new understanding, a new commitment to the values that had always made Hogwarts great. Harry stood on the grounds of the castle, looking out at the students who'd gathered for the start of a new term. They were young, full of hope, full of potential. They were the future he'd fought for, the future he'd helped to create. Beautiful, isn't it? Daphne appeared at his side, her hand slipping into his. Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the children below. It's everything I ever wanted. Everything we ever fought for. Daphne leaned her head on his shoulder. We did it, Harry. We actually did it. Harry smiled, feeling a surge of love and pride. We did. But the work isn't done. It never will be. We have to keep building, keep fighting, keep believing. Daphne looked up at him, her eyes bright. Then we'll keep building. Together. Always. Harry turned to her, pulling her into an embrace. I love you, Daphne. I'll always love you. Daphne smiled, that radiant smile that had captured his heart so many years ago. And I'll always love you, Harry. Always. The future Harry created was not perfect. There were still challenges, still struggles, still battles to be fought. But it was a future built on hope, on love, on the belief that people could be better. And that was enough. The wizarding world was free. Free from fear, free from oppression, free from the hatred that had consumed it for centuries. And Harry Potter, the boy who'd been used and betrayed, the boy who'd risen above it all, was free too. Free to live, free to love, free to build the future he'd always dreamed of. The war was over. The future was here. And it was beautiful. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, A New Wizarding World. 20 years had passed since the fall of Voldemort. 20 years since Harry Potter had stood on the battlefield and watched the Dark Lord crumble to ash. 20 years of rebuilding, of healing, of watching the world transform into something his younger self could never have imagined. Harry stood on the grounds of Hogwarts, the morning sun warm on his face, and felt a profound sense of peace. The castle rose before him, its towers gleaming, its stones humming with ancient magic. The gardens were in full bloom, the lake sparkling, the forbidden forest lush and green. Everything was alive, vibrant, full of possibility. You're brooding again. Daphne's voice came from behind him, warm and familiar. Harry turned to see her walking toward him, her grey-blue eyes sparkling, her blonde hair streaked with silver now, but her smile as radiant as the day they'd met. I'm not brooding, Harry said, pulling her into an embrace. I'm reflecting. There's a difference. Daphne laughed, the sound like music. You've been reflecting for 20 years, Harry. When are you going to stop? Harry looked out at the grounds, at the students who were beginning to gather for the start of term. They were young, eager, full of hope, just as he'd been, so many years ago. Maybe never, he admitted. There's always so much to think about. So much to be grateful for. Daphne took his hand, her fingers lacing through his. I know. I feel it too. Every day, I look at what we've built, and I can hardly believe it's real. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the familiar warmth spread through him. It's real. And it's only the beginning. The new wizarding world was everything Harry had dreamed of. The Council of Unified Magic had grown into a robust, responsive government, its leaders chosen through a system that ensured representation for all communities. The old blood status divisions were a distant memory, replaced by a culture that celebrated diversity and inclusion. Hogwarts had been transformed. The curriculum now included magical traditions from around the world, ancient arts that had been suppressed by the old ministry. The house system remained, it was too ingrained in the castle's magic to be removed, but it was no longer a source of division. Students from all houses worked together, learned together, grew together. You've done something remarkable, Minerva McGonagall told Harry one evening, as they sat in her office, sharing a cup of tea. She was older now, her hair completely white, but her eyes were as sharp as ever. When I first met you, I never imagined you'd become what you are today. Harry smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I never imagined it either. I was just trying to survive. And you succeeded, McGonagall said. More than succeeded. You've created a legacy that will last for centuries. Harry shook his head. I didn't do it alone. I had help. From everyone who believed in me, everyone who fought alongside me. McGonagall's eyes softened. That's what makes you special, Harry. You never forget the people who helped you get where you are. The wedding of Harry and Daphne had been the first of many celebrations in the new world. Now, 20 years later, they watched as their own children prepared to start their lives. James Sirius Potter, their eldest, had just been accepted into the Auror training program, a new, reformed program that emphasized justice over vengeance, protection over power. He was everything Harry had hoped he'd be, brave, kind, and fiercely determined to make the world a better place. Their daughter, Lily Luna, had inherited her mother's sharp mind and her father's courage. She was in her final year at Hogwarts, already being courted by the Department of Mysteries for her exceptional magical aptitude. And Albus Severus, their youngest, had just started his first year. He was nervous, uncertain, full of the same doubts that had plagued Harry at his age. But he was also strong, resilient, and surrounded by love. You'll do great, Harry told Albus, as they walked through the castle corridors on the first day of term. I was scared too, when I started. Everyone is. Albus looked up at him, his green eyes, so like Harry's own, filled with worry. What if I'm not good enough? What if I'm sorted into Slytherin? Harry smiled, his hand resting on his son's shoulder. Then you'll be in Slytherin. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with Slytherin, Al. It's just a house. What matters is who you are, not where you're sorted. Albus was silent for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. You really believe that? I do, Harry said. I've seen too much to believe anything else. The sorting ceremony that evening was a moment of profound emotion for Harry. He watched as Albus walked to the stool, watched as the sorting hat descended over his head. For a moment, he felt a flash of the old anxiety, the old fear that history would repeat itself. But then the hat shouted, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Albus's face broke into a grin, his relief palpable. He walked to his new house, his steps light, his future bright. Harry looked at Daphne, who was beside him, her eyes bright with tears. He did it, Harry said, his voice thick. He's going to be okay. Daphne nodded, her hand finding his. Of course he is. He's our son. He's got the best of both of us. Harry pulled her into an embrace, holding her tight. I love you. I don't say it enough, but I do. Daphne laughed, pulling back to look at him. You say it all the time, Harry. And I never get tired of hearing it. The evening after the sorting, Harry walked alone through the castle corridors. The students had retired to their common rooms, the castle was quiet, and the magic of Hogwarts hummed around him like a second heartbeat. He found himself in the room of requirement, the room that had been so central to his journey, the room that had witnessed so many battles, so many victories, so many moments of hope and despair. It had changed over the years, reflecting the new world's needs. Tonight, it was a quiet study, filled with comfortable chairs and soft light. Harry sat down, his mind drifting over the years. He thought about the boy he'd been, angry, scared, desperate to belong. He thought about the battles he'd fought, the losses he'd suffered, the triumphs he'd won. He thought about the people who'd stood by him, who'd believed in him, who'd loved him. And he thought about the future he'd helped to create, the future that was now unfolding before him. You've come a long way, Harry. The voice was soft, familiar. Harry looked up to see the portrait of Albus Dumbledore, the old wizard's eyes twinkling, his beard silver white, his smile gentle. Harry smiled. I've had help. From people who believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's the nature of the world, Harry. We are not meant to walk alone. We are meant to support each other, to lift each other up, to build something greater than ourselves. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice quiet. I used to be so angry at you. For the secrets, the manipulations, the way you treated me like a pawn. But I understand now. You were just trying to do what you thought was right. Dumbledore's eyes softened. I made many mistakes, Harry. More than I can count. But I always believed in you. Even when I kept secrets, even when I failed you, I always believed that you would find your own path. Harry nodded slowly. I did, and I'm grateful for that. Grateful for everything you gave me, even when I didn't understand it. Dumbledore smiled, a radiant smile that seemed to fill the room with light. You've become the man I always knew you could be. I'm so proud of you, Harry. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Thank you, Professor. For everything. The next morning, Harry stood on the grounds of Hogwarts, watching the new generation of students gather for the first day of classes. They were young, eager, full of hope, just as he'd been, so many years ago. Daphne appeared at his side, her hand slipping into his. What are you thinking about? Harry was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, a genuine smile that seemed to light up his face. I'm thinking about how lucky I am, he said. How lucky I am to have you, to have our children, to have been part of building something so beautiful. Daphne squeezed his hand, her eyes bright with tears. We did it together, Harry. That's what makes it so special. Harry turned to her, pulling her into his arms. I love you, Daphne. I'll always love you. Daphne looked up at him, her smile radiant. And I'll always love you, Harry. Always. Harry looked out at the grounds one last time. The new world was rising, full of hope and promise. The divisions of the past were fading, replaced by a new unity, a new purpose. The students who were gathering before him were the future he'd fought for, the future he'd helped to create. This world, this new wizarding world, was built on choice, unity, and freedom. It was a world where no one would be defined by their blood, their past, or their supposed destiny. It was a world where anyone could make their own path, shape their own future. And Harry Potter, the boy who'd been used and betrayed, the boy who'd risen above it all, was finally at peace. He was no longer the chosen one. He was no longer the boy who lived. He was just Harry, a man who'd found love, built a family, and helped create a world worth fighting for. The future was here. The new wizarding world had begun. And it was beautiful. End of chapter 20. Thank you.